everyone had a great weekend. But yeah, we're going to be talking about decriminalization of anywhere from weed to heroin and cocaine. So, across the board, and what we think about that. I've got a great guest list, a lot of new people here, and I'm going to give them a chance to introduce themselves, say hi, and give their opening statements. So, here we go. We're going to start with the person who brought this topic to me. Hi, Cord. Go ahead. What are your thoughts here?
Hey, Wick, how are you? Thank you for having me on. I'm excited for this to be my first panel. So I guess for me, I've always had a very strong belief that no one should have to go to jail due to the drugs that they use. I feel like it produces a lot of negative effects, and it's not the right solution to how we can solve the issue of drug use. I think it would be better if we use proper treatment and to help with people who are addicted. As we've seen that people who do go to jail for even mild drug use like marijuana, when they come back out, they still have those same addictions, those same cravings. Even with harder drugs, things like opioids or cocaine, they still have those same addictions and cravings. Studies have proven that. So I've always felt that treatment is the right way to go about it, and proper rehabilitation is the right way to go about it. And that's why I supported decriminalization of drugs, not necessarily the legalization. I don't know if I agree that we should necessarily have all drugs be legal, but certainly I don't believe anyone should have to go to prison just for the recreational use of drugs. So yes, that's my position on it. Thank you for having me on again.
Well, thanks for being here, and I'm looking forward to see your arguments. Next up, we have Noel. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, so in my opinion, I think all drugs should be criminalized. So the main reason is because when you look at the country with the least crime, for example, China, South Korea, Japan, Turkey, Hungary, Egypt, Singapore, and Colombia. Well, maybe not Colombia, but they have like a zero tolerance for drugs, and then therefore like there's like a lot less like crime, and I think that like drug use kind of correlates with crime through.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh,
Oh, no.
no. Is this me? Is this my end, or is this his end?
I think that's him.
It's him. I can hear you. Fine.
Oh, man. Well,
I'm sorry.
Big drug trying to take him out.
it's okay.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
My bad. So,
Colombia, all these countries, you listed a bunch of countries that don't
Yeah.
have any tolerance for drugs, and you said that they have low crime.
Yeah,
Continue,
sorry.
and then wrap it up.
So, so I understand all those countries have the death penalty for drugs, which I don't necessarily agree with. But I do notice that the people living in those countries have a much higher living way of living than people in America or Canada, where they have much more lenient drug policy. I just noticed that when there's more lenient drug policy, there's also a much higher increase in crime. So yeah, that's my opening. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for being here, and yeah, hopefully you stay with us, and the internet doesn't get you. Okay,
Yeah.
next up, Blactoid, hit us.
Yeah, my opinion is pretty straightforward. The government has no right to dictate what we can or cannot put into our own bodies. It's absolutely fucking crazy. The idea that government's gonna come after people with police and throw them in a cage if they happen to have the wrong substance or put the wrong substance in their body. I don't think China is a good barometer of what's a good country to be in. I think America needs to live up to its ideal of freedom and legalize all drugs today. I think legalizing all drugs is not only going to be the right thing to do from a individual freedom perspective, but I also think it's going to have positive impacts, such as reducing the power of gangs, reducing the power of the cartel, reducing overdoses, reducing HIV transmission rates, and creating a new industry in which we can actually have legal economic production as opposed to what we currently have, which is feeding cartels a fuck ton of money, which they're using to kill innocent civilians. So it's a bad idea.
Well, thank you for being here, and we will see how the discussion plays out. Next up, food shops, please.
Yeah, sure. I'm Food Shops. Generally, I believe in the decriminalization of drugs. There just seems to be some good programs, like, for example, in Sweden and in Norway, that seems to point towards rehabilitation. Just seems to be the best way to go. For example, using tax dollars. in order to fund programs to help people in drug recovery programs. And in Portugal, I know a lot of people point towards Portugal. Sometimes when it comes to, especially TYT, when it comes to, oh, there's a example that's gone wrong or whatever, but we can point towards like lack of funding when it comes to, oh yeah, this is why it's gone wrong, instead of, oh, this is like it's because of drugs and that's why it's gone wrong. So yeah, that's my stance for now, and yeah, that's about it.
Okay, well, thank you for being here, and we're looking forward to the discussion. And next up, we have one more guest, but they're going to be late. But let's get FK in here. FK, what is your stance?
Listen, I think it was pretty based when a bunch of women who were getting beat by their wives came together or beat by their husbands came together and said, maybe it's not good to have people drinking every night right after work. Maybe it's not good to have people coming home after work and shooting up heroin or doing coke. Maybe we do need to do some prohibition. Maybe we do need to have some standard of rules and expectations in place. We might not have to go back to the extreme, but maybe it's time for us to say, hey, drugs aren't just something we got to accept. We still should probably punish you for excessive use of it, right? And we could try to give you the help if you want to get that, but a lot of people who are addicts don't even take the help when it's offered to them.
Okay, and with that, the floor is open. Portland will be joining us when he gets here, but you snooze, you lose on the opening statements. So, open discussion. Go ahead, gang.
Yeah, I guess, Noel, I would love to hear you clarify your position a little bit more clearly. Same with FK. I think you're also on the anti-decriminalization aspect of it.
Yes.
So
Alcohol and drugs.
of also alcohol?
Yes.
Yeah. No, well, I don't think decriminalization is I think that's the right answer, because I think what my position, how I view it, is addiction is the main issue. And there's been no evidence to suggest that if you decriminalize drug use, there will be a rise in people who are using it problematically. There will always be a rise of drug use overall, but in terms of people who will be addicted and using it harmfully, there's nothing to suggest that.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you believe if something affects other people, the state should have a like some say in it? Like if you're doing like a drug and then that's going to affect you showing up to work or driving on the road, should the state have some say in that or no?
Well, yeah, I think anything that harms anybody else, you should have the viewpoint, but I don't think that's necessarily the drugs. If you drink and drive, you're going to be charged for irresponsibly drinking and driving. It's not because you drank the alcohol. You could have drank the alcohol and stayed at home, but you're being charged for killing someone because you drank and drive. Because you you drank alcohol and then you drove. If you do drugs and we decriminalize drugs, I don't think we should be sending someone to jail for doing meth, but we should be sending them to jail if they drove a car and they killed a family.
Okay, so why do you think the countries that have zero tolerance for drug use also have like a very low crime rate? Like, why do you think that is?
Provide me an example of that. Which country are you speaking to?
China, South Korea, Japan.
Even countries that have a lot of drugs, like Portugal, have a lower crime rate than America.
Yeah, of course.
It's not exactly correlated, right?
Yeah, I
America's
don't
also
know.
punishing drug users,
Be
right? Like
necessarily
Portugal's
all
letting
drugs.
this
There's
heroin
probably a lot
user
of other
walk around the
factors that
street
contribute to
shooting
that.
up.
Sorry,
I'm curious. I know FK's position on this, but Noel, what's your position on alcohol? Right? I mean, this is like the ultimate example that people like pro drug legalization advocates use as like, well, hey, here's a drug that people are using to an extent far greater than marijuana. What about that?
Yeah, so I have a family member that kind of ruined their life over alcohol, so I'm totally against it because it really ruins your life. And
Okay.
Yeah, I'm totally against it. Because honestly, I think everyone in America should have like free counseling. Because I think people that do drugs and alcohol, it's a way to numb the pain of like personal experience. So I think everyone should be able to have like free healthcare and free mental health help. Because yeah, it's a cope, I think.
Are you in favor of allowing people to use any kind of recreational substance like tobacco? I don't know, something else.
I mean, I think
Sugar.
of course, sugar. I mean,
No.
maybe the only thing is like weed, maybe I guess, but like yeah, like obviously weed shouldn't be penalized, but like yeah,
Wait, why not?
Lactoid brings up a good point because sugar is more addictive and kills more people every year than cocaine does.
Way more people. When you look at
Hold
obesity
on.
in America,
We
Okay.
should stop. We
This
should
is a
punish
little,
these companies. They're literally drug dealers.
So this is a little
Kellogg's hates you.
unbalanced. So I'm going to step in here because I have some questions for Lactoid and Kaicord and food shops here. Okay,
Please.
if you'll indulge
Whoa.
me, if you will.
Uh,
Hit
So
me.
we recognize, right, that sugar and alcohol, while they both might do harm, one has the potential for much more harm if abused. Like if you abuse sugar, you're going to hurt yourself, but there's very little chance that you will hurt someone else. However,
Exactly.
with alcohol, for example, abuse of alcohol, the potential for someone abusing that to do harm to another person, would you all agree, is much higher than with
Yes.
sugar?
Yeah.
No, because people use sugar to fuck over their children's lives on an.
That's actually unironically that's sort of like the position I was thinking of. The idea of like
No, but I would
you have
say-
children who are feeding garbage and they're dying of heart disease, right? I mean, this is
yeah,
hurting
but,
them.
Like, there's been people who
but
died at
but
younger
at
and
that
younger
point,
ages.
that's like one step removed, right? Because you can argue that there is a sort of direct harm that comes from alcohol, where like if you get drunk enough and you beat up somebody, like that is like fist, right? But then
Yeah.
if you do something like sugar, then maybe 10 years down the line you develop diabetes. But I wouldn't equate these two things as like exactly the same.
Well, hold
right?
on, hold on.
This
It's,
is
it's
more
more
like- this is more
delayed.
Like, are parents being negligent by not actively taking a step into looking at their kids' nutritions and just letting their kids have like worse and worse diets, where they're like, in a way, they're giving them these addictions to these sugars, right? They're giving them these addictions to these unhealthy foods that are
Right.
just ruining.
Yeah,
their lives later
Lactoid.
on.
Lactoid. If you found out someone's parents was feeding them sugary cereal, and you found out another set of parents was giving their kids whiskey, which would you judge as to be worse parents?
Right.
The parents who were letting their 6-year-olds just chug some gin every night, or the parents who let them have some
Yeah.
Cocoa
What
Pops?
if they
So-
give them a
so
teaspoon
I
of whiskey or
wanna-
a cup of sugar?
So I want to agree with that in the sense of, yeah, I would judge the parents who are feeding their kid whiskey a lot more. That being said, though, I guess, especially when we're crafting policy, we have to consider the scope and gravity of the issue, right? And so what do I think is a bigger problem in America today, children eating McDonald's or children drinking whiskey? I think it's very clear that McDonald's is a much like bigger issue for
Sure,
children's
because
health
McDonald's
overall.
is legal
Yes.
and alcohol for children is not.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
And I want to
through that argument,
Yep.
we can see that making something illegal or criminalizing something actually makes it less of a problem than if we make it legal.
I'm okay. I'm actually, so my position's a little nuanced here. I'm okay with criminalizing all, like giving kids any kind of drugs or sugar or fast food or any of this shit. I think that like is a stronger
Whoa.
argument than when it
That
comes
seems like
to
kind of an extreme
when
take.
it comes. So I know you can consider it to be extreme, but like when we're looking at adults, when we're looking at people 18 or older, the idea of are you going to go to the obese person and like forcibly take away their McDonald's? No, and I'm also not going to go to the person who's drinking alcohol and forcibly take away their alcohol, because if they're an adult, right, and they're choosing to like make a decision for themselves, and they're not like showing any history of actively harming other people, then I don't see what right we have to interfere with their decision. Now, if they have a history of harming people, I think it's perfectly fine to like, as part of punishment for their crime, to say, hey, look, you obviously can't fucking handle this, so as part of the punishment, you can't buy alcohol anymore, or you can't buy this substance anymore. We're going to like prevent you from going into bars, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We already have that as part of punishment for crime, and we should
So
have that.
you view it as a privilege. You view like all these things you don't have like a right to drink alcohol. You
Well,
have a privilege
punishment
to drink
removes
alcohol.
your rights, right? You have a right to movement, but when we put you in a cage when you commit a crime, we are taking away your right to movement. So then the question is removing that right justified? I think it is justified if you beat somebody up. I don't think it's justified if you have a glass of wine every fucking week with your Italian spaghetti, right? Like, who cares?
So that's-
What business is it of mine that you're drinking glasses
Well,
of
Lactoid,
wine?
I would say that the thing is, and I agree with like a lot of things that you said, except for maybe the point of maybe criminalizing fast food and sugar for children. But I think back to what we're talking about with the drugs, I think the main issue is the addiction aspect of alcohol, because
Yeah, we're sort of
alcohol
veering off.
moderation. alcohol moderation isn't inherently awful. You know, having a glass of wine with your lasagna at nighttime isn't gonna make anything too crazy for you. But if you're drinking alcohol every single day and it's a continuous use, and going back to the drug argument, if you're doing heroin every single day and it comes back to a stage where you're now affecting other people in your personal life and you're affecting everyone around you, then you need to seek treatment. And when it comes to decriminalizing drug use,
When do you think
Uh,
when do you think we should compel treatment? That's like the question, right? If someone like attacks
think-
somebody else, sure, but if somebody just doesn't show up for their job, it's not my
Mhm.
business if they have a job or not, right?
well, I think the most common sense answer for that would probably be when someone recognizes, like similar how we would report someone who's already doing drug use. If they're doing it publicly and a police officer sees it, hey, we're not going to arrest you, but we're
Yeah,
going
if you have like a
If you
crack
do it-
pipe like in the corner on the street, like you're sitting there on the curb and you're like lighting up a crack pipe, that's probably like a pretty big sign. Yeah.
Because you could do heroin in the privacy of your own home and no one ever finds out, and then no
Yeah.
one ever treats it. But that would be the same thing for if
So-
like no one would ever find out.
Wait,
if
just
you're-
real quick, Kycord, what do you think the odds are if someone is doing heroin in their own house in the privacy of their own home? Odds are people are going to figure that out because heroin is not the same as alcohol. Let's separate these
Mhm.
things. Like
Okay.
when we talk about these drugs, we tend to conflate them all as the same, right? Like we always talk
Mhm.
in groups. Like we
They
can
are
see
the
this
same.
with alcohol and in heroin, right? But there's a substantive difference between someone who does a little who has some heroin with their lasagna and someone who has a glass of wine with their lasagna. There's going to be different impacts on their lives. We
I know.
understand this,
That's what I'm
correct?
saying. The minute that someone finds out, you would put them into treatment. Like if it's a continuous pattern of heroin use, if it's a continuous pattern of alcohol use, the same thing that you would do for them, you put them in AA. You would put a continuous heroin addict into treatment. You wouldn't necessarily arrest them. You wouldn't necessarily arrest them and put them in jail for doing heroin in the comfort of their own house. That's what I'm. do you
Wait,
understand
so
what-
if you have somebody, let's say, who's drinking every day, but like they
Yeah.
aren't let's say they aren't driving and they're not attacking people, they're not beating people up,
Mhm.
they're just being they're just being like a pretty peaceful drunk, and they have a history of being a peaceful drunk.
Mhm.
Are you concerned at all, I guess, with the point that I've been bringing up of like the state coming in and dictating to you how you should live your life? Why is it
Absolutely
their
not.
business whether
No, if-
I drink?
If they want to be reckless with their
What
own
do you mean the
personal
state
alcohol
dictates how
use,
you live your life all the time? Like I don't think that's an argument, right?
They shouldn't. I want to minimize that as much as possible.
yeah,
Why?
I agree with you on that point because I don't think if you're drinking alcohol and you're being reckless with your own alcohol usage and you're not harming anyone, you're not creating a harm for someone else. You're not creating a.
Okay.
If
Okay.
you're only just having
Kycord,
wrongful
stop,
effects-
stop, just real quick, because I want to.
Whoa.
Oh, hopefully his.
Ah,
internet-
now we
Oh,
have
see,
nothing
now
but
the
base
battle's
drug
equal.
defenders.
Now we're
Hopefully-
equal.
Okay. Okay.
Let's
I'll
circle
circle on
jerk.
if I
Let's
have
do
to.
it.
Okay,
Now we're equal.
This has been
Now
a
we're
stuff
equal.
panel, but we're gonna get
Now
it.
Come
we're
on,
equal.
Wick.
Heroin.
Anyway, so let me ask all of you.
I'm pretty sure
So
lactose is
we keep
against us.
talking. We call.
I don't think lactose is with us. Sorry.
Lactoids in his own universe. Okay, so let me ask, right? Because
Please.
Kycord specifically, you keep saying that. Well, if they're not hurting anyone, even if they're hurting themselves, it's okay, right? Because we recognize that if they're not hurting anyone, if they haven't done anything wrong, they probably shouldn't be punished. But I don't think you believe this, and this is what I'm
Right.
going to ask you a couple questions to kind of
Please.
get at your belief here. If a company, a construction company, is going through. They've been building houses, but they haven't been following code, right? It hasn't been up to code. They've been doing faulty wiring. They just slapdash everything together, cutting corners for costs. All their shit is just really, really bad. But nothing's falling down, right? Nothing's breaking. There's been no fires. No one's got hurt yet.
Mhm.
Should they be charged?
Yeah. Eventually.
Why?
To the point. When I mean, if they're
No
not
one's getting
following-
hurt. It's a
Yeah,
pet.
if they're
It's
not,
their
if they're
own
not,
thing. No
they're
one's
not
getting
following
hurt.
proper safety, and someone can get hurt. The ability and the risk of someone getting hurt is there.
Okay,
when you're-
so when you have someone, when you decriminalize drug use for heroin, cocaine, and all these other hard drugs, right?
Mhm.
Do you not think that there is also that lack of safety, that risk that goes astronomically up? So why would you be okay with charging the construction company that hasn't been following the standards, who's just been playing loosey-goosey? while saying those people who want to just go drink it up, snort lines of coke, do all this heroin, why are they let off?
Because under your hypothetical, the construction company, there's going to be people around who will see that they're not following the code. I'm assuming will people know that they're not
Yeah,
following the
someone,
code?
so they figured it out.
Yeah. So eventually, when they figure it out for this person who's snorting cocaine in his basement every single night, we will send them to treatment, and hopefully they can be rehabilitated.
Okay,
At
so
that
you are
point-
for criminalizing if we find out, but if you can keep
No,
it
not
secret, you're okay
criminalizing.
with it?
We're not throwing them in jail. We are sending them to treatment.
Wait, so are you
We're
okay,
giving them-
or
It's
are
the
you
same- it's
not
kind of
okay
the
with
same
people
thing.
just doing drugs? Are you like okay with drugs, or are you just not?
Yeah, I'm okay
drugs
with
at all?
people just casually doing drugs as long as they're not making a harm for anyone else.
Wick, I want to
But I
answer your
think, like,
question.
If
The-
you're
the
doing
code.
like here's what I would say, right? If you have like a mother and she's doing meth, right?
Mhm.
Unless she can prove that she was doing meth in some like medical environment where her kids weren't around and they were being properly babysat, I don't know if we're like gonna live in a society where we're like, hey, it's completely like you can allow to be that negligent. You can be allowed to do that.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Under that hypothetical, though, once there's those children, give me age for those kids.
They're kids. They're like maybe like 12, maybe like 10.
Okay,
Like,
when they go to school, if they blab to their friends that their mom is doing meth, there's going to be an investigation. That mom is going to get sent to rehab.
wait, but are you not okay with her doing meth?
No,
what if
I'm
she's
fine
not
with her
harming
doing meth, but
kids?
if
What
she's
it's just
harming,
creating an environment where she might harm her kids?
oh,
Like,
then yeah,
it's
I'm
meth.
fine with her
But, like,
doing
what
meth.
if she's
If she's not going to harm her kids under meth, if she's
Okay,
under the
we don't know. This is a problem with policy. So we don't know what will happen in the future. We don't have crystal balls. We aren't oracles. We aren't
Mhm.
seers. But we make laws based on potential harm all the time. All the time. And this is good action. We see that if certain people engage in certain behaviors, the risk to hurting others or themselves goes up a lot, and we can put penalties on that, whether it be civil or criminal or a mixture of both, depending on the severity. And so, again, I ask you, right, if you have a mom
Okay.
doing any kind of hard drugs in their house, sure, they might be the 1 in a million who aren't going to actually
might be the
impact or
good
hurt
meth
the
mom.
kids. Yes, but we recognize that most likely it's going to impact the kids, and most likely that impact is going to be negative. Do you
Yeah, no.
disagree?
Yeah, because she should get treatment. We're not legalizing drugs. Drugs aren't not good. Drugs are not a good thing that we should support. We are just saying that they shouldn't be thrown in jail for doing drugs.
Why not?
Because
that's how you help the
if we
kid.
can- if we can rehabilitate them and get them to a point where they're not doing drugs, and
Why
it's
don't
a
we
safe
use
place
jail
for them
as
to-
a
Okay,
rehabilitation
hold on.
center? Why don't we find
It's not gonna help the
Okay,
kid.
stop.
place to rehabilitate people?
Okay. It seems like in countries like Norway and Sweden, they treat the addiction to drugs as less of like a criminal matter and more of like a mental health issue. For example, if you are addicted to drugs, then you have some kind of mental illness going on that is causing you to use drugs as a form of coping. So what they have is that since their taxes are so high, what they do is that they have programs where a select number of people, like a few thousand people every single year, are selected to be invited into this rehabilitation center to like this part of the country or different parts of the country where you are to go on like this rehabilitation program, and everything is paid, all the way from bedding, housing to like the entire program, the entire thing. And I'm pretty sure that the entire course of this rehabilitation program is actually cheaper than a sentencing and imprisonment of this person in their prison system. So, yeah, what's up?
Like, that's nice. We could. I'd be fine with having a program like that. But at the end of the day, this is like some okay. Like, if you want to come, we'll like have you join. What's wrong with just being like, listen, we're gonna like upgrade our prisons. We're gonna invest into our prisons, also having the capability to rehabilitate people with drug addictions, and being like, listen, if we keep catching you on multiple occasions buying drugs, using drugs, creating like unsafe situations for other people with drugs, we'll put you in prison and we'll have you go through that rehabilitation process in some confined space. Whether you have a choice or not, I don't know.
Here's the thing. just because like the word prison gets thrown around and like and prison is always associated with like bad and dank and rats and shit like that, right? Doesn't mean that I view prison as like permanently like that way, right? If we can turn prison into some kind of like rehabilitation kind of shit, right? If there could be like drug rehabilitation in prisons, I'm not gonna be the one to complain about it, right?
Let's I
you know?
understand.
Can I say two things real quick?
You
Fir-
can, but then I want to ground this conversation and just
Okay.
just real quick. Like I would like us to deal with like today, now, as the prison system exists now, right? That's what I want to center the discussion around.
Sure. So the first,
Yeah, sure.
I just
I want to talk
let me
about
correct one
Portugal,
thing.
but sure.
Yeah, I want to correct one thing. Sweden has actually very strong drug laws, and in fact, they're a lot stronger than the U.S. in a lot of ways. So people often lump in like Sweden and like because it's a Nordic country and these countries that have pretty lax laws. This is simply not true when it comes to Sweden. Just want to make that clear, right? They are a country that treats drugs very strictly, and yet they still have relatively better outcomes in some regards compared to America. So I mean that's just a fact, and I'm going to deal with the facts.
Didn't Sweden decriminalize like
No.
drug usage,
No,
or no,
no.
it didn't?
Portugal
Okay.
did. Yeah, Sweden did not.
Portugal did. Yeah. Okay.
Criminalize
To
use of
answer
possession
the
of sale
coding
and transport.
to answer the code question
Mhm.
as to whether or not you should be able to move into a building that wasn't built to code, I think it's perfectly reasonable that if you want, like, let's say you're a single guy and you want like a cheap living space where
No,
you're
I'm
going to
talking
live.
about building it, not
No,
living
I
it.
know. But if you want, like, let's say this housing built and like the person selling it, who builds it and sells it to you, is like, hey, just so you know, we didn't follow XYZ code. Like, just so you know, as an adult, or do you feel comfortable like living in this? And you say yes. I think that's perfectly fine, right? I agree with you that risks are something that needs to be acknowledged. But if people consent to risks over their own body, whether it be skydiving, bungee jumping, diving, or doing drugs and alcohol, or vaping, as we just saw on camera, right? If you want to consent,
Cringe.
That was water vapor.
Sure.
I would never.
If you want to consent to that kind of risk yourself, there is nothing wrong with that, right? The problem is the problem that you're conflating here, Wick, is when you're saying like, well, you know, we're going to dictate your personal risk tolerance using building codes as an example. I don't think the government should be involved in that, especially because I should have I'm assuming you agree that I should have the right to like more or less live my own life and take my own risks as I see fit.
But you do understand the difference between the buyer and the seller here in this case. One is a provider of things, right? So when we talk about the construction company, they are providing these things, and they're incentivized to do so because we allow, in your hypothetical here, we would allow people to purchase their product, and thus a market will be created, and markets will do what they will do. And I think that this will create adverse effects on people, and I think the risk is just too high to allow to happen, because unlike you, I am for some sensible regulations when it comes to things. I don't believe freedom at all costs. I think freedom should have limits, and these are one of those.
Sure.
limits.
And I
I think
recognize
the same thing with drugs, right?
I
That we
recognize
can
that.
recognize, just if I may, that we can recognize that drug criminalization has had some desultory effects. It's done some harm. But when we talk about decriminalizing things like heroin and cocaine and these other super hard drugs, no, there's a line here. I could get on board with you for like weed or something, right? But when we're talking about like the stuff that like you can't just do a little heroin, gang. Have you never known someone who's done heroin? They don't just do a little. I can't.
Most
think
people
of
who try heroin do not get addicted.
And
That's a
my
fact.
point with
No, he's
decriminalization is that
Canadian.
No,
if-
you
when
can
we
look
do
that
get
up.
addicted to
You can look
heroin,
that up.
We
It's true.
try to help and rehabilitate them so they're not addicted to heroin anymore, if it does happen.
Something I'm curious about, because Lactoid has like a different view, but it seems like Food and Key kind of have like co-aligning views. How do you convince a population to actually fund these programs? Because you talked about how like the reason a lot of these programs are kind of failing is because of this lack of funding. And I'm gonna be
Lactoid,
honest,
could I answer this
I've
as
been
well?
to city meetings, I've been to town meetings, and I've seen what these people care about. It's gonna be really hard to convince the people who are most active in these communities to like care about funding these programs that heavily.
It's
Well-
going to be cheaper than prison. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, no, I would say I would divulge some of the funds from prison because we spend so much as a society on a prison system. And if we didn't send as many people for really stupid drug charges to prison, I'm sure we can even just put a portion of that to rehabilitating them and helping them get rid of their addiction to whatever drugs.
Hold
they're
on, I want to
using.
talk about Portugal. Hold on.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in Portugal, I don't know what you guys. Is that the correct way to pronounce it?
Portugal?
Portugal?
Are you saying
Portugal?
Portugal?
Is it Portugal?
Yeah, the T is like
Portugal.
a CH. Portugal.
It's Portugal.
Oh, Portugal. Okay, well, listen. The pronunciation is retarded. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead, right?
Racist.
So, well, it's remedial. Okay, there you go. All right. So anyway, right? It just seems like overall, the decriminalization worked up until they slashed the funding for, I think, one of the government agencies for, was it like the, let me see what I wrote here, the oversight operation, yeah, in 2012, yeah. And it seems like they had a mixture. The reason that it worked is that they had a mixture of both criminalization and decriminalization at the same time. For example, they lessened a lot of the criminalization that goes on behind the drugs, but they didn't decriminalize it all the way. For example, if they saw you smoking some or injecting some crazy shit on the streets, right? They can't really confirm what you're doing in your mom's basement. They can't really confirm what the hell you're doing in your own house, obviously, right? Because we talked about that before, right? But if you're on the streets, that's something the cops can actually confirm. So they see that and they're like, okay, we're gonna give you an invitation, a red envelope to go to a rehab center. Go, you know? But you don't have to go. You don't have to go. But if you do go, then you can get a fine dismissed after several times. So you might after several. It seems like after several times you might get a fine, and you might get a fine dismissed if you do go, right? However, you are forbidden from smoking. You're forbidden from going back to the same area multiple times. And if you do drugs recreationally, you will get fined or something like that. And but then typically you will never get locked up for doing any drugs. You'll get fined. It seems like just the fine incentive alone will discourage people from doing these things. You don't need to lock people up in order to like discourage. But
I can follow that up.
Kind of fuck because I feel like
Huh?
I've heard so long ago about how fines, especially with these people in like less developed areas.
This
or
is just a
places that
poor
don't
people
have that much
tax.
funding.
That's what a
No,
fine is.
no. But
Like-
they only start charging fines once they get to a level where it is like a very repeat offender.
Okay.
And the thing is, in the middle, they have already offered a lot of like free invitations to go get treated. So at that point, they know for sure that it is your own free will that you're deciding not to get treated, and it is your negligence that
I
you're
also
not
wanna
getting treated, and it's not because that you're poor or whatever like that. Does that make sense?
Go ahead,
So
Kakord.
then in that
To support
Okay.
Food Shop's point, I want to say we did see in Portugal a decrease in overdose deaths and less transmissions from clinical diseases that went down as well.
HIV.
So I know HIV. So like what Lectelli said earlier.
Wait, hold on. Didn't HIV rates go up? And I'm pretty sure that's the only.
No.
Not
Wait,
in
didn't it?
Portugal. It went down.
Not in Portugal?
transmission-
HIV
That's-
rates in Portugal following decriminalization went down
Okay,
a
all right.
lot.
Okay, well, that supports my argument.
And there was
by
also
longing,
reports of
right?
like less social disruption. So I think in Portugal, the decriminalization of drugs was a huge success over there. So yeah, just to support Food Shop's point a little bit and Lactoid's point earlier about HIV transmissions.
I think it can be like that could be fine, you know, but like it still seems to be the case that Portugal right now is running into the issue of like how do they continue.
The
funding
reason
how
it's
they
running
get
into the
society?
issue
You
is
gotta
because
let
in
you gotta let FJ
2012.
finish. So.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go. Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna be running into that issue, and then like, bro, I've had liberal people sending me stuff about Portland and how Portland is becoming like kind of fucked because of some of the like needle sharing programs and things. It's not that I even think those programs are bad, but they just don't like how some of those programs aren't handled well, and it's making like parts of the city dirtier, and it's making it more like noticeable to them.
Yeah,
yeah.
FK. If when it comes to like legalization of drugs, like in places like Portland or like a more extreme example would be like Colorado for like things like weed. Going back to like a softer example of it, you know, we did see an increase in adults using recreational drug use. but it wasn't problematic. It wasn't There wasn't many people getting addicted. It stayed. Sorry, reports of addiction stayed at the same level in places like Colorado. So I feel like it's still not enough evidence for me to move on to say that decriminalization would be a bad thing, or that even legalization would be an awful thing.
Did they decriminalize hard drugs in Colorado? I know
No,
they did.
it was just weed. It was
Okay.
just
And
weed.
also
before they
psilocybin.
What does
Hey.
decriminalization even like fully
Sure.
look like to you?
Good
Hold
question.
on,
What
hold
do you
on.
mean,
I
Chris?
can't.
Sorry, food chops.
Oh no,
Legalize it
you're
all.
good. You're good.
No, don't apologize to her. He asked you a question, and I'm curious too. When you say decriminalization, what do you mean?
Oh, I'm just
Vending
saying
machines.
people. Yeah, no, people not going to jail for doing drug use, and first of all, in Colorado it was legalized, but
But like, are
in
you allowed to like sell it and all that, or is it just like?
oh no.
you
Well,
know,
you have to get like a license to sell it in Colorado, I believe. You have to you have to get like something.
There's a lot of states that have legalized marijuana, like a lot.
Yeah.
not just marijuana. Are you guys okay with that for everything? Is what I'm asking. Like, if it, like, should
Yes,
people be
yeah.
allowed to get licenses
Yeah, I
to
mean,
sell meth?
if you open a legit store and it's checked out and we know that there's nothing like crazy in your drugs, then I'm fine with it.
Meth. That's the crazy part of the drug.
I yeah, no,
Oh.
but like, okay, for example, like something like
Yeah,
opioids, like if
hope they
there's no
don't slip
fentanyl,
some
like,
meth into my meth, right? Like,
yeah, but
Wait,
I guess like overall, I'm fine
Wait.
with if it's checked out and it's like I would be fine with any safe
so
seller.
you'd be
Wait,
okay with
uh,
a corner store, like on the street, like on Main Street, downtown USA, downtown your favorite city, just having a heroin superstore with heroin, crack, meth, with all.
No,
the
I would want it to
supplies
be
you
an official
need.
dispensary, where because like
No,
if,
yeah,
let's
they're
say-
officially licensed. They're
Mm,
advertising it on TV now.
yeah, no, but
right?
like, Wick, I wouldn't want it
Oh,
to
that
be in
is a
like a
good question.
7-Eleven
Should you be
where like a
allowed
kid.
to advertise meth?
Oh, well, it
No,
should-
no,
it-
I wanna address
it can
the
it can
points.
be in
I
a
wanna address the
7-Eleven. Like,
Yeah,
as
I-
long as it's licensed.
Lactoid, I don't know about that because like if a child walks into 7-Eleven, what like I guess it would be over the counter, but
Yeah,
if,
like cigarettes.
Yeah, no, but I
had to
I
bring
would be
last.
more hesitant of having it in a place like that than an official dispensary.
And it's not going to have fentanyl in it, right? That's the other thing
Mhm.
about this that we're dodging,
Yeah,
right?
no fentanyl.
Look at the rates of overdose deaths in America.
The
A
illegal
lot of it
drug
is
trade
because
crazy with fentanyl.
a lot of it's because they don't think they're doing what they're actually
Wait, I
doing.
want to address average FK. I want to address average FK. So you said 2 points, right? So maybe we'll agree here, right? But basically, I think you said, oh, you'll look at Portugal, and they're having issues or whatever like that, right? But I said before that they slashed their funding for their government oversight program. It's basically, they slashed their funding, and I wrote here, right, from 76 million to 16 million in 2012, and they moved their oversight workforce from the state-based workforce to a non-profit groups-based workforce. And the difference there, right, is that the state-based workforce was, I think, is just simply more efficient, right? From what I can guess from there.
No, I
guess
can accept that.
maybe
but,
I
like,
can.
I'm asking
yeah.
why did they move that funding? Like, was it?
I-
Is it something that if there
it
was this big
seems-
support for it, like why?
I
would they
think
just
I
not
think I
continue?
think I think it's just that their economy went to shit and they probably had a lot of other things going on. Maybe, I don't know. This is just my guess. But it is a matter of fact. It's just a matter of fact that they fucking, like, they didn't just slash in half. They didn't just slash in fourth. They slashed it in six. You know what I mean? Anyway, for the Oregon point, right? For the Portland, Oregon point, or whatever. Like, no, sorry, not the Portland, Oregon point. For the Oregon point, right? Dude, Portland is burning. That's a funny name. Sorry. I'm very manic right now. So I'm on cocaine. Anyway, so the point is,
Illegal!
right?
I'm sorry.
Okay, finish your point.
So the point.
Please.
Oh, okay. So for the Oregon point, right? You said they're sharing needles and everything is a clusterfuck. The reason nothing worked over there is because they didn't have enough punishment over there. It's because they decriminalized too much shit over there. But then they didn't have enough punishment over there. They should have. They implemented everything that Portugal had, but they didn't implement, like, for example, the invite to the rehabilitation centers. They didn't implement,
even
like,
have
the
funding
fines.
to
They didn't.
put, like, into these rehabilitation centers.
I don't think so. They basically, I think they basically decriminalized everything, but they didn't have any of the rehab shit. So it was, like, ridiculous.
So it goes back to like how I'm asking you.
Wait, Portland, we can hear you.
Okay,
Portland, we can hear you.
real quick.
Maybe
Portland,
meth is
you
a
need to
bad
take
idea.
your mic and you need to crank it. You need to crank it up because
Shut
no
up,
one can
Victor.
hear you.
I'm just saying.
Sorry.
I'm more
Okay.
convinced now than I was before.
Second of all, I want to kind of recenter the discussion. It's nice to talk about other countries, right? But other countries are not America. I want to talk about here in the U.S. of A. Right? Is decriminalization working where it's been tried? And if we decriminalized harder drugs, would that have desultory effects on society that we're willing to deal with? That's the kind of question. I want to toss it to Portland first. How's Portland doing?
Personally, I'm fine. The city is, as you could probably guess, engulfed in flames at this very moment. Mostly the smoldering ruins of Antifa and their 2020 summer of destruction still, hanging over the city like a dark, shitty cloud. In all seriousness, though, there are some really big pitfalls to decriminalization without the full support of like the police infrastructure that's still going to be necessary to handle the crime that unfortunately comes as a result of people falling into extreme states of drug abuse that don't choose to go to voluntary rehabs. Unfortunately, we have plenty of rehabs or resources all over the city, but unless the state is willing to compel them in some way, there's really very little that you can do to keep people who don't want to utilize those services from falling into states of, shanty town residents and habitual drug dependency. We have a pretty good case for the problems that decriminalization can produce here in the city of Portland right now, where the resources need to be improved in emergency response services and police response services, because we have seen a dramatic increase in the amount of overdose deaths year over year since the decriminalization became official. We're up, I think, 51% in overdose deaths this year from just 2022, and no sign of slowing down. Unfortunately, there's just a really limited amount that the state can do without any sort of compelled rehab or criminalization. And that's why the mayor has tried to implement levels of local criminalization again for open air fentanyl use at the very least, and still was met with pretty extreme pushback from groups that didn't want to see any sort of penalties imposed or state compelled rehab of any kind. So it's really, really weird to hear people conflate decriminalization of all drugs with legalization of marijuana. Those two things are night and day in terms of their impact on the general public, in terms of their legislative kind of their level of legislative breaking from the norms that we traditionally accept in the United States. And by all means, there's some positives to decriminalization that we can still talk about. I don't support the prison industrial complexes packing with nonviolent drug users as just a general principle or on a practical level, but there are ways to handle it that are missed in the conversation here.
I wanna give Kai Court a chance to respond first to that. What do you think? If it's not working in Portland, we have an example in the U.S., right, where it's just it's failed. I'll be more blunt. Decriminalization has failed. It is causing worse outcomes across the board.
Get rid of it.
Yeah. Well, why would that not be the case just throughout America?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that first of all, Portland is a very specific example where we've seen just the leadership in Portland fail overall. Across the board, where we've seen a lot of large scale things fail in Portland in terms of how we've approached the politics of it. But with that, I would say that it's a case by case basis on how different states will approach decriminalization. And in places like Portland, where we know that it's highly contested with a lot of different outside factors that mitigate when you're talking about drug use, I would maybe argue that it might not be representative of other places in America, other states, other cities that might have a broader a broader use when it comes to decriminalization and how contested when jails would be less filled with that kind of issue instead of
What
having
do the
people
rest of you think?
go to jail for
Yeah.
that when you do recreational drug use.
I mean, you can look at
Portland, do you-
Portland, but you can also look at like Colorado, right? Or Portugal, or
Did Colorado
Illinois.
decriminalize hard drugs? I don't think they did.
Fair enough. So what they have done is they were the first state to legalize marijuana, and a lot of the same predictions that you're talking about were made at the time. You also saw that they're currently either have legalized or they're in the work. I think they already have of psilocybin, right? Magic mushrooms. And again, there's
Sure.
been nothing but benefits so far from that as well. I understand what you're saying. Perhaps like, this is very specific in that you only have a problem with like meth, heroin, and coke, like the three like
I mean,
really
there's
scary ones.
other drugs like that, right? That I don't know. I'm not a drug head. I
Sure.
don't know all the variations.
Yeah,
but
I don't either.
There is a group of here's my argument. Okay, that there is a class of drug that should not be decriminalized, should not be legalized because of the potential harms that it does not only to individuals but its use in society, what it creates. Because the people who do abuse it, even if there are a very small amount of people who actually abuse it, the abuse of this drug creates such a problem that we should say, hey, no, we're just taking these off the table. Now, again, I'm not an expert at this. Again, we have some dropouts, so I'm just kind of covering the bases here. But things like coke, heroin, and meth are very good examples. Opioids is another example that's devastated Appalachia. It's devastated rural areas, rural America. And in the cities, it's not doing well either, right? It's just been such a devastating pandemic where it not only was legal, but pushed on the public through for medicinal purposes. And
Also,
things
when
like
you
that.
talk when you talk to
The
the
real
people in those
problem that,
areas,
like-
right? Like all the interviews of the people in Appalachian areas, it always comes down to the same thing. They're not saying like, "Oh, we wish people could do could do meth in a healthy way." It's like, no, meth is like fucking our communities. These people are doing meth. They're not going to work. They're not like providing for their families. They're not even starting new families. They're like, it's one of two options, right? You either leave Appalachia or you stay there and you do meth, which is like, like I don't see this world where like meth becomes this like congruent part of society that's like helping out these communities where like you can do meth but in a healthy way.
So I hear that, and so I hopefully we have a little bit of time to hammer the freedom point. But if we're talking about like just effects, like just like measurable, like utilitarian brain effects, quick Google, 87.8 of all opioid related overdoses were fentanyl, right? And fentanyl is what's spiked in drugs. It's not what people are intentionally taking. The vast majority of people.
No. Hold on. There are literally fentanyl markets in Portland. It is entirely consumed as like the product that you intend to purchase. Widespread.
Hey, can you turn your mic up?
Yeah, I'm balancing, trying to not like have you guys come in on the mic. So pardon me. There are literally markets centered on the purchase of fentanyl. To say it's an unintended purchase is just like factually incorrect. It's
People will
very
cut
actively purchased.
My understanding is
fentanyl-
very
with
often
fentanyl
it's unintended. Like very
No,
often.
very often people will overdose because it's unintended. But like one of the issues that happens with fentanyl is people will use it as its own drug because like you can buy a shit ton of fentanyl for pretty cheap in comparison to other drugs and get a much higher high out of it.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah. Also,
there's
Portland, I would
mixed-
say that. Are you sure? You can go if you.
I want to ask one question though. If it's legalized and like the actual potency is listed on the product, so it's not like people don't know the potency of what they're using. I mean, do you think this would lead to more overdoses or less overdoses like we saw in Portugal?
Whoa! So now we're talking legalization, not decriminalization.
That's what I've been in favor of the whole time. Yes.
Yeah, that's a way worse fucking proposition. Regulating and like recreationally selling things like heroin, fentanyl, and methamphetamine to the general public, it would be an absolute nightmare
And
for the.
alcohol.
Wouldn't
I mean,
you prefer? Wouldn't
yeah,
you like
we
if you were
already-
going to the drugstore? Wouldn't you prefer like when you buy like I guess a fentanyl canister. It like literally says this percent fentanyl, right? Here are
No,
here are safe instructions. Here's who you call if you
I would prefer
overdose.
that not be an option. I would not prefer that.
It
to
is
be
an option though. You
Wait,
know
can't
that.
people-
You're in Portland. Like it is an
No, I
option there.
can't walk
Wait,
into a
can't
pharmacy.
people
and
You
say,
said there's
"I'm
open air drug markets. Like they're not gonna walk
Yeah.
into the pharmacy where they know what
Those are
percentage it is.
fucking
They're gonna go to some
Lactoid.
fucking skeevy
Lactoid.
guy where it gets shipped in from China where they don't know what the
Yeah,
fucking
but I
percentage is
wanna-
when they inject it.
Lactoid.
In regard to opioids,
Lactoid, measurably maybe, but like even still, we live in a world right now where you can do whippets. Whippets are measured out in little canisters. You could find all of the data or all of the info for how to do it properly. But guess what? People still fuck up their lives, fuck up their kids' lives, fuck up everyone around them by doing whippets and getting addicted to that.
Sure. Okay. So wait. This is a great
No, no,
example.
but-
So you want to ban whipped cream, motherfucker?
No.
Like
I would still punish people for taking advantage of that little thing.
of buying whipped
going
cream
out
and
of
using the
their way every
whippets.
time and getting if you get addicted and you start hurting people around you through your addiction, you should probably be punished for that.
Yes,
And
I
then
don't
you should probably be
disagree.
helped to stop your addiction.
Wait, I don't disagree. I don't. If you commit a crime and the crime is related to anything that you're doing, whether it be drinking, whether it be smoking drugs,
Yeah,
whether
but
it be
it should also be illegal to do whippets.
yeah, hold on.
It
You're
should
right.
be-
You're right.
it's
If
about
you have a
whippets, but it's
specific
about
person,
Wait, what the fuck are
no,
whippets?
it's air canister is within whipped cream. Apparently, like I'm not going to describe this because maybe some people don't know what it is. I don't want to tell them. But like, if what I'm saying is that like, if you have somebody who is like committing crimes because they're doing these substances, then of course part of rehabilitation would be you can't do this, right? AODA. If you get fucked up and you
No,
keep committing
step
crime
one
because
is
you're
you can't do
drunk,
this.
you
Step
shouldn't be
one
able to
is if
buy
we see you-
alcohol.
No, step one is if we see you out there using these whipped cream canisters, walking around the streets going, guess what? Fuck you. You're jail.
Fuck you!
I don't think
What
that-
a
I
waste
don't-
of
nah, that's
resources!
ridiculous.
Hunting down
Nah.
whippets? Come on!
Waste
I
of
don't know. I
resources?
don't know. I don't know
Punishing
if you
people
believe
for fucking
that.
up
I don't know if you
degenerating
believe
the
that.
society is a waste of resources.
I
Yes!
don't know if you believe that.
Degenerating society? Look at how you people talk. This is just like fucking
You people?
you people.
Okay.
All right, you and by you people I
These
mean the
Muslims
fucking
right now,
nannies,
just
the
so
fucking
everyone
nanny
knows.
state
Wait,
tyrants.
what?
Right? You want to come to my house and tell me what guns I can have. You want to come into my house. You want to tell me what substances I can
Wait,
use.
Lactoid
It's
has a
complete
point though,
bullshit,
right?
right?
Wait, hold on.
So
Lactoid has a
Lactoid,
point though,
what,
right?
you
Like,
wait,
like
Lactoid,
here-
what? You don't have any guns right now? Or
Hold
you
on,
have
hold on,
guns
hold
that
on.
are breaking
Hold on, Lactoid
regulations?
has a point though, right? Because if a store like sells drugs and you have to pass through government regulations, doesn't the government have to regulate like the ingredients and like the kinds of like balancing that
truth
you
in
have to go
advertising.
through
Because the
for
drugs
things?
is
Yeah,
a
no, that's why
problem.
we're
You
saying we
guys
should
look at
have
drugs
common
as if
sense
there's
dispensaries.
These little funny
Yes.
little things, but they're the problem. The drug in itself is the problem. I don't want a society where we
Sure.
just accept that.
No,
people
no,
Sure, that's
exactly.
true.
doing
No,
this a little
FK,
bit
you,
on their
Sure,
FK,
that's
you got
true,
it. You
but-
got it. Because the drugs are the problem. It's not the people.
Sure.
That's why we
No,
don't
no, no, no.
decriminalize
Sure,
it. We
that's
should
true.
have it.
Refer to this. Then I'll refer to this.
funding it a
We're
little bit,
addicted to
and
drugs.
then
No, I'll let you guys talk for so long. Oh my
We're
god.
not- we
Hey,
should
one
be
at a
throwing
time.
people
One
in
at a time.
jail for it.
Kycord, go ahead.
Wait, can I talk, please? Can I just give my spiel? And then you guys can go ham at it and fuck each other in the ass.
Kycord, then
Hold on,
food
hold on.
chops. Kycord, then food chops. That's the order.
Okay.
Oh my god, I let you guys
First, I
talk
want
for
to
so
say
long.
to first, I want
It's
to
been a
support
fucking sausage
Lactoid's-
fest in here. Okay.
I want to support Lactoid's opioid declaration against Portland's how you were describing it, because most opioids,
hate Muslims.
most opioid overdose deaths that happen initially started with medically prescribed opioids. So it's an addiction problem, not a legalization or decriminalization problem.
That wait. What the opioid deaths is not drug overdoses. Okay, those are two different things that we're talking about here. The increase in drug overdoses is not tied in any way to the broad increase in opioid deaths, which would be like the majority of them being medically prescribed. Those are two completely different statistics.
No, because
Yeah.
if you,
Yeah,
May I
they
finish?
are.
May I finish?
Sure.
No, because if you are getting your medically prescribed opioids and you're told to do a certain amount, and then you get addicted to those, and you overdose due to that, because whatever drugs you're doing. No, I'm being serious, Portland. I'm being serious. And then back to what we're saying about why should you have any right to dictate? If we're doing common sense, having available dispensaries, we're not going to send people to jail for doing drugs.
No, that's
Wait,
so
can I just
wrong.
wait?
If we're
I wanna
doing common
go.
sense, we're gonna be like, hey, listen,
Jeff.
we get it. Sometimes we don't have to go all out punishing people for doing drugs. But common sense is we don't want drugs to be an acceptable part of our society.
Food chops. Food chops. Go ahead.
Then shame it.
Okay. I can actually address everybody's points at once and solve this entire issue. Ready?
it, please.
So I know. Stop. is because I know Wick came in and said, oh yeah, I don't know why you're addressing other countries, and like this is not relevant to the discussion whatsoever. Okay, all right, you're completely wrong. I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, the reason we look at Portugal is because like one of the most inspiring things of why Oregon did its shit in the first place was because of Portugal. Okay, all right, but when we look at Portugal, okay, all right, the thing
How's that
is,
working
when
out
you
for
have-
Oregon?
when you have government and then you can regulate the things, you can regulate the ingredients, right? Because you don't want some like motherfucking Chinese person, right, selling you some weird ass shit and then having like the ingredients be completely unbalanced and
Low-key
sneak in a little bit
racist.
of fentanyl and then overdose somebody, right? Because when you have like government regulation and you actually balance it right, then no one's gonna get overdosed and they die from like cartinol or some shit like that, from like horse tranquilizer. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, but we're not selling it in stores, right? Because I know that is what average FK's concern is, right? We're not gonna sell it in stores. So instead, we're gonna do it in rehabilitation programs. Because if you go cold turkey, you're gonna die. If you go cold turkey, you're gonna die. So what you're gonna do is that you invite them to rehabilitation programs, right? You fund rehabilitation programs, okay? You put the tax dollars in that shit, okay? Except as you whittle them off, as you give them heroin and you give them whittle them off like bit by bit, that thing is going to be balanced right. That's gonna be balanced right, okay?
I'm
That's gonna be balanced
tired of
right.
playing the nice guy throughout this debate. If
You have
go
never
cold
been the
turkey-
nice guy.
if
You've
you
been the
go
mean
cold
guy this
turkey-
entire time.
If you go cold
You go
turkey
cold
from a
turkey, you
drunk
die.
and
You chicken,
that's
they
natural
die.
selection
What
at
part
this
of that
point.
don't you
I've seen
understand?
people-
Wait,
Oh my
wouldn't
God.
drug use be natural
Take
selection
your
then?
ass out of your
If
curly
you go
hair
cold
for
turkey from
once.
a drug
You are
and die,
actually
that is your
insufferable.
fault.
Stop
You deserve
vaping
that.
into the fucking camera. You're actually insufferable, okay? I know whenever you do that, Lactoid is over there and his boner's hard, okay? But he can't stand you, okay? All right, you need to stop doing
Why
that,
bring me
okay?
into this?
Right?
What the fuck?
This entire thing, I can see you fucking cringing every single time you vape into the camera, okay? Look at Portland. He is actually, look at him. He has gone through so many
I'm
of the
not
PTSD.
vaping. I'm
because
going down
Portland is
to the
burning.
Benjamin
I
town.
live in California. And I worry for Portland and I worry for Oregon because Oregon is my sister. Oregon is my sister and I care for Oregon. Oregon is a beautiful state, okay? We need to bring the glory of Oregon
I'm
back.
from Texas.
Okay,
We punish
all right?
druggies.
Dude, Texas is a dumbass, okay? Texas is a dumbass,
beautiful
okay?
state.
Everybody,
I walk the streets,
dude,
and when I
you
walk the
have
streets
a
of Texas,
stick.
not once
You
do
have
I
a
worry
stick up your
about some
ass
fucking
the size of East
heroin
Texas.
zombie
You have a
walking down.
stick up your ass the size of East Texas, and it's bigger than the vape
Okay.
stick that you're smoking right now.
Okay. Again, to say that they won't sell this stuff over the counter or in stores. I mean, they are. According to Portland, they have over the counter
There
dispensaries and things like that. Is that correct?
No,
That's fascinating.
What?
Fentanyl. There are things. Just Google it. There are things called fentanyl markets. They're like pop-up, basically fucking tent markets that people will set up.
Oh, sure. Like
in-
I get you.
They're
Okay,
They're gangs.
It's not a.
They're
They're illegal.
gangs. They're
That's it.
gangs.
It's like a wet market.
They're illegal.
It's
Yes,
gangs.
They're illegal.
Yes.
But the people who set them up and the people who are charged with sale of fentanyl to the general public,
Wait,
they
isn't selling all
routinely are
kinds of
released within like a couple of days to a couple of months. They have very, very low level penalties for even like multiple time repeat offenders for distribution and sale of, small amounts of fentanyl.
Sorry.
Obviously can provide a pretty significant amount of street availability to a lot of people, and fentanyl's potency means that has a tremendous amount of like potential to cause harm.
Where do
So-
those profits go when those drug dealers? Where do they get their drugs from, and where do the profits go from the sale? Right. That's the question.
Lactoid. My preferred solution would not be to like make competitive institutions to fight the drug dealers for their business, but rather just to like put the repeat drug dealers into longer periods of incarceration so they don't have the opportunity to feed our streets with hard drugs.
So wait, no, this is why I asked the question. Because I understand what you're saying, right? But
I know.
we are north of a narco state. That is only a narco state because of our laws, right? The fact that Mexico is as shitty as it is, the fact that it's a failed government, is because the cartels have taken over. And where do those cartels get their money? They sell it to gangs in America. And those gangs exist. What is their primary way of making profit? How do the Bloods make profit? How do the Crips make profit? The Latin Kings, all these groups, they make profits by selling drugs. Right? That's the main form of income. Like if you legalize drugs tomorrow, there goes the gangs in America.
I know.
There goes
Exactly.
the cartels.
That's a good
There-
thing. The
I'll
illegal
give
drug
you a
trade.
separate solution. I'll give you a separate solution. You make all
What's
people
wrong
who
with my
use drugs-
solution? What's wrong
you
with my
make all
solution?
people who use drugs
Yours.
mandatory reporters, and they're forced, if they don't tell us who's selling them drugs, if they don't drop that type of information, all they're doing is hurting the nation around them. And then they should be punished for not giving us
You've
that
just
information.
you've just like criminalized drug possession in a more
Yeah.
wordy way.
Wow,
I
you just
mean, like,
created
I
a terrorist
understand.
state. Wow,
Yeah.
you just created a
Yeah.
terrorist state.
Let's
wow.
make the
Like,
users
I'm
narc
just
on there.
restriction.
Sure.
Wow.
A terrorist state? Oh, it's like saying, "Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
you
can't rape
have.
children. If
You
rape
have
children,
told
it's
paranoid
mandatory."
and
Yeah,
anxious
guess what
people.
else I
You
would
made them
say?
even
I
more
would say if you
paranoid
have
and
information
anxious.
that a
They're
child is
already
being
on
abused,
drugs,
you
and you
should
made them even
mandatorily
more
report it.
paranoid. Why would you do that? You're so stupid.
$2 from Adarius to say thank you for reading this comment, Wick. You're welcome. $2 from PDX Pleb to say, what about plants these drugs come from?
I think we should wipe those plans from the face.
Tell
of
that
the
commenter that's a dumbass comment. Sorry.
I think we should
love you.
Criminalize the
They're
plant.
illegalizing nature. It's
We
fucking
should-
disgusting.
What I want
We
to
should
legalize
children
is
nature.
super
Guess what
chat.
else?
What I would love to legalize is super chatting and subbing to the channel and throwing bits for this whatever
That's a weird
this is
salute.
today.
That's a weird
That'd be
salute. Wick.
great.
That was kind of weird. What was that?
It is what it is.
Wait, to be fair, Curly,
my-
you
my-
did that
my
too.
problem here-
To be fair, Curly,
because it's
you did
natural.
that too.
Stop. My problem here with the side that is arguing for legalization or decriminalization is that, again, what effect is this going to have on society? We can see, again, that it's just going to make the community, people are going to be less safe. They're going to want to live here less. And we can look at this because historically, do you guys know in the 80s that Reagan, of all people, lowered the age limit for drinking alcohol? It went from 21 to 18. He lowered that. What happened? What happened?
A lot more
Drunk
DUI
driving and other incidences of alcohol abuse skyrocketed. They went up by a lot. I don't know the exact percentage off the top of my head, but it was
Are you
enough
guys pro drunk
that
driving?
within 2 or 3 years they repealed that and brought it back because it was just creating such a big problem. So when
Because
you
18-year-olds
decriminalize
are
or
legal.
legalize,
How does that correlate to the
wait,
current?
just when you decriminalize, but this is the part I'm going to explain to you. When you decriminalize or legalize or make the restrictions, legal restrictions, less on certain hard drugs, why would we see anything different in America?
But that- that-
I
hold on,
get
hold
what
on.
you're
It would be
saying.
the
I
same.
get what you're saying, but you're talking about the age.
No,
lowering,
let's talk
You're
about the
talking
80s.
the age thing. Because guess what? 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds and 20 and 21 years old are literally kids. They're kids. Okay, they're dumbasses. When I was a 19-year-old, do you know what I was doing? I was fucking a hole in the wall. Okay, I was fucking a
Stop
coconut.
yelling
Okay,
so
I don't know
much.
why you were doing that.
You're the story. I read that Reddit
What?
story.
Okay.
I read the coconut story.
Okay.
What? Why are you pointing at me
Maybe
like
we should
that?
outlaw coconuts because that shit happened.
What's going
See,
on?
Wick,
You said you
wait,
fucked a
Wick.
coconut.
When
Have
you're
you never read the
Please.
Reddit story?
wait,
I don't care about the Reddit story.
Okay,
Go
okay.
on,
Wick. When you bring up in the 80s, first of all, I take a little bit of contention with, it was so terrible they just didn't know what to do, so they had to kick it back up to 21. I think a lot of it had to do with a lot of the
What the
anti-drug,
fuck?
a lot of the anti-drug rhetoric, the war of drugs
happening?
occurred a little bit beforehand. But then here's the other thing, right? There's another example in U.S. history where we also regulated alcohol, as in illegalized it. And tell me, Wick, what was the result of that?
Well,
Oh my
it
God,
was
so
not
many
very
women were
good, right?
No, it
We
was good.
saw
so many women were
gangs.
happy.
We saw unsafe products.
Yeah,
we
because
saw.
that's not the fault of deregulating alcohol. That was the fact that our government was just interconnected with these fucking gangs because it was a loose era. But if we had strict up those fucking positions, if we made sure our government didn't have these tied connections with these gangs or these mafia members,
Yeah.
we could have punished it. And guess what? At the end of
Because
the
we're
day,
doing so
those
good at that
women
now.
those women would continue to get to go home, being like, you know what? It is the 30s, but guess what? My husband isn't beating the shit out of me. I'm happy.
No, but
like I'm living a
How
good
does it?
life.
Wait, you know the
Okay, I
Klan
just
took
can't
your
see
position,
how you
right? How
say
does that feel,
And
huh?
Specifically in relation to in
Okay.
relation to Portland's point about the fentanyl trades or whatever we're talking about in Portland. You know, if we decriminalize drugs, I'm almost certain they would probably go down because the root of drug trafficking is the illegal use of those
Wait,
drugs that are being cycled.
We should kill
No, it's
cartel
the
members.
sale of drugs, which is a lot easier to accomplish when
No,
it's
if
been,
it's
when the
legal,
possession of
then
them has
it's
been
fine.
decriminalized.
No, but we're talking about, you know what drug traffickers do? They drive
Why
up
have-
violence, they drive up murder committed in these places,
Would
like
you be
Portland.
against lining up our military at the border to clear out drug trafficking?
Would
God
you be?
damn it,
Yeah.
You guys are fucking idiots. Kai Cord, can I ask you a
Do
question?
you really
What
think they just
specific-
breached
Hey,
the
let
law?
Portland go. Let Portland go. Let Portland go. Portland, go ahead.
You said earlier that decriminalization in Portland has had such bad results because of some other failures, but you didn't name anything specific. Can you name some specific things that you think are the reasons that decriminalization has had objectively disastrous effects on the city of Portland so far that you would point to as like the actual causal factors and not just the widespread use of drugs
And
in the
before you
streets?
answer that, $2 from Medarius to say women be less capable. Thank you for
True.
the
Okay,
$2.
which
True,
Darius
true,
is
King.
this? What the fuck?
King, send $5.
No, Portland. I
The
would.
meme.
Yeah, so I would relate that to how the police system in Portland is and how they don't really focus too much on the drug traffickers. I think that's another reason why the drug trade in Portland is so large as it is right now. They're focusing on finding the individual people who are doing the drugs as opposed to cracking down on the drug traffickers themselves.
No. They're literally not. Like, we decriminalized drug use in Portland. We're not arresting people for individual drug use. What do you mean, Portland
I know.
police
I'm
are-
saying we would be putting them in treatment if the Portland government handled this. When police officers see people doing drugs, they would, like what food shop said earlier.
Oh
about how
my
we
god!
So you want
Food
compelled
stamps was
treatment?
crazy.
Yeah,
no, about
what was-
allowing them to
compelled
fine,
treatment.
either get a fine or either getting them treatment, something to
Yeah,
help
that's
them make sure
criminalization.
they don't do it. Yes,
That's criminalization.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So they're not doing a good enough job
Okay,
with it.
I think we're having a
Because
disconnect.
policies
I want to build this
criminalize
bridge here
drugs.
because you guys are saying the same things but differently. So what? First of all, PDX pled for $12. It doesn't matter what side of the drug war you are on if you don't acknowledge horticulture as part of the drug war. You're just being naive. We have plants like San Pedro that are in a legal gray area. But to bridge this gap, so what Portland here is saying, Portland is saying that by forcing people to go to rehab, compulsing them to do, that is a form of criminalization. Is that correct?
I agree with that.
I absolutely.
Because if you don't do the mandatory thing, what happens? So in Kai Kord's world,
Thank you.
right, where you've made it so they mandatory rehab. What happens if they don't go?
They would.
We nicely
They
send
get
a cop
fined.
to grab
They're not
them by
gonna.
their
They're not
neck.
gonna go to jail. They'll I'd probably go back to the fining
Wait,
system
just a
where
fine?
They get a
But what happens
strongly
if they don't
worded
pay the
letter.
fine? What happens if they don't
You,
pay
you
the
muted
fine?
yourself, Portland.
if they don't get
Oh,
if they don't pay the
fine.
fine, then they would be getting arrested for that, for not paying the fine, not for
So
not
if-
doing drugs.
wait. So then wait. So if they don't pay the fine, do we just send them to jail for not paying a fine, or do we give them that rehab afterwards?
Yeah, no,
Or
but
do
you
we
don't.
go like, no, you're going to jail for not paying
You
the
can
fine. You don't
you
get the
can
rehab.
endlessly gain fines for something that you're not doing.
So do we just endlessly put them in jail for fines, or at any point do we give this person the rehab they need? And
We
that
give them the
would
rehab they need.
involve-
We force them into rehab.
Oh, so we force them at some point. So what's the
Yes.
difference between what anything you guys were saying and my policy, which is just we fund these prisons better. We
Don't
go like,
say you
"Listen,
guys.
You already have these. Yeah, you guys. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like
I
of course, between,
You can direct
like
me.
all of this policy here, any of the policies recommended, and just being like, listen, we continue to fund these prisons. Maybe we fund them better and demand that they like do other things with their funding. And at the end of the day, if you're on drugs and you have like an addiction, somebody pulls up, grabs you by your neck, and goes, "You're going to prison, and you're gonna get this you're gonna get this help you need."
Yeah, we're not gonna. Well, they're gonna get the help they need. They will hopefully go through a program and be able to.
You're saying hopefully. I'm saying make.
So
I'm saying,
Portugal
like, you
at
make
its
them
height
no.
had
fine.
drug
Well,
panels. They had
when
drug panels
I
where
said
you were
Oh,
forced to
they
show
have their kid
up.
with them.
No, when I said hopefully, I would be saying we're gonna make them go, but hopefully they would be recovered by the
And
time
if you
that they
don't
get
show
out.
up to drug panels, you will be arrested.
So that's
True.
just criminalization. That's what it is. It's
No,
criminalizing
it's
drugs, you guys are
criminalization
saying
with
it
extra
nicer.
steps, which
Is
is what I
rehab
supported
criminalization?
this entire time. Sorry, this is
You're
what my
still
take was
muted on your
different.
end, Portland, by the way.
I'm like,
but-
oh, I'm fine. Like if it's
This is-
just
this is what
extra
my take was
steps,
the
I'm
entire
fine with extra
time.
steps, but like.
No, but there's a difference. You were literally advocating for hunting down people who glazzy in their mouth on the streets or some shit. I don't know what you were talking about.
What did I say? What?
For like frosting in their mouth.
Oh yeah,
Whippets.
if they,
Did you
if
really
they're
fuck
doing
a
whippets-
coconut, dude?
Yeah, if they're on the streets doing whippets, it's like if they're on the streets drinking alcohol, kill them. I'm sorry, no, I'm kidding. That's crazy. That's wild. That's wild. That's out of pocket in a video game.
Okay,
Can you
dude.
say that
Okay,
again? You wanna say that
Duterte.
take again?
Fucking, I don't know.
wanna
This
see
is
that
the
right away.
Philippines.
I want to
wasn't
reground this
recording.
in
I
reality
want
a
to
little
record
bit.
exactly what you said and post it.
Okay, I want to reground this into
I'm gonna send
reality.
it to Destiny.
Well, I need to mention one thing, Chad. I
Please.
was going to say, forcing people to go to rehab has dramatically lower success rates than people going voluntarily. Like to the
I
point
feel
where
like we just don't keep them in there long enough.
So, but which is more effective? Someone
Honestly,
who doesn't go to
sorta
rehab
true.
at all, or someone who's forced into rehab? Because
The very rare-
I would assume there's
Also, the
some
way we do
percentage.
just
rehab.
just real quick, the variables that we have to compare aren't the people who go voluntarily versus the people who go forcefully. That's not who we're talking about. What we're talking about is the people who don't go at all. That's what we got to compare to, right? The people who don't go at all and instead just go and fuck shit up.
Wait. I found one study that it's only 2% successful.
Dude, these people who are like these people we're talking about, these people who are like actually addicted, like fucked, their whole life is fucked. It's built around like getting their next hit. These people, it's not just rehab. Rehab to them isn't just like you go into a building and stay there for like a couple weeks and you get better, right? Rehab to them is how the fuck do you rebuild your whole life? What is it even like to live a normal life? How do you get yourself on like some type of normal schedule? What are the skills that you've like developed that like you might be able to use for jobs? You like the reality is, I think the best way to do it is through prison. It's funding these systems because you're trying to rebuild these people's lives. You're trying to put them in an environment where you can like kind of control for like external factors and help them like take those next steps.
FK,
And
if you
it's
get
not
arrested
just
for
their
heroin
life.
use,
Just real quick, Kycord, then you can go next. Again, it's not just their life that is being ruined. Drug addicts ruin the lives of their families. They ruin the lives of their friend groups. They ruin everyone around them. Everything they touch turns to dust and ash. It is a
Family too,
terrible
sorry.
thing. It creates burdens on all of these groups that we can't just ignore as if they're only hurting themselves. They're not only hurting themselves. Kycord, go.
yeah, no, FK, to your point, I want to say that when you just don't do anything at all, it's much worse. We need to, if we bring someone to rehab and we help them get back and accumulate to society, if you send someone to jail, how many heroin addicts do you see come out of jail free from heroin? They're not addicted to heroin anymore, are able to get a job as easily as they would have before they went to jail. At least if you decriminalize it and allow them to go to therapy, allow them to go to rehab, increase funding for those places in cities like that, at least they don't have that criminal charge on them. And when they turn their life around, if they turn their life around, they're able to get that job that they want. They won't have the effect of, having this charge laid down on them for being a convicted felon for using heroin or distributing heroin.
But it's not
No,
just
wait,
just real quick. It's
distributing
not
heroin.
it's not just them, the user, that we have to be. It's not just the addict that we have to worry about and society should care about. It's society. Society should care about the commune, the whole, as well as the individual.
The
And so while
commune.
yes, get them the help they need, but it cannot be at the expense. It cannot be at the expense of the victims of these addicts, right? It cannot, because that's what happens when you just do not deter this enough. And I guess I'll ask you this: do you think that prison is a deterrent?
Me? Yeah,
Yeah, you.
Of course, prison's a deterrent. I mean,
Okay,
and
so why would we
and
not
so is
want to deter people from becoming into becoming addicts in the first place? Like, why don't we just we not want to say, hey, not only will you fuck your life up, but the daddy government's going to come in and make sure that you go to jail for a while.
because why would I wouldn't want anyone to, for those I would still try it, for those who might be pushed into peer pressure, for those who might end up accidentally taking fentanyl and then failing a test when they a drug
Okay,
test.
I don't look. If someone
Accidentally.
accidentally takes a drug, that's different than like. Look, we don't
No,
usually
but you can
criminalize
get arrested for that.
accidents.
There's been
Only
many
10
people who've
years
been
ago,
arrested for
man.
I don't know
actually
who
taking
said it
drugs.
before, but coupling prison with a rehab program sounds pretty good. But
Yeah, I
It was
mean,
me. It was
maybe.
me, Nace.
We have
Or
okay,
you
never
do.
mind. I changed my mind. You suck. I
No,
changed my mind.
changed your
or
mind.
you do this, or we do what we did to drop smoking rates from, which is nicotine's one of the most addictive drugs out there. We did to drop smoking rates from nearly half of Americans in 1950 and 60, all the way down to what is it, 14% today. We never criminalized it. We never illegalized it. We just educated people a lot on the possible ramifications.
Yeah,
that
but
come
that's a
to you
slow
from-
term.
from
That's a
cigarettes.
long time.
Yes,
but
yes,
that's a long term thing.
this involves some. Yeah, I think this is a much long term. It's
Would
a
it or
much
would it
better
not
idea.
Drop the rates lower if we just stop stores from selling cigarettes.
Sure, I don't disagree. If you want to turn the country into a police state, you could probably eliminate all use of any substance.
Yeah, but then
honestly.
cartels
we
will
could put
start
cameras
selling
in your fucking in your
cigarettes, bro.
bedroom
Yeah.
to make sure that
Yeah.
you're not taking the fucking drugs. We
Yeah.
could do all that
Because
if
guess
we
what?
really wanted
There's
to.
things we know that
But-
are better for you.
But I endorse the idea of, hey, we managed to drop cigarette smoking a tremendous amount while not stomping on people's rights and freedoms. Which
Yeah,
I think,
why do
and
you
by the
think
way,
we don't do
I
that
think
right
I think
now?
I think compulsory drug treatment sort of does that. I haven't seen compelling evidence that it actually works, is actually provides any kind of benefit.
gotta go print
So I almost wonder if that just sort of is prison, but by another
Okay.
name.
Okay, couple things. $2 from Darius. Darius, you keep super chatting for $2, which I appreciate. But let's add a 0 onto that for one of these, please.
What?
Okay,
the-
Darius for $2. That's the cutest baby I've ever seen. Fair
Toronto's
enough.
confirmed.
$10 for Temperate Takes. Whether you build a rehab center or turn a prison into a rehab center, they're both rehab centers. Once you turn a prison into a rehab center, it's no longer a prison. And well, I would
What?
disagree on that. But $2 from
Oh.
Darius. What does Lactoid think about the '94 crime bill?
Have you ever seen a Nordic
Adariah said
prison?
that.
That shit's crazy.
Adarias.
I'm
That shit looks like a hotel room.
I'm against any kind of I'm against strengthening laws against nonviolent activities, including loitering, right? But I am totally in favor of making much stricter laws on violent crime. And I think that if we actually punished addicts for the other illegal shit that they did, we would solve the problem without infringing upon the rights of the peaceful addicts, right? The people who are not, or the recreational non-addicts, right? That's the point. But to the extent that we're throwing murderers in jail for very long periods of time, or people who keep 3 strikes, who keep committing violent crimes over and over again, I don't have very much sympathy for violent criminals at all.
Here's the
The
thing.
recreational mother
Here's the
who
thing.
keeps getting
The
fucked
reason
up.
the reason I am more hesitant to send people who like drugs addiction and stuff like that to American prisons, because American prisons are generally just, I don't know, they just feel more brutal, I guess. I don't know, but yeah.
So once again, right? Even if prison's nice, right? I want to take on Temperate Take's take here, because I do think that if you make someone live in a place that's compulse them to do so, compulsory, that's still prison. It might be a nice prison, a fancy prison, a comfortable prison, but a prison it remains.
That person
And-
wants to do drugs.
Addicts
Wait,
are
what?
already prisoners. That's a good point too. Addicts are prisoners to themselves. What we're just doing is removing them from the streets so that they can't hurt other people. And
No.
why are we against keeping people who, again, have a huge potential to hurt
Huge.
others away from potential victims? I just don't understand it.
It's not only that, Wick, it's also cheaper just to convert these prisons into centers, right? You already have a confined area. You have a location where you have a population that is they have no other choice, right? They're gonna be there. You have the capability, because you have the staff to make sure that this is safe for medical professionals to do what they need to do. At this point, I just see it as all you got to do is fund it a bit more to maybe build out separate sections of the prison for only drug use, and then fund
Yeah.
it more so they get better medical care.
Based.
Okay, so we're all good with a compulsory prison if it's nice.
No,
Is
no.
that the consensus?
Wait,
No,
why
why
not?
not?
Why can't we
It's
have
not
nice
the
prisons?
consensus. Throwing people in prison for not harming people is not for if they commit crimes.
Well,
sure,
yeah,
make
but
them
if
work.
they-
I'm good on that. Right, make them work. Right, put them to
Being an
work.
addict is a harm to the people around you.
Hold on. When you say being an addict is a harm to the people around you, what do you mean by that?
If you yourself, right, have an addiction to drugs such as heroin.
Wait, hold on. I don't have the exact
marijuana,
same take
Let him
as them.
finish. Let him finish. Come on.
anything else, right? You are in turn going to be causing issues, and issues such as like interpersonal issues. You're going to be causing like a detrimental harm to the people around you because the version of you that you're selling to them isn't really you. It's this altered state of you, and it's a state that has a dependency due to other issues you've never been able to deal with. And like, I mean, if you could prove that you don't have any issues and you're just this magical addict who only has like a special addiction that's not causing a harm in your life, maybe, but I find that hard to believe. I
Okay.
think in most cases, when you're an addict, you are causing harm.
Okay.
Let me respond to this real quick. So I understand what you're saying. I think that you do have examples of functional addicts, but regardless, I will agree with you that we probably should socially discourage any kind of substance abuse and fast food and all the bad shit, because generally speaking, it probably doesn't have the best effects for people. I don't deny that. But that being said,
Prison is just
when
a
you're
strong
talking
form of
about
social
harm,
discouragement.
no, it's not. When you're talking about harm, right? I am only particularly interested in harm if it's violating somebody else's rights. In the same way of you could have somebody who gets fucked up every night, let's say, but like they are as much of a dick to their family as a sober guy is to their family, but the sober guy is just a dick, right? I'm not in the business of regulating other people's personality to try to optimize how nice they are or optimize how, friendly and easygoing they are. That's not my prerogative. My prerogative is merely to, you can do what you want until you start fucking with other people's shit.
So
and
you
if you
keep
fuck
saying,
Isn't
Yeah,
Hold on,
yeah,
you can
Black
fuck with
Phillip.
other
Real quick,
people's
real
shit
quick.
by draining the family's money, right?
okay, if you're stealing
Black
their money,
Phillip.
then we throw you to
Drugs.
prison for that.
Blackwood,
Yeah.
Blackwood.
You're not
You keep
stealing them.
mentioning-
You're just.
You keep mentioning like social stigma, right? You keep
Yeah.
like, oh, we reduced cigarette use through social stigma. Social stigma doesn't always work, right? We used to socially stigmatize a lot of things that have become mainstream today, right? When we see this social issues and things like that, we used to socially stigmatize Black people, right? Obviously, we criminalize them as well, but then we decriminalize them, and then we socially stigmatize them for a while.
Black.
And they
Was it good to decriminalize Black people, Wick?
yes,
Okay, good.
absolutely.
All right.
No, I'm just
Oh.
demonstrating to you.
I don't know
that
about that, Wick. I don't know if we should
Social
have Black people be
stigmatization doesn't always work. So my question is,
Personally,
when
I'm
you
racist.
socially stigmatize something, these drugs, these hard drugs, say we decriminalize it, then we socially stigmatize it to reduce it. Doesn't work. What then?
Yeah, okay, so
At what point do we say,
Sure.
okay, daddy government, come in?
yeah. I haven't heard the Black person take before. I'm generally want to focus on things that we should socially stigmatize because like we should. And cigarettes are a great
Would
example
you say
of
you
that.
should socially stigmatize parts of Black culture?
Absolutely, and there's nothing wrong with
what?
that. I mean, if you want to get into, we can turn this into like a racial discussion, but within
No,
Black,
no,
within
just a quick example.
Boring.
Sure,
We'll go back
quick
to
example.
drugs. Just a brief example.
Within Black culture, there seems to be a like sort of hyper masculinity and a like cultural acceptance of violence that does exist within that culture that I think should be socially stigmatized and should be deprioritized. Am I wrong? Is that like a bad thing to say? We should obviously, but I'm not going to criminalize somebody like liking that or criminalize someone's ideas or what they happen to do in their spare time as long as they're not infringing upon the rights of other people.
Well, what about like rap music? Do you think you should be allowed to charge people based on? Like,
This is a great example. Wait. This is actually a great example because
criminalization
there's plenty of studies that show both violent video games and rap music are strongly correlated with commission of violence. And there's been numerous studies done that like exposing people to this shit beforehand actually increases their aggression following. That's 100% correct. I'm not wrong.
Yo,
on that.
average FK, come to my side.
But there's
Okay,
plenty
come
of
to my
people.
side.
There's plenty of people who play violent video games or listen to rap music and don't commit
FK, you
crimes.
look like a
So
gamer.
I'm curious, Wick. Wick, if I could prove to you, this is a question for you, Wick. If I could prove to you, and through studies that I may very well have, that rap music is directly correlated with violence, and in fact, lab studies seem to indicate that it might cause aggression. Wouldn't you be in favor, for the benefit of society, to get rid of rap music?
No, there's a
Yes.
scale here. There's
Okay,
a scale
sure.
here of potential.
It doesn't hit
danger,
the
right?
threshold, sure.
It doesn't hit the threshold.
And weed
Whereas
doesn't either.
Something like Coke, yeah, weed doesn't hit the
And
threshold.
magic mushrooms don't either. And LSD doesn't either. And
Well,
most
it depends.
drugs.
It depends. Psilocybin specifically. It depends. I'm less sure about that one. I think there's so
literally
many
stories of
benefits
people
to it.
killing their
I know.
families on it.
There's so
bro.
many benefits.
Same
to it
with
for
rap
PTSD
music.
victims and things like that. Medical benefits. I'm saying that I don't know about that one. I don't know enough about psilocybin specifically. But when we talk about things like heroin and meth, absolutely, it has devastated communities.
I would just
Right,
say the
sure.
magnitude is just not that high. That's it.
Which is
Sure.
why
The
Wait, wait,
magnitude
so
is
I
just
do
not
let
that
me-
high.
let me-
So
because
yeah,
when
rap
we say
music
that we're
and violent video games
decriminalizing-
do not have the same effect, right,
No
in
taste,
scale
gut lichen.
as a meth addict, right?
Well, would you say something like TikTok did, considering TikTok literally had whole trends of kids fucking up their schools just for a trend?
Okay, low-key, you're really based, but like I'm actually very surprised. I very much like how you've been handling this debate, but I first of all, I'll answer your question first. Yeah, I do think TikTok has had a lot of social stigma against it that is not necessarily negative, but I don't think we should be banning TikTok overall, not across the board at least.
The stigmatization of TikTok also
We have
has
to
not
ban a
worked.
lot of other
to be
things as
clear.
well. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well,
You
man,
want to ban rap
Yeah,
music?
finish.
yeah, no, with Lactoid's point, I agree heavily with how he's approaching the social stigma aspect of drug use, because I do think once you decriminalize it, we're not advocating for drugs. We're not legalizing it. We're not advocating for drugs. No one should be. I don't really. In fact, I don't do drugs at all. I don't do weed. I don't do any soft drugs. I don't smoke cigarettes. But I don't think that anyone should be arrested, especially when we know more or less that those who are arrested for drug use, a lot of them have been one or dones. A lot of them have been in high proportion to different communities than other communities. It's something that I find to be a very difficult question to say that we should legalize to say that we should to say that drug use is something that we should be arresting people for. And that's why I support the decriminalization of it. So, and I think a better example, which we talked about it earlier in the debate, was alcohol, because I do think alcohol is something that we've seen the long-term effects of. We've seen how it's treated us, and we've brought up in many different scenarios. But I do want to say that I don't think a lot of drugs, including type A drugs, like hard drugs, are as bad as alcohol. I don't think that, like, I think we should have alcohol be on the same level as this. I don't know why we
Well,
don't criminalize alcohol.
The issue with alcohol, and the reason that I would argue that it is so bad, is the ease of access and the lack of criminal penalties. I do think
Mhm.
we should regulate alcohol more than we do now. Maybe a
Yes.
hot take, maybe something people won't like, but
It's
I
a good
do
take.
think that
It's a
the
base
How,
take.
how
Good
would
job,
you do
Blake.
it? How would you do it?
I
Yeah, I would
don't
love to hear
have
that.
any specific advocacy at this point, right? I don't think I have any specific, like, oh well, because we regulate it a little depending on times, like you can't buy it after certain times, right, on certain days, etc. And we regulate around motor vehicles and things like that. But I think that, like, having some sort of penalty, harsher penalties if you get drunk, like much like a hate crime, right? Pending a hate crime onto an actual crime will increase the severity of what you get. I think that if you are drunk or high while committing a crime, your penalty should increase as well,
Mm.
right? So, for example, if you are domestically abusing your partner, if alcohol is involved, your penalty should be harsher. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't think I understand what you're saying. I just don't see like why it necessarily makes sense. I understand like you could maybe match like the punishment could be aimed at treating like if the goal is any kind of rehabilitation, you would want to like try to resolve the alcoholism and remove access to that if that's what's leading them to do the bad action that they've already been convicted of, right? But if you let's say you have somebody who's like sober and beating the shit out of their wife, I'm actually kind of more scared of this person because they've
Wouldn't
shown
that be worse?
yeah, they've shown a propensity to do this even when we don't like we can't just take away the alcohol from them. They're doing it anyway. Like holy shit, this
I'll take
person's
my
crazy.
They're consciously doing it, but when you're under
Yeah.
the influence, you're more prone to
Well,
more suggestive ideas,
well, the
right?
goal of this, and again, this is just off the cuff, right? Again, like I said, I don't have specifics to advocate for, so it could be a really stupid idea. I'll admit that could be a
Mhm.
stupid idea, but my goal here is simply to make alcohol less accessible. I think that it should be harder for stores to get a license to sell alcohol. The penalties for
bars.
stores violating, like selling to minors, etc., should be even higher than they are. And I don't think it should be as easy to get alcohol as it is right now in America today. I can order it online.
Sure, if you
I
want
can
it,
like
have it delivered
in
to
the
my
most
house.
fair
I
enough.
think the most realistic policy you get out of that is literally having just an ID system and having a tracking system where it's like every store that sells alcohol, you can track where that can comes from, what store, and who it was sold to.
That seems like a lot of investment to put onto
I mean, it's a
every
lot, but that's like the best
single
way to punish it, right?
can't.
That's like,
Well,
Yeah.
alcohol has been so terrible for society. I think I think we are underselling what would, like, if alcohol disappeared, if I could snap my finger and make alcohol disappear, the benefits, both health-wise, societal-wise, and on all levels, the benefits we would see would be immense. Immense.
That's true with every unhealthy activity.
yeah, but
Not
we
not to
probably
the
should
same
be-
extent, though, right?
No. I think to a more if tomorrow if tomorrow we lost the ability to synthesize high fructose corn syrup from corn for some reason, like the overall health of America would increase far greater than removing any single illicit substance by far.
I feel like the process of synthesization of like that chemical would be very useful for humanity.
What?
I feel like it has other uses.
The
I feel like
Trib
that whole
one-
process
No, high
has
fructose
other
corn syrup
uses.
makes like corn-based sweetness.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Sure,
not,
the
it's not
the
just
Trib
only
one
used
for
that
$2
purpose.
says, I think the solution is more cops for real, no cap on a what? I don't know.
True,
He
true,
didn't
true.
Tell them
finish
they
that. Thank you.
stupid.
But let me answer you, because again, if I snap my fingers and got rid of high fructose corn syrup, right? Yeah, health benefits would improve, but I think that that's not the same level as what would happen. Like no one beats their wife because they had too much high fructose corn syrup.
They might not beat their
No
wife.
one
Oh,
goes
wait, hold on.
in
This is
drunk-
gonna sound
they
weird.
might not.
It's gonna
Wait.
sound
Wait.
weird.
They
There's
might.
a lot of there's a lot of relationships.
Hold on,
that
you want to
are
be careful.
very-
You want to be careful. You want to be careful, right? Because once you snap your fingers enough times, you're gonna take away a lot of enjoyment in life as well. Okay, like that's a measure that typically people don't really factor in because they're like, oh, let's weigh like the health benefits or whatever benefits. But like, if you sure, with alcohol you can make a far stronger argument because I would actually agree with you, right? But with something like high fructose corn syrup or like sugar, like sure, you can make an argument that on the net benefits are like positive, right? But at the same time, it's like, man, a life without sugar, is that a life worth living? You know what I mean?
could you-
Wait, you wouldn't miss it because you
Could you
wouldn't
make
know
the
what it'd be
argument-
like.
I mean,
Could
we
you
would
make the
have
argument that at the
lots of
bare
arguments.
minimum,
I
considering
just
that's, like-
I just assume like it's in the middle of my life, and I
We
knew
would
what sugar was like
forget.
before.
We would forget.
Hold on.
Okay.
No,
missed it.
could you
I
make
missed
the
it.
argument though that like
In that case,
Like,
fuck
even
it.
if not like, okay, we're gonna get rid of sugar right now because it's so ingrained in our lives. Could you at least make the argument that we should probably have expectations for these companies not to be selling like extremely high sugar
This is so
products?
fucking stupid.
Then we should
Two
put regulations.
children,
Like
sure.
other
Portland
countries
fact,
put
Portland
regulations,
fact,
so
I
why
wanna
not
give-
us?
I want to give Portland a chance now that he's done with his family business.
We have an organization in the United States called the FDA. We have similar organizations in basically every modern country in the world that we empower to regulate not only what can go into different kinds of food, but in what amounts. There are different standards in different countries, and we're acting like changing those standards in this country would just be this fucking crazy thing. It sounds like Lactoid, ironically enough, is arguing for an expansion of the FDA to do more to police the kind of food people can eat, which is a
Based.
weird stance from him. I appreciate it, but I don't find it like congruent with the rest of what I know about his philosophy. So I may have misheard him.
What are you talking?
sounds
No,
like-
what are you talking about? I'm
Lactoid more like
not.
Lactoid.
I am not talking about regulate.
Explain
Like
yourself.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not talking about like stopping adults.
Yeah,
from-
your
from
name
eating-
begins with an L.
from eating whatever they want. I'm not. I actually want to stop the government from interfering in any adult's business for whatever they put into their own bodies, if that's their concern. I don't know, like what you're talking. I mean, maybe an expansion of the FDA
Banning
in terms
high
of like.
fructose corn syrup.
You're missing. No. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. I'm not talking about banning high fructose corn syrup. Wick asked a question: if we could snap our fingers and then tomorrow any substance could go away, if like it was alcohol, we would see like a dramatic reduction in problems. And
Wouldn't
my
it be
point,
much easier just to ban fat kids at this point?
my point was if you snap your fingers and remove high fructose corn syrup, you're going to see like a tremendous amount of reduction of like health problems as well. Because
And
in this
not the
country,
same.
no, it's not the same. It's not the same. But arguably it's worse when you have a third of this country obese. When you have the number one killer is heart disease. All right, number one killer is not alcohol. It's
we
heart
should
disease.
criminalize heart disease.
Number two is cancer, and that comes from obesity too. In fact, all the top 10, like not all of them, but a lot of the top 10 is related and substantially caused by obesity.
Yes,
Yeah,
but we're
and if you
And we
if you
feed our
just got rid
kids
of high
this.
fructose corn syrup, high fructose corn syrup
Syrup,
companies
sorry.
would use an alternative that is probably like maybe marginally better for you, maybe marginally worse
What
for
if
you,
we just
depending
ban-
on like
what
the
if we
bottom
just-
line production costs.
You're right. And when we
What's-
legalize drugs,
what's
people
wrong?
use alternatives, right?
Wait. What's wrong with us as a society coming out and just being like, hey, we're going to ban you from harming our society. We're going to ban you from doing things that hurt our people, right? And by hurt, it's like if they're making our people unhealthy,
Okay,
if they're
Hitler.
causing detriment to our people, if they're like, if it's like this person's doing drugs and it's like
That'd be
hurting
way
their
too broad
lungs,
of regulation,
or this
FK.
person's
I don't
doing
know how
drugs
you would
and it's
even
hurting their like
start
mental
to
state
regulate
and it's
that.
hurting the people around them. It regulated the way we already do, where it's like, listen, at the end of the day, I feel like all Lactoid was describing is how we already punish crime. Where it's like, if we find out that you're doing stuff that's like problematic, we're gonna come in and we're gonna be like, listen, we're gonna deal with this now, right? All
No,
I'm
no, no,
saying
that's
is
not-
we
that's not
just
always
have
true.
Other steps.
Right. That's not. It's often true. It's very often true that when people get busted for drugs, it's because they're stealing or it's because they're carjacking or some shit that I think should carry incredibly hefty penalties. Okay.
Yo,
But,
brain
but
blast.
there's a lot
brain
of people
blast.
though.
You know what we
You
should
get your
do?
brain blast in a second because there's a lot of people who non-violently do drugs and don't infringe upon people and just want to sit in their house and like they work a full-time job and they'll smoke
Bro,
they'll
what
smoke whatever the
percentage
fuck
of
they smoke.
charges are coming from like cops busting into random people's houses for smoking weed.
Yo, that's hot.
No, so a lot of it's not like people busting into houses, but what a lot of it is like, okay, we pull you over for like some kind of minor traffic infraction and we find drugs in the car. Or we have a cop pretend to be a drug dealer and
You
they sell
shouldn't be
fake
driving with drugs in your car. What do you want?
Why not?
You shouldn't be driving with alcohol in your car.
Yes,
Are you
what do you
okay
mean?
with
What-
an open container?
Not
Listen,
not an
if
open
you wanna
container. If I
drive-
keep it in my
if you
trunk,
wanna
what's wrong
drive
with that?
Drugs in your car. If you want to drive with drugs in your car, be smart. Close the container, right? Make sure that the smell isn't getting out.
But you know, I watch a lot of cops, okay, and they literally will be like, "Do you have any drugs in the car?" And like they'll like, of course, the
Of
driver's
course,
like,
you want
stupid.
to block cops.
And,
guess
yeah,
what? If they don't
and the
have a
driver's
reason-
stupid.
if
It's
they
like,
don't
oh,
have a
blah, blah, blah,
reason-
blah.
If they don't have a reason to believe drugs are in the car, then as a driver, it's your job to be like, listen, go ahead. Like I'm not consenting to
Cops
this.
will
Again,
say
you're-
no.
Reason
Wait,
to
one more
say,
thing.
and you
Cops.
move with it.
So I literally like asked police officers about this, and by and large, cops really personally don't really care that much about marijuana, right? But one of the police officers I asked, what do you think about legalization of marijuana? He said that he's actually against it because being able to smell marijuana gives you probable cause to search.
True. People are idiots.
Yes. And so the erosion of our civil liberties begins with this. I
No.
smell. I can go anywhere. I smell
Your
this
civil
on you.
liberties stop
I
and
smell
stop
this
at
on
the
you.
end of that paper. It starts and stops at the end of that paper. At the end of the day, if you're a drug user, you should be smart enough to be like, listen, if they can smell it, then I'm fucked, right? If I put it in
They can claim they smell it.
They can claim, but if you went through all the process of putting it in containers that like block smell and you're like trying to prove that like even if you go to court, right, and they're like, oh, this is the evidence, this is the weed right here, you could be like, listen, that weed was in a container that was specifically made so you couldn't smell.
Good luck. No. Good luck with that. Yeah, you're gonna.
with that.
Yeah.
That's
You're
how court works.
gonna have
You know what
shit.
we
You're gonna
should
have
do?
shit luck.
Did
Is
you
that
know
we
that
should
you
have the
have rights?
FDA
You're
regulate
gonna
drugs.
have
We
shit
should
luck
the FDA
arguing that,
regulate
first
drugs.
of all.
Base, tax drugs.
Drug dogs can smell through basically any shit that you got. Okay,
That's if they call a drug dog. What's
and
the
they
reason for
train
even calling
drug
it
dogs,
dog?
and they train
What's
drug
that- what's the
dogs
reason
to
for even
hit
calling
on
the drug
cars.
dog?
They
What's the reason for even
stop.
calling it drug dog?
Hey. They train drug dogs to hit on cars, like at certain indicators of the officer. Not necessarily the fact there's actually drugs, but like the dogs will hit if the owner does particular things. Right? This is well known. So again, the drug war is particularly offensive to like our civil liberties because it's used as a pretext for the police and the government to get into our lives in a whole bunch of ways that they wouldn't be able to before. And this was the
Right,
whole. It is just true, right? And so like they
We
use.
should abolish police officers because some police officers are racist, right? Just like how some police officers teach their
God.
drug dogs to mark cars on.
What I'm saying is,
certain finger presses, right?
if drugs were legalized, the government would have a lot less of a pretext to search your car, to raid houses, to fund the fucking DEA. Which how much fucking money do we spend on that? And how much money do we spend on the drug war in Mexico,
Maybe if they
like
have
either
evidence
directly
that
or
you're, like,
indirectly?
addicted, maybe if they have evidence that you're addicted, maybe they should raid your
Okay,
house.
so
Maybe they
this is
should
another-
go
this
through
brings
the
up
process of
another
putting you in
issue.
treatment.
This brings up another issue, right? For those of you who are against, or who are for, I should say, for decriminalization, right? The examples you give that are successful, such as in Portugal, are only successful as they receive funding, right? As they continue to receive massive amounts of government money. What happens when we decriminalize things and these programs that we have set up, the necessary rehab centers, all these health programs, they start slashing funding on these things. What happens? Because they
Well,
will,
start,
they
wait,
will,
slash
they will
funding on what?
absolutely slash a funding on all of these because it's
Yeah, no,
happened in other
when that
countries. It will continue to happen here. Absolutely.
Well, when we slash the funding on it, which, as Wick said, is probably inevitable, because everything in government, once it's proven to work, if it does work, we'll eventually see if we can save money on it. But I think it would be important for us to make sure to examine what happens, what increases, what doesn't, and see if we can target those areas specifically in our next round of funding yearly, as we do for the government.
Okay. Fair
That would be the
enough.
most common sense scenario, I would say, to figure out how we can move forward with that when we take slash the funding and make it less of what we're already going to initially put forward for it.
Certainly. Certainly. I think
And that being said, I want
again,
sorry.
Go ahead. Finish.
That being said, I do want to say I do think a substantial amount of money once if we ever got federal decriminalization across the board, I do think the jail system would be able to divert a large amount of funding towards that. So I would say I think America would be able to subsidize a large enough amount of money to initially definitely kick off this program, if not sustain it for a while.
Keep in
So-
mind Portugal. Yeah, just
Can I ask Wick? I have a question for you. If let's say you had somebody who wasn't taking any drugs, but like they were just by nature were just as unproductive as a chronic drug user, were just as criminally apt,
Rehabilitate them.
we're just as et cetera, et cetera. Would you be in favor of preemptively arresting them so they don't continue to harm society?
So, under your hypothetical here, right? How do we know that they're towards criminality? Like
So
what?
the hypothetical is just that based on what we know about them, based on their history, based on
They're a league streamer.
psychological
just signs, symptoms, right?
Yes. So signs, etc.
Symptoms,
You
yeah.
and let's say they don't hold employment, just like a drug user doesn't hold employment. They they sit around. They're kind of a bad driver, right? They just barely pass their driving exam. They're a pretty terrible driver. They drive as badly as a good driver would drive drunk. Okay, in every single way, they're just mimic a drug user, but they just don't do drugs. In order to make society better, should we preemptively arrest them before they go ahead and do some crime later on?
No, because any mechanism which we create to kind of identify these things has too many problems. Whereas any mechanism that we say to criminalize drug use
Has too
is
many
not
problems.
the same. It does not have the
Not
same
allowed
amount
to, I
of
didn't make a
problems.
point.
Wait,
Hmm?
we already have a mechanism for that though. If they're driving like a drug user and they're not on drugs, they
Yeah,
don't get a driver's license.
they'll still get a ticket.
They don't.
right?
They'll fail. They'll fail.
Yeah,
their
but
driver's
that's more of an
test 'cause
obvious
they're
sign, right?
driving like
Yeah,
they're on drugs.
that's a really obvious sign, right? Yeah.
Um,
But for somebody who's on drugs and stuff like that, what's a more obvious sign from that, right?
So again, we know that the issue here is that there is a substance that exists that if people take that, it makes them worse people. It makes them worse people when it comes to society. We know this. And we can attack it on that grounds. I'm not concerned as much about someone who's just an asshole and lazy as long as they don't break the law. My concern is a substance that takes otherwise productive individuals and makes them unproductive. That is the problem.
Hold on. Why does a productive person not have the right to be as
productive,
unproductive?
I mean,
I-
counterproductive as in they blow, they ruin everything.
No, I get what you're saying, right? But what I'm asking is,
Hold on,
hold on. Why does a productive
individual doesn't do it.
Oh my
Typically, a
God.
productive individual probably doesn't need drugs to cope with their
okay.
life, right?
I've
Does
been-
that make sense?
Well, trust me,
No,
I'm
no,
in,
no,
I'm,
you
I'm, I'm in the
always
legal
interrupt me.
profession. That is not
always
true.
interrupt
Okay,
me. You always interrupt me and you don't let me talk.
I always interrupt you. Are you kidding me?
You do.
True. Lactoid. Stop it.
You fucked a coconut. Shut the fuck up. I'm in the middle of responding to Wick's point here.
Go ahead.
What do you mean? You're the one who's always wound up all the time, and I've been on your side this entire
I'm the
time.
one that's wound up.
Yeah, you
coke.
are.
Okay, all
This
right.
is
I've
what
been
drugs
chill.
does to people.
I've been
fucker.
I've been
I'm
making.
the only one here that's sober. I'm the only one here
Okay.
that knows what it's like to
Me
live.
too. Me too. Me
without-
too. Me too. I've
Uh-huh.
been
And this is
making
what
jokes
drugs
with
do.
Curly
So
over here
Wick,
this entire
my
time.
question for you, Wick, is why does a productive person have less of a right to be unproductive if they so choose, as opposed to somebody who's just unproductive?
So the problem with drugs is it's not so much you can't choose to put other people at risk to a certain degree, right? Like there's a certain level where we say if you do this thing, it's putting people around you, not only yourself but those around you, at such undue risk that we do not allow you to do this thing. We do a nice shirt change, by the way. We do
I
not
love you.
allow
Sorry,
you to
I was
put this-
sweating and dying
It's
in
fine.
the heat.
we don't allow you to do this thing because not only does it put you at so much risk, it puts others around you at so much risk.
Your children.
That's the thing with drugs. Yeah, exactly. So if we legalized and decriminalized heroin, meth, all these other drugs, it's going to, again, remove a deterrent that, and also create a market, both remove a deterrent and create a market for these substances, which will
Hold
put
on.
other people, not only those who do them,
Hold on.
but those around them, at higher
There's a
risk,
better
and that's
argument.
unacceptable to me. Does
There's
that
a
make sense?
better argument. There's a better argument
Please,
here. We
please.
have infrastructures in society that can only bear a certain amount of stress. We have a limited capacity to expand them rapidly and infinitely. And if you look to the city of Portland's emergency response services, you can see a good example of what happens when you decriminalize without enough safety net resources in place. I think
Yes.
yesterday there were 15 people in queue waiting for emergency response services in a maxed out ambulance service. And I think about half of them, if I read correctly, were like overdose instances, people that needed emergency response services due to overdoses. And that not only taxes all of the services for it not only creates a huge burden to respond to those, but it also puts the people who actually need emergency services through no wrongdoing or like through no fault of their own back further in line when we have maxed out services and people are struggling to access them. So there's like a certain amount of stress that the system can bear. And frankly, we don't have the resources to allow for hundreds of thousands of people to fall into medical emergencies because we just decided that it was like their right, their free prerogative. So
And
How,
it's like,
wait. How do we have the
Does anybody
resources?
disagree with that?
How do
Like,
we have
does
the,
anybody
yes, I
disagree?
disagree with that. How do we have the resources to pay?
Why?
How do we have the resources to pay for all those prison cells, for the DEA, for drug raids, and like a fucking the military in Mexico? We can afford all of that, but we can't afford ambulances.
Wick was
No, because
Wick
it's
was
not
really
about
clear
that. It's not
earlier
about
that
that.
he
It's
wanted to
about
talk
the
about the
ambulance.
universe we live in, not one where we deconstruct every cog in the machine.
No,
and
we
rebuild
currently
one
pay
that
for
has,
this.
like,
because
stop-
Hold on,
stop-
it's
the
not
ambulance
just about the
isn't a
budget, but it's
solution.
also
I
about the
talked
time
very little.
spent
You
to
guys
set it
won't
up.
shut the fuck up. So I'm just going to say my closing piece. Decriminalization can have some benefits, but in totality, without the proper instruments in place to catch all the people who are caught up in its wake, there can be some really disastrous human cost to it. No one here seems to have like a cogent framework that they can verbalize that they'd like to see enacted in the world. Lactoid is completely unrealistic in his libertarian view of the world as usual, and we should reject any framework that relies so heavily on everyone to fend for themselves. Thank you for your
Obliteration.
time, Wick. I
Lactoid, the
appreciate
issue
it.
is
Portland, it
fend
was
for
really nice
yourself.
talking to you.
For 5 more seconds. Jesus Christ, forget it. You guys have a good night.
Sorry. Thank you, Portland. It was
Bye.
wonderful talking to you.
I want to respond. I want to respond.
Lactoid.
To, at
Wait,
least
wait, wait.
I
Oh
was
my
mentioned. I was mentioned by
The
name.
issue.
I want to
okay,
explain.
okay.
I want to explain
Okay,
something
this
real quick.
ties into that, and I want you to respond to both.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
But the issue is, you're trying to talk about like, oh, just ambulances. But like, if you don't have that other step, if all you're doing is like constantly like, oh, the police will give someone Narcan or the ambulance will give someone Narcan and then put them back out on the street, and then that person will get right back into that ambulance, and you give them Narcan again, and you put them right back on the street.
If you
That's
think
a
that's my
That's a
take,
lot of
you
resources,
are-
yeah.
You're a victim of the fact that
That's
I've spoken for like 4 minutes and you guys have interrupted every goddamn time. Maybe if you shut up for more than 30
Look at who's
seconds in a
interrupting
row,
now.
you would get the entire position. Yeah, I'm having my fill now that the panel's over. Learn to shut the fuck up and let somebody talk instead of just shouting dumb shit the entire time, you fucking blowhard. Jesus Christ.
You sound angry.
Because
Okay.
guess what? It's
You're
inevitable.
annoying.
We all talk.
Here,
This is what it is.
Here, I don't think
That's just how it works.
I don't think that my prescription
We don't
is
need a
like a
personal attack.
unrealistic libertarian paradise. Okay, I'm advocating for having a whole licensing scheme for not selling to children, for having like a sort of like a to be honest with you, some regulation in the sense of people should know what they're buying. Okay, whenever you go to like these drugstores, just like with alcohol, if it says 45% ethanol in it, the product that you buy should have 45% ethanol,
So you want the
and
FDA
not
massively expanded
and
up
not
like
and
steroids.
not methanol. And I'm telling you that the overall expansion that comes that you're saying, the expansion of the government that comes with this, I'm not denying that there might be some expansion of the FDA because now they're also going to regulate these kind of drugs with all the other drugs that they regulate. But the overall size of the government, when you measure the DEA, every single police department, the militarization of the police departments, how they have to respond to gangs, the drug war in Mexico, anti-immigration efforts that have involved Mexico because everybody's fleeing Mexico because of the narco state that we created, all that shit, when you look at the size of the government that comes from all that shit, is magnitudes. It's exponentially more than the few fucking dollars in comparison that we'd have to
But
spend
when you're directly
giving the
correlating
FDA giving the FDA the resources necessary to mandate drugstores label their shit accurately and not sell to minors.
Lactoid.
I'm
But when
sure
you're
the
directly
cartels will
arrested
just
right
end
now
up going
for-
out
how
of
many people are
business
being
signs
arrested
when
right
you
now?
do that.
How many people are being arrested right now, Lactoid, realistically for responsibly consuming drugs? The issue is people are very much irresponsibly consuming drugs. It's fucking up our society. I'd like a world better where instead we go, hey, guess what? Like, if we catch you doing these drugs, we're not just gonna like fix you up and put you right back out there. And when we fix you up, we're gonna make sure you're not back out there doing these drugs. We're gonna put you in a system where we like get you off the streets.
So-
get
No,
you
no,
off
I
of these
concur with
drugs,
that.
This
get
makes-
you
this
off
makes
of
no
these
sense.
People
drugs.
don't have the right
Yes, we
culture.
need to-
People don't have the right culture. People don't really have the right education right now to responsibly consume drugs in the right way right now, right? Obviously, if we educate people the right way, if we teach people how to consume drugs the right way over time, like us kids, right? Or whatever like that, right? Over time, then sure, over time, maybe at some point in the future, then sure, they can consume drugs at some point in the future in the correct way, but not right now. Does that make sense?
Okay,
Food
I want to
Sa-
give space to Kaikord. Go ahead, Kaikord.
Yeah, I want to say, first of all, in terms of education, I feel like my entire life in public education, I have heard so many assemblies on drug use. And I agree. How we educate people on drugs, especially children on drugs, is not good. We're not doing enough to hardly stand against it. But like, I remember doing DARE when I was in the 4th grade, and that being stupid as fuck. And I was like,
It's
well,
not even. Wait, hold on. It's not even like standing
a medal.
against it. It's just that like even like pushing hard against it is an irresponsible way of presenting it because
exactly.
because it's if you repress it enough, then people want to do it more because they want to find out what this forbidden fruit is, right? But then
Wait,
if
you don't
if
believe this. You don't believe this.
No,
do
what I'm
you, do you
proposing-
think that by going a hard stance against rape, that we're just creating this forbidden fruit? Like, ooh, they're saying rape is so bad and putting prison years. I want to try
you
it.
don't believe this either. In fact, I know you don't believe this either. Maybe you're just steel manning because the other guy is gone, okay? But I'm gonna tell you what, Wick, all right? There's plenty of instances where in the church it's like, oh, rape is bad, forcing yourself upon women is bad. But guess what? In the plenty of times in like the homes of these Catholic families and whatever, all the time marital rape happens. All the time these like raping children happens. This happens literally all the
What
time.
you're arguing for
This
is,
happens all
hey,
the time.
this happens all the time, so we should make it decriminalized so that, you know, that'll fix
No,
the problem.
what
I just
the
wanna point
fuck?
out
No,
that
I'm not arguing that. I'm just
alcohol
arguing the
bad.
way we handle these matters and the way we teach these in schools is not good. That's the point that I'm trying to make, right? We're just saying that, okay, if we're gonna like actually like teach a generation to consume substances responsibly, then we shouldn't say, oh, we should consume a lot irresponsibly to the point where we get super addicted and ruin the lives of people around us. But we shouldn't also say, oh my God, we should be super abstinent from it.
How much rape would you advocate for?
To the point where we should shoot everybody who does marijuana.
Sure.
Does
Well,
that make
how
sense?
much rape would you say would be acceptable that we should?
Yeah,
advocate
except doing
and
drugs is
for?
not comparable to rape. Would you say doing like cocaine is equal to rape? To forcing somebody up a fucking coconut tree and start butt fucking them? Is that equal to
again,
doing cocaine?
Why would education on one thing be deleterious if we take a hard stance against it. It's creating this forbidden fruit that people want to try to do. However, in this other situation, you say by taking a hard stance against this, we should take less of a hard stance against this so we don't create those situations. Why are these congruent?
If I can.
Rather, I think it's good to educate people and say, hey, this is all the information that we have before you, right? The obvious thing is that when we teach people and kids about sexual education, that is also the information that tells them, hey, this is why probably forcing yourself onto somebody sexually is probably something that's bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It
so
shouldn't
as
be
a-
just probably, but go ahead, Clackboard.
Yeah, I know. I was,
And then we'll do outros because we are
I come in
running
with
out.
chats every
Food
day.
Chops, I agree with a lot of the things that you said because in terms of how I feel like we should go about educating when we go
You
forward.
glazing me, bro. Disagree with me. I'm kidding. Just kidding.
Okay, no,
Please
no,
go
I
ahead.
disagree with some of what you said, but I agree with more
Nah,
than,
that was an
than
extra
not.
glaze right there. That disagree when she has to disagree. So,
No, but genuinely, I want to say that we should just educate children on what the effects of drugs are, what they can be, how it's used. Taking a hard stance on them, I do think. I'm gonna be honest. When I was in Dare, I remember when that happened, and a lot of kids wanted to do drugs afterwards. I think taking a very hard, cold stance that all drugs are bad, don't do it, you're gonna get arrested, yada yada yada, can make kids more tempted and more. It can pique their curiosity. I don't think rape is comparable. Like I'm gonna be very dead honest with you. Rape is not comparable because I think kids understand.
Another reason why rape is not comparable is because rape is one of these things where it's an infraction upon another human being as well, right? Does that make sense? It's because when you're doing drugs, right? When you're doing drugs, you are ingesting a chemical upon yourself, right? You're injecting or ingesting a chemical upon yourself.
Gang.
Sure, you can
We
be
gotta get to
harming.
closing
You can
statements.
stop. You can harm another person. You can harm another person indirectly by consuming their finances for drugs, right? You can do that, but when it comes to something like rape, you're forcing yourself directly. That takes a degree of sociopathy to do, but then it doesn't take a degree of sociopathy for
Okay.
you to like consume drugs. I don't know.
Food
I don't know
stamps?
if you're stupid
Food
or
stamps.
you can't comprehend it. Anyways, go ahead. Yeah.
Food stamps. We gotta get to closing statements because people have places to be.
Okay.
I'll just say
Alright.
that you are wrong, and obviously
You're wrong.
high, and you have been today.
I can't be able to defend
You
Lactoid
have
on this,
been-
and he's
You
stupid
have
as
been
fuck.
the
Yeah, go ahead.
strongest argument for anti-decriminalization than any argument I could have made today. So
I'm
thank
not
you.
on any
for being here.
drugs.
Go ahead,
Why do people
Blackfoot.
keep thinking I'm on
Here's some
drugs?
closing.
Okay.
Thank you. I was making my closings. I really appreciate everybody here today who spoke with me, even the people that had to drop out. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter/X, or YouTube. I'm right, as always. Legalize all drugs. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you coming through. Food stamps, give us your closing.
Kick.com/foodchops. Check out my Discord server, also there. And listen, right? YouTube at A Food Chops, so A and then Food Chops. And if you want to come debate me there, you're always welcome to do so. I welcome anybody to come debate me. Okay, all right. So yeah, that's about it. Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you
I'm
for
not
being
on
here.
drugs. Okay, all right. Yeah.
Thank you for being here. FK, go ahead.
hello. I'm just average FK. The world is very complicated, and I am very cross right now. Thank you very much for joining this conversation.
It's been a wild one. I appreciate you coming in last minute to replace someone. We had a lot of dropouts on this one. I don't know. I don't understand why, but it is what it is. Finally, Kycord.
Thank you, Wick, so much for having me on for my first panel. It's been wonderful. I thought we got a chance to interact with a lot of interesting people with different perspectives. Lactoid, I really enjoyed a lot of your point of views. I'm definitely going to follow you and check you out in the future. Average FK, I'm going to go to your Twitch channel because you had a lot of base takes. Not everything I agreed with, but I think we'd get along, and I would love to talk with you a lot in the future. And Food Stamps, I'm going to follow you on Kick for sure, or YouTube. I think I've already watched 100 videos, so thank you so much for having me on. And Wick, thank you so much for allowing me to use this point and for taking this point up. And I really appreciate you having me on. You can find me at twitch.tv/Kycord. I'm a variety streamer. I stream mainly politics, but a little bit of everything if you're interested.
Okay, gang, check them all out. They're great. What do we got coming up? Hopefully better stuff than this. Today was rough, gang, but we got through it. We got through it, and thank you for being here. Gang, if you're liking this content for whatever reason, hit that like button, hit that subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching this on Twitch or Kick, hit that follow button, throw me some subs, throw me some bits, really helps the channel. We got some banger content coming up tomorrow. We got Wick and Omar. We're gonna be having a guest on and talking to them. I don't know who the guest is yet. It's been one of those weeks. Wednesday is the big one. Wednesday's a big show, gang. Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have Prime Kai. We're going to have Majin. We're going to have Adarius. We're going to have Rico. We're going to have Izzy. We're going to have one person I forgot. Someone else there. And we're going to be talking about racial awareness versus color blindness. What is the best path forward for racial issues in America? How do we resolve these racial issues in America? Do we take a colorblind approach or do we take a racially aware approach? I have gathered an all-black everything to discuss. So tune in Wednesday, 6 p.m. And yeah, then Friday, we're going to have a slurs debate between Rose Malay, Void Zonia, and Doobie, and one other anti-slur person yet to be determined. I'll see you guys later. Bye!
Bye. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
How do you guys do?
Doing well. At least on my end, you sound kind of low volume.
Is that better? Hello.
But yeah, that seems much better.
I'm
Hey.
I'm very crossed right now. Very.
Very cross.
Very,
Chris-
very
Crisscross.
applesauce.
Is this about something specific or just being on this panel now? You're cross.
No, I was just on a panel where I argued anti-drugs and anti-alcohol while drinking through a box of Twisted Tea and destroying a pen.
Yeah, I think that was the Wick panel, right? Saw a little bit of it. Interesting. I don't know what I don't think I remember your position. I think you were anti.
I was
Decriminal-
anti-drug, anti-alcohol.
Seems a little hypocritical, but what do I know?
It's
A little.
Wick really. Apparently, everyone who was gonna do it dropped out last second. So
Including the one that he
Dude,
had.
there was someone in chat who just dropped. I don't know what that was.
Jesus. Yeah, he was literally like he was in the panel and then all of a sudden just dropped out.
Yeah, like it really sucks. As a guy who does panels, that shit blows. Let me.
I felt bad once.
Hey, I don't think I have. I think I have a pretty good track record. Although I never get invited really to Wick panels, so it's like I don't know.
No. Oh no, it was definitely not a video. Just like in general, like it really does blow. And of course, I mean, like life happens. When people drop last minute. So like, I mean, I get it. I don't think that my thing is the most important thing in the world. But then it's worse when some people drop out like when you're live and they're just like fuck off. That happened to us last week actually, right?
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, although I think Doobie recommended someone, and then like 10 minutes into it, they're like, "See you
Yeah.
later."
Yeah, they just like fucked off. Yeah.
I think like
Yeah.
what, like I usually have a pretty good track record. I got fucked once on a Wick panel because he needed me on to argue against some of the Vosh stuff. It was like the Vosh panel, but I got fucked because I was like, bro, like it happened, and then a family
I'm too high for this
thing came
drug
up.
panel.
No, it wasn't that. It was a family thing came up where I had to go help my family with like the restaurant stuff, and I was like, okay, fuck, I gotta deal with like a family emergency, and I disappeared. But like, I let Wick know like at least a few hours beforehand. it's crazy to just disappear on the panel, and that was wild. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is what it is, though. You know.
Yeah, but I'm glad you're all here. We have we have a full panel. I'm just waiting. I don't know when Aiko will be here. We'll give him a little bit, and then we'll get started. So, yeah. But our friend Connor's gonna take a bit. But thanks all the rest of you being here on time. But yeah, someone talk while we wait a little bit. We'll wait a little bit and see if we can get Aiko here.
So who? Well, I'm just curious. Like, so who was like originally scheduled on that? If anybody's able to like say who's scheduled on that panel, like, were you also like a last minute Blacktoid of like? Okay.
No, I was invited a few days ago. Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess nobody has the answer to that question. It's a tough question.
Oh, I just know I was like, he literally hopped in chat, and I was talking with some people, and he was like, "Yo, can you do it?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then I thought it'd be funny because I already had the drinks, and I was like, you know, I need to argue this side anyway, so it'd be funny to go throughout. And now I'm like, wait.
Well, wait. So I'm curious. Like, were you just steel manning a position that wasn't like for the sake of, you know? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand. Then, yeah, totally.
I'm very much pro. Like, listen, I think it's like really dumb to like actually criminalize it in this extent where you're like hunting drug users. And I think there is there's probably ways where people could use drugs in like healthy ways throughout their lives. Like part of it was like memeing, part of it was like serious in the sense that I think like the best way to probably deal with addiction is like going through the like prison system and trying to like reform the prison system. And you already have like an environment you can kind of control, and it's like the best way you can get these people like reformed is to give them like a really controlled environment to like have them practice the skills necessary to like get back into society.
Well, yeah. So then you presumably want, if I'm understanding you correctly, you just want better healthcare in a better prison system.
Yeah.
Essentially. Okay. Yeah.
I think that's the best way to deal with like drug use in America, probably.
So I can argue the anti side pretty easily, I think.
Oh, I was arguing on the side of we completely ban alcohol, like to that extent where I was like, no, we ban everything.
I could definitely do that.
I totally can steel man that for sure.
Yeah. You know, causes a lot of destruction within our country, right? We ban a lot of harmful substances.
Aren't you going to instantly create more criminals? You're criminalizing something or like banning something that is necessarily going to be like consumed regardless.
Yeah, and we can lock up those criminals, right? Like, yeah,
and consume regardless isn't the best justification.
No, it's not justification. That's just like the fact of the matter. Like, just because you ban something doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It's like, again, this logic with like, oh, we ban abortion, it's not going to happen. It's like, no, you're just going to decide who's going to get punished for it and if they're going to be safe.
How's everyone doing? How's everyone's day?
Right. Fine. Yeah, but yeah, they can. It'll happen, right? Yeah, like. You can ban all kinds of activities if people are still going to do it, but then you punish them for doing it if they get caught. So,
yeah, but does that deter them?
By the way, Strader, you're coming through stream
yards.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, wait, how am I hearing people?
It does
so
deter,
use
by the way.
Use Discord to talk straight rate. So yeah, unmute yourself in Discord.
I'm being serious.
Oh shit, you can't hear us.
No, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, if you wanted to respond, then go ahead. We got our friend Aiko here. Hey. But yeah, if you wanted to respond, go ahead.
I feel bad.
I was going to say the deterrent effect is well documented, right? Like laws against something do deter people who would otherwise do it from doing it.
Most people don't want to be lawbreakers, so they'll follow the law.
Most people don't want to be prisoners.
Yeah, exactly. Prisoners, so they'll follow the law. But yeah,
so why do we have more people in prison than even like China, which is like an authoritarian country 4 times our size?
Yeah, because we lock people up. We're really.
I know, but Lactoid's over here like, oh, it deters people from doing it. It's like everybody knows your ass is going to jail, but once you just like get hit once, you're fucked usually.
So
because you already have a criminal background, you already have an arrest. It's gonna be, like, you're barred from getting like public housing, access to certain, like, if you have like even just like a petty theft charge, you're never gonna get a retail job now, and that's just that's why the recidivism rate is so
It's
high.
an industrial complex, baby. Capitalism.
Okay, so the reasons why China's crime rate is what it is it's due to like a lot of different factors. I don't know the full answer. I do know they execute a fuck ton of people. They monitor a whole bunch of people. Generally, there's a lot less mobility in China than there is in the U.S. That also has to do with something with crime rate. Also, like there's probably like cultural reasons as well. Culturally, Chinese people tend to not commit crime as much as in America. But like it is well documented that having laws against crime does reduce the amount of people who commit that crime. This is like the consensus. This is not like a controversial statement.
Wait, if it's crime though, if there was no law against it, then like how could it be a crime?
Okay, let me rephrase. If you have a law against it, you would reduce the activity.
Touche,
Okay.
Lactoid.
There you go.
If we legalize murder, then we don't have murder anymore because it's not a crime. I guess so. I guess so.
No, that's what she's saying. She's just saying we would have murder, or you would still have what
It
we
just
basically
wouldn't be a
refer to as that. It just wouldn't
Yeah.
be socially categorized as a crime, and we wouldn't punish
Right.
people for it. It would still occur.
But you would have less of it.
Yeah, but like, are you actually like meaning like not just like a non-zero amount of like less of it, like actually preventing it and like meaningfully reducing it year over year over year,
Yeah.
and not reducing your prison population?
Yes, if we legalize
Because like
murder tomorrow.
you're saying more punitive.
Yeah, if we legalize I'm saying if we legalize murder tomorrow, we would have more people like I guess committing murder, although we wouldn't call it that, but doing what was formerly known as murder, right?
Accelerated death.
Accelerated and aided demise, I guess.
No, the number would be the same. The number would be the same. Maybe slightly increased or whatever, but people just wouldn't be punished for it.
Why? Okay, you're saying the number would be the same. I point to all criminology
very
ever.
le- it would be
What
at
do you
least
point to?
Same or more.
Okay, what
I love
makes
how your citation is just an entire field of study.
yeah.
All of
What
criminology.
yeah, or a quick
I'll
Google
just say, common sense,
or a
fine.
quick Google search will prove me correct. My question for you is, what are you basing your opinion off of? That's
How do I compete with all of
What? She can't think of it
criminology?
for 2 seconds.
No,
She has nothing. She is Googling right now, desperately trying to find on Antifa.com
You asked her to
how to
Google
abolish
it.
prisons, right?
You asked her to Google something.
Lactoid, you just said if you Google my answer, so you don't even have a citation for your own, and you cited the entire field of criminology, which all just agrees with you, and apparently there's just 100% consensus in an academic field of study. This is amazing.
Yes,
This is
there
miraculous.
There is, yes. Deterrent is a well-documented phenomenon.
Well, you also
It
just
is-
mentioned that you think that like the death penalty is like a deterrent, and that's from what I remember reading. it's not true.
We never brought up the death penalty.
You said in China the reason why is because they execute a lot of people.
You also said
No, he also mentioned a cultural aspect as well.
I mentioned a lot of different things.
Oh, the
So-
Asians just don't do it.
Well, hold on, that's correct, right? Chinese Americans have like a crime rate that's comparable to Chinese people. So if you have a whole country full of them,
And?
do you think you would maybe have a lower
Well, a
crime
lot
rate?
of the Chinese people that come here are not like just they're generally like kids of like pretty like rich families.
Yeah, there's a selection bias there.
Okay.
It's not like Mexico
if
where
we're
you can just cross the border, you know. You
Well,
have to
when
have
you're
resources.
talking about like Asian Americans, you're talking about a group or like a demographic that encompasses like dozens of different ethnicities. Most Asian Americans don't identify themselves in that way. They actually identify themselves among like ethnic lines. So like I'm Korean American. If they even say American, usually they'll just say I'm Korean, I'm Japanese, I'm Chinese, I'm whatever. So you're trying to collapse one of the most like varied groups of people into just all Asian people, even though it doesn't work like that.
Although there is one thing they all have in common, which is they're coming from very far away, which means they have to have resources to get here. They have to be, I mean, they're disproportionately
You're talking about
likely to
immigrants.
have resources. Yeah, immigrants from any place that's far away. So that would be Asians, that would be Africans, which have
Some
also have a
Asian
lower.
people, their parents have been here for a few generations.
No, that's true. But we're but he's talking about immigrants for the most part.
Mhm.
Maybe I have a bias there because I'm working with that exact demographic right now. Like this year, I'm a debate coach. Now I'm a year and a half into this, coaching almost exclusively the children of rich Chinese immigrants, like from corporate world and stuff like that. So all their parents are like CFOs and stuff like that.
I don't want to. Okay, I don't want to
That
get.
might
I don't want to get
create
really
a bias in the way I'm perceiving how the immigration looks like generally.
okay. I don't want to get
doesn't want to get into
super.
the nuances of it. It might break apart his argument.
So I don't want to get like super far into this, Aiko. But like, I can link you shit. Even controlling for socioeconomic status, Asian Americans commit far less crime. It's like not even close.
Aiko?
Yes, Aiko, because Aiko brought up like this, like the rich Asian trope.
I just said that there's a selection bias because of our immigration practices.
Sure,
and
sure.
because
There
how
may be.
difficult it is.
Yeah, I don't disagree. There's probably some level of selection bias. Okay, fair enough. Aiko, do you
Yeah.
agree that laws against crime deter people from committing that crime?
Yes.
Aha! Back to the original point. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
I agree with that, but that's different than what I heard Nina saying, which was specifically the death penalty. The death penalty, the reason the death penalty is not a deterrent in the same way laws generally are, is because like nobody wants to go to prison for life for killing someone. Like they don't want to get caught, right? They don't plan on getting caught. So yeah, making it illegal is a deterrent, but there's a point of diminishing returns when
Yes,
it
there
comes
is.
to how severity, right?
Yes,
Like
yes.
when you add severity, you don't really get as much deterrence as you did an earlier unit of severity.
You're right. You're right. There is diminishing returns. That's absolutely correct. So what they find is that compared to life in prison, the death penalty has a fairly marginal increase in deterrence. It's not that significant compared to 2 years in prison versus 8 years in prison. There's a massive deterrence difference.
Yeah.
There.
Lactoid, what do you think? What
That's
do you
true.
think is the reason for even accounting for socioeconomic status that Asian people commit less crime?
Oh,
What do you
God.
think?
I think a lot of it has to do with culture.
Okay.
What aspect of their
Like,
culture
where does that
specifically?
culture?
I think Asian Americans tend
They're
to
like more collectivist.
They tend
Yeah.
to come from a culture that emphasizes success and
Now, what
de-emphasizes
aspect
like
of
criminal
other-
engagement.
What aspects of other cultures do you?
I think you're talking about the wrong
create
cultural
more
thing,
crime?
Lactoid.
What are you talking about? I'm saying like Asian Americans, like based on my understanding of the fucking Koreans especially, highly emphasize success and like
Oh, those damn Koreans.
No, that's
Yeah.
that's okay to say.
Sure.
But like now, what
I-
aspects of other cultures do you think don't do that? Like how
which
are other
cultures don't
diminish?
emphasize success
Yeah.
as much? Yeah, I
Yeah.
like
Mhm.
black culture. I don't think emphasizes success as much on general
Nice.
as
Why do you
Asian
think
culture.
it's now? Why do you think it's the case that black culture would do that?
I don't know. I mean, that's a difficult question.
Well, I think one thing you have to account for, and I know we've talked about this on these panels before, is the difference between the behaviors of Africans who have recently immigrated to
That's
the
true.
United States, and Black Americans who go all the way back to the 19th century, and certain activities that were going on over there at that time.
Mhm.
And the fact that fresh off the boat immigrants or people who are even 2 or 3 generations removed from Africans who have come here. I'm one of those, but I'm specifically talking about black Africans. There's a big difference there, right? So it's not the culture coming from Africa that's causing it. It's something here. At least in the black community, it's something here that's causing it. And I mean, I think a lot of us agree on what that original sin is that causes that leads to that big difference. But if you don't, what's your alternate explanation for that? Or does everyone agree that a century of Jim Crow preceded by
Oh, absolutely.
slavery obviously are the reason for the cause, right? Because it's literally an A/B experiment we've been running for centuries now.
I agree with that. I don't agree with Lactoid saying there's any such thing as black culture. There's really like the idea that there's like any cultural practices that will belong to a racial group doesn't even make sense.
Is black culture not a thing?
Not the way that you're talking about it now.
What do you think I'm talking about?
What's white? Just describe white culture to me, or Asian culture.
So different racial groups in America have different experiences. So you have different cultural phenomenon
Yep,
that
we don't
occurs, right?
disagree with
And
that.
so among black people, there is a black culture, isn't there?
Okay, but not all black people. I think there's a big difference between
circular.
like black Americans, like which is exactly what Aiko was saying, and like
Yeah.
black people who came over from
You're
like,
right.
like I think one of the richest immigrants are like Nigerian people, I think, right?
And Nigerian
Trevor Noah
immigrants
talks
behave
about
very
how-
differently than like black Americans, right? On average?
Trevor Noah talks
Okay.
about
Yeah,
how
but that's like
wild
an
it
immigrant
was.
versus and like native difference, not a matter of like a racial difference.
Black culture. How am I arguing in favor of the existence of black
Because
culture?
you're acting like there's
what
a
have you done?
universal black culture that spans the entire world. Do you know how many different African countries that there are? That's not even like what does an African American or like an African American person here have in common with someone from Nigeria? They probably have more in common with a white person here. What are you talking about? That's what I'm saying. The whole the black culture thing doesn't make any fucking sense.
What's happening? I didn't say that they have all that much in common with a Nigerian.
You said if there's a black culture.
Yes, in America, American black people.
You could be a little more specific and just say.
I go, shut the fuck. No. I go. You are trying so hard to make sense of this drivel. Okay, that's what's happening right now.
With fucking Asian people, you were saying, "Oh, Asian culture," and again, you're collapsing like dozens of ethnicities into one. You're like,
and when you say white culture, what are you referring to? Swedish people, Polish people. No, in America, racial groups have a meaning.
That's
She's
literally
referring to the Aryan pure people. Okay. All right.
Listen, Lactoid, don't get mad at me. I'm doing Prime's job.
You're playing defense for
place
just
and like helps you, right? But I'm doing it right now. I'm coming to your rescue. I know I've said this on the panel too before, but Trevor Noah likes to talk about how when he came to America, he finally got to be black because in Africa he wasn't considered black. And so, like the two very cultures that are so different, South African black culture, which is also made up of multiple tribes that have different cultures of their own, are very different from American black culture to the point where his identity changed when he, crossed the Atlantic.
When I say black culture in the American context, what the fuck do you think I'm referring to?
I'm helping you. I'm trying to help you. It doesn't exist. There is no black culture.
I'm saying it doesn't
okay,
exist.
hey, I'm in favor. All right, there we go.
Culture.
There is no black culture. I agree. Yeah.
It's my job as a white person to protect you, Lactoid. And I'm just trying to.
I said not in the way that you're using it. You're making it sound like there's this like ideology or whatever that like all racial people are like that is like conforms and maps onto the experience of like every person within that race in a country.
It's the network. They're all connected. Yeah, true.
Like the experience of like a wealthy like black a child, like a black child born to like a wealthy family is going to be vastly different than a black child who's born to somebody in the fucking projects, dude.
I agree. It's all socioeconomic status. His race is pretty much irrelevant. I agree.
That's the entire plot.
Okay. Just keep me out of this. All right, so we're gonna continue.
You're in the center, literally. It revolves around you.
Wait, I want to ask a question. I want to ask a question. I need to ask this question real quick. So, straight raid. If you control for socioeconomic status, you still get different crime rates by racial group in the United States. Why is that?
I wasn't listening. Say that again.
Even when you control for socioeconomic status, you still have different crime rates between different racial groups in the United States. How do you explain?
Who are you citing? Is that true? What are you citing?
Yeah, I would like to look at that. That's not something I've heard.
That's like the biggest ass poll I've ever heard. I'd love to see a
Lactoid et al. 2023.
Hold on? Do all of you think that I'm lying about this?
Where do you think it's
I just never ever heard this.
I love how
I'm
asking
for
for a
follow-up
citation. You're like,
information.
you're saying I'm a liar. I'm just saying you haven't provided a citation. It might be true, but I'd like to see a citation because chances are it's probably way more like complicated than how you're representing it to be.
Right.
I would need to see the methodology of the study too, how they controlled for socioeconomic status.
Let's say I had a study.
What do you mean? Let's say. Okay.
Let's say I had a study that showed that even controlling for socioeconomic status, there was
let's say I have a study that doesn't fucking bother doing that, and it makes me right and you're wrong. Oh, cool.
There was different.
Well, we can't answer that question without having the study.
To be fair, Lactoid, shouldn't you at least have some loose numbers that you could refer to?
Yeah, like
something?
Is it
loose numbers?
No, you should just be able to speak in broad generalities.
Specific numbers.
Just like it came out of your loose bowels.
Two numbers.
Yeah. Okay. There's an alternate universe, okay, where this is true, and we're just assuming it.
Yeah. Let's just say, like, I had a study showing that there was even when you control for socioeconomic status or high school completion rate or any of these things, you still saw a difference in crime rate and poverty rate.
Let's just say that the world is made of pudding.
Can you let me finish a sentence? Is it possible? Like. See, if I was doing this to you, you would accuse me of sexism.
Well, no,
like,
you're just literally what's happening. Our time.
You're fighting a straw man.
This
is toxic femininity. This is what this is.
Anyway.
So were we going to talk about old people and
Oh, we're gonna talk. Oh,
Old people commit crime at much lower rates, even controlling for socioeconomic status.
I'm here to
like
represent.
I would just say that like black people are number one at everything, including crime. So I just like it's another thing we excel at. So we can move on.
Why Lactoid is fucking cooking, man.
Yeah. You watch that XQC argument and you just like wanted to match him or what?
I mean, yeah, he really said reality is whatever I want it to be. So.
No. I went to law school and got a doctorate. That's what happened. Okay, and now I'm here talking to you guys who know nothing and pretending that you
means
do.
He's a doctor. Lactoid.
Wait,
see, when I'm in like a debate, I don't flaunt my fucking real world credentials because it has no bearing.
Oh no, but the facts have no bearing apparently to you, right? I'm listing literal truths, and you're like,
you just said the facts have no bearing on you. What are you talking about?
Prime, I demand that you change. Oh, wait, can you change people's labels or can they change their own? It needs to say Dr. Lactoid.
Dr. Professor Lactoid, JD.
No, Doctor.
Esquire.
That's
I
true.
demand to be referred to by Esquire.
This is
Dr.
Like
Lactoid TV Esquire.
It's over.
I demand that be your name right now.
I can't. They don't let me change people's names in StreamYard. Unfortunately, I can do that in Discord.
Oh, okay.
All right. Why don't we continue on? This has been great. This is a great entertainment. This is what when people miss like the beginning of my stream, like you're missing a lot. You're missing a lot. All right. Preamble all done. Hello all. This is our roundtable trap 8 at 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a fantastic group of individuals here who are all fired up and ready to go. Love to see it. If you are enjoying the content, if you enjoyed all that before, then hit that follow button in case you haven't done so yet. Oh, Straighteray did. Thank you, Straighteray, for following the channel. And yeah, consider subs to the channel, getting bits or getting subs. That's how we do things, right? If you got an Amazon Prime, you can use that one free sub per month here in this community. So I can give you more of this. And this was just like, this was gold, honestly. All right. Yeah. I should clip this. Put it out there. It was actually a lot of fun. All right. But I'll introduce our fine guests and we'll go from there. We'll start with my man Lactoid. We start and end with White Man, right? That's the way it always should be. Lactoid, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. It's unfortunate that my opinions on the actual topics are not nearly as controversial as my opinions on the pre-show discussion. So, but I'll try to keep up the energy. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Thanks so much, friend. All right. We'll see if we can trigger you.
It shouldn't be hard this time around.
We'll see. It is yet to happen. It's up in the air whether it's possible.
And to be clear, I just want to put it out there. I was just trolling my friend. He's actually a fantastic lawyer, and I do really respect his opinion on all kinds of things. But it's fun to get him mad. Okay. All right. Let's go to Corey.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. Always grateful to be here. Yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84. I'm a PhD candidate in biochemistry, but credentials mean absolutely nothing. For sure. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram, or X and Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thanks so much. Then we have our friend FK, who was so kind to jump in here last minute, like last 2 minutes. He hit me up. He wanted to join in. It was really kind of him. So thank you for being here, FK.
Nah, no problem. I'm just average FK. I'm just a dude. I'm gonna be saying some things, listening to people talk. You can catch me on the politics.gg server. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to a brand new person to this channel, our friend Straighteray, who like literally before we even get started, she's already making a splash. I love to see it, right? If you're griefing Lactoid, oh boy, you're very much welcome here. If only Scott had also been here, I think you'd make great friends with him. But thank you, Straighteray, for stopping by.
Yeah, of course. Lactoid and I go way back.
Oh, really? Did you? Lactoid. Go.
Yes.
Hear this. Okay. All right. I'll leave that alone. All right. That's for the after panel.
Don't ask, don't tell.
Gentleman does not.
I'll leave it alone then. Nina, is back with us. We haven't had Nina for a long time, and she was actually kind enough to help us out too, because we did have a few drops. And Nina was just really great about like jumping in. Like she like has helped us out many times before in the past. So just want to give her credit there. Thanks for being here, Nina. We've missed you.
Thank you. I missed you. I was wondering if you're mad at me. You haven't invited me. But no, I stream every single day. My schedule's gonna be a little bit messed up this week, but twitch.tv/Nina, I stream like every single day, usually around 6:30 Central Standard Time. So I'm always around to do debates like this. I always find them fun, and it's always good to see all of our friends and our enemies. Lactoid, the Canadian lawyer.
Nina, if I
Why is that a meme?
I didn't know he was Canadian. It was bad enough that he's a lawyer.
I'm not Canadian.
He's absolutely Canadian. He's absolutely Canadian.
They're not allowed to arrest people, so don't ask him anything about criminal law.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Pointing out the red and white of the Canadian flag with the maple leaf. You are absolutely correct.
He doesn't even know what the colors are to start with.
It's tea
If
stained.
you ask him about Mountie law, it's over.
It's rustic,
So-
Prime.
Dude.
He's got the RCMP colors right behind him.
Like that's exactly what an interloper would do, right? Like cover themselves with the flag. But anyway, moving on.
Lactoid, scan your room up real quick. Show us the top of that flag. It better be the actual U.S. flag and not a little Canadian fucking leaf.
It's not the actual
I don't know
US
why
flag,
you-
but it's the old one.
Traitor!
You're not making a great case for yourself.
Back when America was cool.
He's arguing against all those later states. He's like,
Yeah,
never
pretty
said
much.
about-
Hold on, this is a real American flag, bitches.
Yeah. Like he's arguing for that time Canada like came down and burned down the White House. Like that's what he's like. He's like remembering that. This okay.
Oh God,
Nina,
he is.
Nina, I just wanted to say, yeah, you're great. Definitely no problems here. And if I could, I'd put you on all black everything. Like I absolutely would include you anywhere I could. Give me an excuse, right?
Prime, can I be on all black
Listen, I
everything?
think you've once suggested that I might qualify for that panel
You just gotta do the blackface.
for very racist reasons.
Prime is a
You just-
DACA baby. Do I count as a black person in America? Also as an Albanian. Zerka said the N-word a lot, so
Okay, all right, I'll leave that alone. But Nina, yeah, like give me like a note from your doctor, and then I'm like, all right, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do.
Let's go to our friend Aiko, who is from Africa, right? Like the only one here from Africa, honestly.
Well, technically, I'm the first American in my family. Everyone before me was from Africa.
All right,
But
thanks
I
for
was
being
born
here.
here. Yeah, thanks. Listen, Nina, it's not that Prime's mad at you. It's that whenever you come on, it's because he's mad at Lactoid. All right, that's you're his divine punishment brought in from the cloud.
Call him
Whenever your
Canadian.
lightning bolts.
Exactly.
Yep.
Whenever I feel Canada has done something aggressive to the states, this is how I strike back.
Right.
So anyway,
This is a war crime, Prime.
No,
He
Trudeau
takes
is
the
getting
flag so
divorced.
that Corey can be safe.
I'll take it.
And finally, we have PF Young, who is awesome, who we haven't had here in a long time, but a person I like a lot. And I ran into him in another panel, and I reached out to them, and then he reached out again today, and I'm like, "You got time?" He says, "You got time," and so here he is. So thank you for being here. I really missed you, friend.
Yes, thank you, Prime. You're like the nicest guy I know ever. So I wish I heard more people like you. Hello, my name is Paul. Pronouns are he, they. I have a YouTube channel, and I'm happy to be here.
Okay. All right. So let's jump into it. Lactoid has distracted us enough. So topic one. After recent age-related incidences involving Mitch McConnell and Dianne Feinstein, discussion about America as a gerontocracy have resumed. The U.S. is heading into an election where frontrunners of both major parties will each be the oldest president ever elected. The average age of Congress is at an all-time high. Should Americans be concerned about this state of affairs? Does age come along with wisdom? Or does age come along with entrenched power dynamics? And should there be an age cap on all major public offices? So yeah, guy, in case you don't know, Mitch McConnell had like a moment of
Clarity.
He rebooted.
Or a senior moment where like he blanked out. He just like stopped talking for 20 seconds. I think if there was no one to drag him off the stage, he might have just sat there for quite a long time.
Yes.
And he just blanked out. And then Dianne Feinstein her mind has been gone literally for years. Right? Literally for years, this woman has been gone. So anyway, again, about the age of Congress that's continually going up and up and up. Is this something to be concerned about? Or does this offer untold benefits? We'll start with our friend Blacktoid.
I don't think it offers untold benefits. I'm a little bit black-pilled on this. I think people like elected officials are more or less sort of mouthpieces and tools for the party that backs them or the people that back them. They more or less do, what they're told, whatever the party platform is or whatever they're elected on. I think, you have some exception with that. But, even if generally I'd prefer younger candidates, I don't think that there is anything that we could or should do to stop that, right? If the people want to elect somebody who's like 85 to be the useful mouthpiece for whatever position, then, that's on them. There is a risk of instability if they die or they become mentally incapacitated. We see this with Biden. We see this with Mitch McConnell. We see it. And it's just kind of overall like a weird situation. But I don't recommend any kind of age caps or anything like that.
Okay. We're definitely going to have a fight. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah. I think you kind of maybe stole inadvertently my topic, because I think I've advocated before of like putting age caps on at least on the Supreme Court positions. But and also apologies to ICAO, but I am kind of like pretty ageist about these things, where it's like, at least I have no data to back this up, but from my personal experience, like the majority of the elderly that I observe can like barely operate self-checkout, and we want them to like hold public office and make complicated decisions. And I think we just already know enough in terms of like cognitive decline and just the effects of that, where like I don't know for sure, but I'm reasonably sure that like for the vast majority of people after the age of 75, like they're arguably not really qualified to like make major decisions that have implications for the entire country. At least that's what I lean towards. I'm still sort of like not hard entrenched in that position, but that's what I pretty much strongly lean towards, and I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you.
Oh, you're muted,
I got muted.
See, can't operate self-checkout.
See, this is exactly proves the point I'm about to make. I accept your offer, Corey, to become my caretaker from here on out. I will exchange my right to vote for having all of my needs taken care of by the Canadian healthcare system. I'll move into your basement next week.
Yeah, my non-existent basement. You can totally take that.
That works. FK.
Sweet.
Oh, yeah. Like, I like talking about it. It's fun to think like, oh, we can get this future of like all of us being young and in there, and like people like me is people I can look at. But the reality is, anytime I've gone to my like local town halls, anytime I've gone to like any local or city meeting, it's always old fucks just sitting there talking to other old fucks. It's the same thing every time. I wish I could see people my age there. I've tried to get people my age to go. No one wants to go. No one gives a shit. And I'm going to be honest, until young people care to actually like be represented, they're not going to get any representation. That's the way I've like seen this kind of by this point.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Straightaway.
To respond to that last point, it's hilarious to think that the reason why young people aren't involved in the political process isn't just because they don't want to, when in reality there's a lot of different arbitrary like age minimums for people to enter these political offices to begin with. Like, not only do I support a cap on like you being allowed to like hold office, because I think what it was, I was looking at a study that said 1 in 7 Americans age 71 and older have some type of dementia. This was a study from 2007. I don't know how much that's changed or whatever, but I think it is the correct thing to do for both the American people and for the people themselves in these offices. It's absolutely fucking terrible to have to watch this like decrepit peanut gallery of all these like old fucks or whatever who like shouldn't even be like, if any of these people were in your family, you would have taken their fucking keys already. And I love how they just have access to like all of this political power. And I understand why people keep voting for them because it's very difficult to like beat the incumbent. So it just becomes this vicious cycle of like, oh well, we can't challenge them because then I'm not gonna like beat them in a primary because the incumbent already has the advantage, and then but you also don't want to vote for a Republican, so it just feeds this vicious cycle or whatever. So yeah, fuck that. I'm for getting rid of like age minimums for offices. I think like once you turn 18, you should be eligible for any office in the land, and I think we should cap everything at like 69 or 71, give or take.
That's an interesting idea. I haven't heard that. Getting rid of age cap, like age minimums. That's interesting. We're gonna.
I want toddlers running for office.
That might even be the topic right there. Honestly, no, that's seriously interesting. Let's go to Nina.
I think I have a lot to say on this topic, but I want to say or address some things that have been said already, where it seems like the people that are like most active, I guess you could say, in politics are old people. And I feel like that is very obvious because who the fuck has the time? If you're like young people, you're probably going to school, you're probably working, you're not retired or anything. So like, of course, then like that's the only people who have the time. So that is again like an unfortunate thing that we don't address, where again that goes to like even voting. Like of course old people, as we know, are like the biggest voting bloc because they have the time, and we refuse to make voting a holiday, because most young people, like, what are they doing? What were you doing when you were like 18? You're probably working at a restaurant, you're probably going to school full time. Like you don't have the time to just like go to like meetings or whatever. So I really think that there is a really good conversation to have about like the kind of like odd gatekeeping that comes with just time sink when it comes to interacting in a local level, especially. On the other side, I absolutely agree with Straight, where she's saying that driving a car, like a lot of these people, we would have taken away their license that are still in office. Like Dianne Feinstein she would murder like 15 people and herself if she was able to get into a car. Like, and we're gonna let this person like do policy. Yeah.
Murder implies that she can intend to do anything.
Vehicular manslaughter. All right.
I'm sorry. She will vehicular manslaughter. Probably like multiple families if we let that woman get into a car, but we're gonna let them make decisions if we would go to war or not. Like, come on, that's ridiculous. We know these people are way past their prime. What I want to focus on though specifically is I think that adding term limits, or at least age limits. I mean, I could go either way. The argument's still going to say, I guess, it encourages people to groom people. And I don't mean like the weird bad grooming. I mean the like grooming for command grooming, where like it encourages, if you have a point where you can't serve any longer, then you are more encouraged to have somebody within your party that you are wanting to take your position in the future. I think the idea of being like, oh, you just can stay there for like as long as you want is incredibly shit, because it just teaches you to not like, there is wisdom in it, or there is a lot of importance of old people when it comes to their wisdom, of course. They should be teaching younger people how to do what they are doing, instead of just sitting there and being like, yep, this is just my spot, fuck you. Like you can be in my like, what do you call that? Cabinet or whatever, but you're never going to have any power, so deal with it. I think that is an incredibly fucked up system where it just teaches, or it doesn't at all help to support the younger generation when it comes to creating people who have the wisdom of the older person and being able to move into that position.
Thank you so much. Man, I agree with Nina. Aiko, why are you and your kind ruining America?
I blame Zillennials for everything that boomers and above are doing right now. Because they're not participating and we are. But let me address all of the issues that were brought up because I agree with all of them. So FK talks about was talking about exactly this, that we need more participation from young people. Catholics, by the way, let me just get to this. We had this answer long ago. We've been doing it for centuries. If you're in the College of Cardinals, when you turn 80, your voting privileges are stripped. So if you look at the list of the College of Cardinals, every cardinal over 80 doesn't have the right to vote for who the next pope is going to be. At 75, if you're a bishop or an archbishop, you have to. It's mandatory. You have to turn in a letter of resignation. Now, it's true the Pope can then refuse that letter of resignation, but usually he'll accept it. And so the age limits there are 75 and 80. And as a good Catholic, I think we should do that. We should do exactly what the Catholic Church does in every thing. So that we should do that. But no, unironically, I think that around that age is possible, but it doesn't address the entire issue, because you can get dementia much earlier than that. And so there needs to be also a standard test, and it has to be better than man, woman, camera, person, TV. It has to be like a real cognitive test that's transparent, that everybody can see, and probably mainly at the executive and judicial levels. So like the president should have to do it. I think that absolutely the Supreme Court should have to do it, and maybe even the appellate courts. Well, yeah, federal courts straight down the line. And then last, on Nina's thing about time, everyone kind of laughs at that because it might not. You might be able to go in and vote 5 minutes, you're out if you do it right, if you do early voting, if you do whatever, mail-in voting. But that's not what takes time, right? What takes time is knowing who to vote for. You go to these, I try to be a good person. I vote every May, for all of the municipal elections and stuff like that. And they're nonpartisan, so you don't know what party they're in. So you have to go and you have to actually look up statements by these politicians. And these politicians are lying to you to try to get your support. So you need third parties who can vouch for them, it takes a lot of research to know who to vote for at anything other than the federal and statewide level. And so what we need are two things. One is to address the time it takes to vote. We should have a federal holiday for voting day. And we need to bring back, I know the League of Women Voters still exists, but they don't dominate the way they used to. Their job used to be to make sure everybody knew what all of the different politicians stood for. They organized debates, they gave summaries of positions and stuff like that, and they were in every community. And they've kind of, been Republicans don't like them too much, so they've lost access to both parties, and so we need something like that, maybe government run, that will inform the voters of what everyone's views are.
Thanks so much. And last but not least, our friend PF Young.
Yeah, I think that the biggest issue with the electoral situation, you could say, is there's too many dumb people voting. And most of those dumb people are young, because to be young is to be dumb. That's just life. So the question is, how do we get young people to agree to curb their own voting capabilities? Like Vivek Ramaswamy's proposal that every 18 to 25-year-old should have to pass a civics exam, the same civics exam that an immigrant has to pass to get into this country. I think that's a great proposal, and we should absolutely do everything we can to push that forward so all these young, dumb people stop voting. And a great way to do that is to say, hey, we will compromise with you, young people. We will do an intergenerational pact. And we'll say, if you agree to up the voting age to 25 or require a civics test and do all these different things, then we'll cap the age limit that people can hold office at something like, 70, 75. I like the Catholic cardinal thing right there. They strip it at 80. Yeah. So at minimum 80, but yeah, we could probably do 70. So yeah, I think we have to have some intergenerational cooperation here. The old people got to realize, hey, at a certain age, you just kind of put yourself at too high of a risk of losing it. And when you're young, you don't know anything, and chances are you'll just end up voting for someone like AOC, which would be so unfortunate.
Oh my God! It's so good. I love it. But before we begin, just so you know, super chats and hype chats are read out on stream. So if you want to say something to one of these people, if someone has said something here that pisses you off, well then we love to hear a super chat or hype chat from you.
Oh, I don't say anything that pisses anyone off.
Definitely not. He's an angel. All right, open panel.
So I just want to extend an olive branch to Aiko, because So I was maybe harsh on the elderly, although maybe you don't identify as elderly. But
I'm still moving in. You can't get out of that. Basement's mine.
But like, this is not to say that they don't bring anything to the table. Of like, I will fully grant that they have experience that I think younger people should draw from. As in, I would, as I think I've said before, even on this a previous panels, of like, yeah, the way our society like treats the elderly is like not good at all, and just like when they get older, is kind of like we just like brush them aside, and then they're just like outcasts. I don't think I'm not in favor of that. Where like I would advocate for younger people actually like learning from the experience of older people, as in they have value based off of their decades of experience. But I would rather they more act as like basically as consultants or like working in the background. But
That's
just
what
not.
Pelosi's doing right now.
I think that's debatable. Perhaps.
Motion to refer to the elderly as elders from here henceforth. Because
Sure.
elderly is somewhat implies some sort of debilitated condition, whereas elders implies
like cognitive
experience.
impairment.
So hold on, wait, Corey.
Yeah,
can I ask
yeah.
you a question about that in specific? Because you're not the first person who said that. I mean, generally, but also you're not the only person on this panel who said that. Mike, dementia, cognitive decline. Wouldn't like a yearly test just like resolve that problem without even having to control for age?
We don't really have, as far as I'm not an expert, this is outside my particular area of expertise. I'll come from the biological side, but from the psychological side, from what I understand, we don't have good psychological tests to actually like really tease out like in a meaningful way, at least something that's not like invasive.
No,
like,
we have cognitive exams, right?
They do, but whether they actually
Man, person, woman, camera, TV.
Yeah, well,
The only time a
exactly.
cognitive exam is really important is if somebody's really fucked. Like,
Well, no. Don't they have that when it comes to driving? Wasn't that like kind of like...
and many
That's the
people, and I
driver's
have
exam.
no problem actually saying that there are many like 85-year-olds that can pass that test that I wouldn't want them on the road.
Yeah.
Like,
Or I
think
guess
many-
what I'm trying to ask you is like, aren't you, when you're talking about like, oh, we got to worry about like dementia or cognitive decline, aren't what you actually saying here is that we don't want people with too low IQs being in office, right? We gotta measure these
True.
people's cognitive ability, like, because I'm more in favor
Well,
of that.
no.
than
It
opposed
is
It's not
to
talking about
an
an
age.
IQ.
Yeah.
Well, we
that's not
definitely
the same
don't
thing.
want low IQ people in
Okay,
office.
That's
So-
our way. That's the
we
best
all-
Well,
measure
then
we
that's
have.
why we have conservative
That's the
men.
best. That's the best measure of cognitive ability that we have currently.
Okay,
Like
well,
natural
so-
No,
cognitive ability.
that's not true.
Hey, we used to have literacy
they're not
tests.
talking
and,
about cognitive ability as in like, can somebody like notice patterns? They're talking about cognitive ability as in like,
what's
if
cognitive
somebody
ability
is a-
outside of
Cognitive
IQ?
Talking
tests.
about as in
Cognitive
some-
tests try
is
to
some-
determine like a baseline. An IQ test is going to try to determine like a ceiling.
What?
A
Explain that.
cognitive test is just trying to establish like a baseline level of cognition. Like, are all of your senses intact? It's not actually trying to like measure how much intelligence that you have, or like
Yeah, like
the ceiling or
Diane-
height of your
There's
entire.
something
Wait,
we
hold
can,
on,
we
hold
can
on,
set a
hold on.
baseline though.
It's
What-
a minimum
what-
competency test.
What is an example of a question that would be asked on a cognitive impairment
Okay.
test?
Wait. We just had one. My mom
I-
just had a cognitive test because we think she might be early stage something or whatever, and she didn't remember all the questions, but she did remember one question which I thought was fascinating, and it was, "Are strawberries round?"
Like a more
I don't know how to
philosophical
fucking-
question.
No,
I would
I
say
don't think so.
I would say no. They're not round.
But that was in the cognitive.
So what
test to
what
determine
what
her-
differentiates a cognitive test versus an IQ test then?
That's what she was trying to.
Well,
say.
those are she was getting into like they're trying to
Well,
determine.
go
two
ahead,
different
straight
things.
array. Can you explain the difference? What's an example of an IQ test question versus a cognitive test question?
Oh, I don't know that I could get into like. The
I googled it.
Example.
If you-
I think that the cognitive test is basically just going to be almost like a binary. Like, are you mentally fit? Are you not mentally fit? And it's just going to be.
Is that
like,
what
can
they?
you
Is that
pass
how
the
we?
threshold?
Is that how we administer
Well,
cognitive tests
hey,
right
I
now?
mean, like,
Are
I
you
guess you could
mentally
argue-
fit,
wait,
or
wait,
are
Do
you
y'all
not
remember when
mentally
like
fit?
Trump took a
Check
cognitive
one.
test back in 2020 that he bragged about?
Wait, but
No, there's a
Chris
scale.
Wallace, because he was literally like, "Oh yeah, the first questions are easy, but like the last 5 questions, like they're really hard." And some of them were like circle the lion, literally just like basic shit. It's not trying to like actually measure like what is the like aptitude that you have for like what is the maximum amount of like difficult subject matter that you can engage with. It's just a baseline of like, are you mentally fit? Is like
You could
everything
probably-
technically okay? That's it.
you could probably say that there's like a core. If you're failing cognitive tests, you're probably going to have really bad IQ outcomes, right? But like,
They're correlated, but they're
the
not
question,
synonymous.
The question is, if you guys want to measure IQ tests, what are you doing? Like, are you setting like the standard of all of our politicians have to have this like high level IQ? Or
Yeah, why don't we just
when you're
go with
doing
that? Wouldn't that
when
be
you're
better?
doing
No,
a
FK, I
cognitive-
can-
when you're doing a
Well,
when you're
I want
doing
to
a
engage
cognitive test, you're
Black
more
Toad on
giving
this
this.
point.
You're more giving the standard of like, listen, we have like an average expectation of our people. If our people can meet this average expectation, right? They're lucid. They're making opinions based on like what even to them might be like rational being or like rational meaning, and they're like taking in information in like a coherent manner.
Yeah.
Then I like at that point I feel like we accept that this person is valid enough to be like representative of the people that choose to like have them represent them.
FK,
And
let
for
me
100
respond to
years,
that.
we did have IQ. They called them literacy tests at the polls for 100 years. Then Jim Crow ended, so the Supreme Court struck that down. So you're going to have some implementation problems getting.
Well,
that.
certainly racist tests like that should be struck down. But what's wrong with having an IQ test minimum for politicians?
Well, well, they didn't address
Okay,
it with
well,
politicians, but what they did with voters, because you brought it up with voters as well, the 18 to 25.
Agreed.
section.
We should. Yeah.
What the court said there was that there's no way to be able to stop people from devising a test that's going to have a bias in one direction or another. And to attempt to do so would take tremendous amounts of effort and probably wouldn't work. In other words, people are going to be like people in the South during Jim Crow were going to devise tests that had biased outcomes, no matter what the court said they had to do in order to like fix the test.
That's
so
fair.
all the court had to ultimately say no tests.
No tests.
Like,
Lactoid
everyone
was going to
gets
make a
to
point.
vote.
So go ahead.
So one of the things that people kept saying when we went around was cognitive decline. Like that was one of the concerns people had, where like we should put an age cap because if somebody gets over a certain age, they may experience cognitive decline. But at the same time, like but here's the thing, right? When you're saying there's all this difference between like a basic cognitive exam and an IQ exam, the only difference, quote unquote, is that one is only measuring for a baseline. When with the IQ test, you could set a baseline, right? So the current psychological standards have different lines for certain categories, right? If you're sub 70 IQ in the US, like you are legally at some, like, I don't know if it's 70 exactly, but there's some IQ that if you're below, you're legally mentally incompetent, right? Like if you just can't like perform past a certain number on the test, like you are deemed to be incompetent. And so if we simply apply that standard, right, where like maybe raise it more than, whatever the lowest number is and raise it to, let's say, like, you have to be this level competent to be running for office. And let's say we put it at 100, right, or 110 or something along these lines. At that point, why would you even need to have an age cap? Because you're already controlling for a cognitive decline.
That's despotic. Why would you even have an IQ
One
requirement?
second. Sorry. 1 second.
You are interested in measuring for cognitive decline.
Sorry, 1 second. Just gotta pause. You gotta pause because of money. All right, we got money here. That's what we need. Is important.
I saw it.
The pondering. Thank you for the $5 hype chat. It's not a lot of money, but it's money. Fuck that, right? But Lactoid, and it says Lactoid. This is Jessia / Ruminate. Maybe you know them. Thoughts on Alito's belief checks / balances don't apply to SCOTUS. So
Sure. I mean, very briefly, I guess to fully flesh out my opinion, I need to do a little bit more reading on that topic specifically. But I understand the concern of Congress basically undermining SCOTUS by putting in politically motivated rules, because they are the political part of the government, right? Putting in politically motivated rules in order to basically bend SCOTUS to their will. I'm concerned about that.
Great.
It's
And I
really
think
good to
Alito
that
is
the,
justified to be concerned.
SCOTUS judges are like divorced from ideology and like not subject to biases and politics like every other human being on this fucking planet. They're not actually gods, even though they wear like black robes, right?
No, they're gods, actually. I don't know if you knew that. I went to law school.
Literally the tap.
He's a god in training, honestly.
I'm working on it, yeah.
Straight Raid and Nina, you guys both brought up points earlier, which I don't even disagree with, right? I think it is harder for like younger people to get politically active or even motivated, right? Especially considering like all the barriers, like like if you're having to choose between like, on this random Tuesday night, your city hall might be going up, or you're doing homework, or you have like a school night, or you got other shit going on, you're fucked, right? But like, I think the reality is the only way that this is going to change is you have little, like, because I've gone to some of these meetings and I've talked with some of these people who are older, and it sucks because like they'll tell me like actively themselves, they're like, yeah, dude, like not dude, they won't say dude, but they're like, yeah, I wish like younger people were coming here because like it's more like it's interesting to them to like talk to me, for example, right? And like talk about like my perspective on what's going on around here. Like
Well, I
the
was
reality
talking
is like
about not just like
yeah.
participation, like I feel like there is an interest amongst young people. It's just not accessible because all of this shit happens. Like town hall meetings and stuff locally happen at like 3 p.m. at City Hall on a fucking Tuesday. It's like most
No,
people
I
aren't
don't
working. The
disagree with
reason
you.
why like old people can go is because they're retired and they have the time to do it. But I don't think that means there's a lack of interest on like young people's part. Like you're saying, I just think it's like that's like just the reality of the fact it's more gatekeeping.
I think it's a mix of some. I think it's like a mix of a lack of interest, but I think like you might be right. A majority of it is probably just that like difficulty of getting there. But I think the only thing you can do right is like as young people try to make your opinion heard, try to make it actively like I want to be a part of these because like at the end of the day, like unless you're I don't know, I don't see any way out of it outside of like trying to at least start some little bit of movement where you can get that first step in there where maybe you might get somebody in your town that's like more interested in like you know what like I'm more interested in having like I've seen some towns where they're starting to want like 16-year-olds to vote in their like local elections, right? Like to push that type of thing, you need to have these younger people who are like, this is a right that I want to practice. Without these people out there initially, you're not gonna really get it.
Well, I think that like we see when we see voter turnout, young people are incredibly engaged, especially in our previous midterms. Like young people were coming like crazy. So I do think that people are very interested in, but I do think Straight's absolutely right. It's just like a lack of accessibility when it comes to like on. I also think that. Sorry, let me finish my point. I was getting ahead of myself. Where it's like they're not really like, oh, I can't go at 3 p.m. on like a Tuesday. Yeah. And also, I think that the way that young people engage in political conversations is not by going to their local town hall. They're like doing it online. You know, they're talking about stuff. They're like streaming. You know, kind of.
But that has to move. It can't
Oh,
stay,
absolutely.
Because like,
well, I think the voting
yeah.
block that happened in the midterm is proving that it is moving.
But
Like
what
young
worries me is
people.
that they stay there. I don't want these young people
But
to
they
keep that
vote.
energy in federal. I want them to take that same energy to their like local and to their states because that's where they can like
Sure.
enact the most change for themselves and the people like that are around them.
Right. So, so your issue is maybe that we're not focusing enough on a local level.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Well,
fair.
it's not like we're not. It's like I feel like everyone knows that that's important, but I feel like the issue is everyone has this idea that like on the state level or on the federal level, I'll go out there and vote and I'll be active and I might go to like the rallies or protests or marches. But as soon as it hits that local or like state level, they have this feeling like it's enough to put out a tweet or it's enough to do that. And they forget that like, no, you have to still keep going to those rallies. You have to still like, if you ever get the chance, go to some of those meetings. Like the reason why Republicans are controlling schools right now is because they go to those school meetings.
Yeah, but like the thing is that like when we're talking about like the local, especially local, states already hard enough, but even local elections, like the amount of effort you have to put into it to get even accurate information is extremely high, right? Like so, I don't blame people for not doing so. I agree that we should, certainly you should, and we had a better world, a better country if we did have a lot of focus on our local elections, but like it's a high bar to engage there. I want to ask Paul something though. Paul, earlier you talked about Vivek. Sorry, what's his last name?
Ramaswamy.
Ramaswamy. Thank you.
Mhm.
And I'm assuming you were serious. That
I'm always serious. Nothing I say is a joke.
okay.
Fooled
Fun
me.
at parties. So yeah, you talked about this test that 18 to 25-year-olds were going to take.
Civics test, yes. The same one
civics
immigrants
test.
have to pass to come to this country.
Sure. Yeah. So when I'd seen like a headline about that, and I had assumed that he meant like for everyone, for all citizens, then I'd be for it. But just for the young people, not so much.
I would be for all people taking it, having to take it.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm not sure why. To be honest, I don't know why he limited it to 1825.
Dude, this is such a toxic mentality. Like, why would
because
you
they're
want to
liberals.
put a test? Why would you want to put a test and not just be like, listen, I just want people to learn certain things, so I'm gonna like enforce that these things are part of our education.
Because
system.
testing is what determines whether or not they've learned it.
Yeah, but we're not even like putting in the effort to trying to teach them these things you probably want.
Yes.
Yeah. So hold on. That's exactly my point.
That's not true.
Okay, I see your hand. My point is that we would instead of doing that, we would go to the high school level to the middle school level, and we'll just like put in civics and where
we have that now.
And for a lot of schools, we don't, right?
We have government,
like, a lot of
which is
people,
not quite
sure. Well, now we're talking about a different issue. We're saying all else being equal, obviously it would be good to improve the educational system, no doubt. That's a different discussion on how we do that. But as of right now, educational standards being what they are, and the resources being what they are, and the corrupt incentives about public schools being funded with property taxes, which is bullshit. That shouldn't happen. So, but all else being equal, we should have a civics test for everyone at the poll to vote. There's what possible argument
my God.
is against
Are you
that?
serious?
At the poll?
I can tell you right now.
You can tell me why I'm wrong.
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
can tell you right now. So we're seeing this in Florida, right? Like the way that the DeSantis administration is not so subtly changing the curriculum in the schools. His latest move has been to introduce civics into the classroom by having high schoolers watch PragerU, and so that's part of the curriculum now is PragerU. So here's the next thing that's going to happen, because he's already going up against College Board. So the next thing that's going to happen is that students that go on that curriculum probably won't score as well on the AP tests for that kind of stuff, and so then he's going to go after AP tests, or maybe have an conservative alternative to AP that he wants to then force colleges to accept as equal to AP, that sort of thing. In other words, when you start predicating people's right to vote on knowing a certain set of facts, and then you get to redefine those facts how you want, then that's where the danger comes in.
So do you believe that it's wrong to give immigrants that test?
No, I think it would be wrong to corrupt that test if we end up corrupting that.
Wait, hold on.
Wait,
You
they're not
hold
doing
on.
that test. They're not doing that
In
test
order-
just to get the right to vote. They're doing
In
that
order
test
to be
get
a
Well, they kind of
citizenship as
are.
a
Right, hold
whole,
on. So
right?
hold on. Let's be very clear here.
No, they're
in
doing
order
it to get every aspect of citizenship, right?
Right.
They're doing, and
In
they
o-
do that test as like a proof of like you have some loyalty to the nation you're joining, right?
Okay, so does anyone here think it is wrong to give potential immigrants that test?
I do.
No.
Okay.
What
I shouldn't
exactly
have
is that
asked I was
test?
hoping we had
It's
a
just a
consensus.
test.
The citizenship
I was
test,
hoping
just
we
to,
had
like,
some reasonable people on this
I think it's
panel.
bullshit. I think it's wrong.
As it
I
exists
stand by
today.
that. I think it's wrong. I think it's bullshit.
That's
Yeah, so
hilarious
like
and terrible,
Paul,
unfortunately.
the reason why I think it's problematic is that we don't give that test to everyone. We one thing that we said, like, to be a citizen, then you have to know these set of facts about the country. Okay, then that's something I can work
Starship
with.
Troopers.
But like, yeah, like those tests.
Wait,
are,
that is what the test is.
What?
Yeah. No. I'm saying yes, but like, I'd be for the test if it was given to every like person in this country, right? Whether you're born here or not, right?
Wait,
Because
you
being
said
born
you're
here-
against giving that test to immigrants, though.
Listen. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Maybe I wasn't clear, so I'll say it again.
And maybe I'm misunderstood.
I am against the test as it is now because we only give it to immigrants. If we gave it to all citizens and say, like, some of your rights are locked behind this, like your ability to interact with the government is locked behind this, then that'd be interesting.
Agreed.
But since we're just giving it to immigrants, then why? Like, why do they have to know these?
Wrong.
facts?
I agree.
The
Fuck
people-
that. Give it to
Yeah,
everyone.
we agree,
Everyone, when you register to vote, should be required to
Okay.
pass a basic civics test.
Let me tell you why
Just
Ramaswamy wants to limit it at 25 instead of going all the way up. Because there are a tremendous number of Fox News viewers who would not be able to pass that test. Maybe they could have 30 years ago.
True.
True.
But they're brain rotted now. And I think that if
Exactly.
the party
Bullshit.
if either party saw that they were going to be disadvantaged in some way because of introducing this test, then they would be against it. So that would be one of
Agreed.
the things. And
Let's
you
do
have
the
to
enlightened
overrule-
centrist thing and make everyone take it.
Yeah, but you would need to amend the Constitution for that because the Supreme
Let's
Court
do
has
it.
deemed that unconstitutional. That
Well,
means you're going to need
fuck the Supreme Court.
three-quarters. You're going to need to get
The revolution,
three-quarters
guys.
of people.
You say that.
You're not
now.
going to get that kind of consensus on anything. You wouldn't get that.
Not
kind
with
of
that attitude, but here we are changing minds in real time.
But like we're
Okay,
not.
that's why
If
we're
we're
doing
doing
these
a
panels.
constitutional
You're not.
amendment,
The
it's so not
reality is
worth
you're
it
gonna
for
come
this
out there and you're
particular
gonna be
thing.
like, oh, we're gonna put this test in place.
Listen,
and you're
I-
gonna have the left come out
forgive me,
being like,
forgive me.
oh, the right is trying to take advantage of this test to
It's
fuck
in-
over the.
I
this
did
voter
not
base.
mean to
You're gonna have the right
imply-
come out saying
You're
that.
I
talking
did not.
about
I
the-
did
you're
not.
talking
I
about
did
in the-
not mean to imply that any of you are changing anyone's mind. But I
Yeah,
will
of course,
absolutely
yeah.
change the masses' minds to get them to agree that every
Do
voter
you
should
have
have
any
to take a
proof of
citizenship.
Well, we need a
test.
good name for this, and I think it should be the
Enlightened centrism.
I think
enlightened
even-
Jim
Young
Crow.
You-
you
It's
understand that
enlightened
that's a
Jim Crow is
meme,
what it
right?
is. It's Jim Crow, but for everybody.
Young, even to get to your point,
least
you have
it's,
to go through
equal,
my
right?
method, which is you have
Yeah,
to convince
right.
people to fucking vote for people to like put this test in place. And guess what? These people still
Let's do it.
haven't been out there.
By the way,
If you're gonna
academic
do an
studies
average
not-
IQ
But
test
that's one
for
of those things that you could actually
leftists
find a
or
ton of
recipients
people.
All
of
I
who say
hear,
that they
all I
want-
hear is cope. That's
Or-
what I hear.
Well, you could find like.
Well, it's
so
because you're
much
listening to
support for it.
yourself.
I've won this debate. Do we want to move on to the next topic?
Oh, yeah,
or-
pretty
Well,
much.
okay, you know,
Well, I
if
wanna
you have,
agree,
why
I
don't you
wanna-
just leave then, and we can have a conversation amongst ourselves.
No, the victor gets
Alright.
to stay.
I just want.
Well, no, I mean, if you won, then why
It's
are you
eight
still here?
square. It's 8 square.
What is the point of this then?
Lactoid.
Yeah, real quick. So there's two things here. The first thing,
Milkman.
people who are unemployed are much less likely to vote than people who are employed full time.
Should they be allowed
Basically,
to vote or
basically,
no?
the more like busy you are, with
I don't know,
exception to
okay.
retirees, they are a massive exception. But basically, the more, like the busier you are, the more likely you are to vote because full-time employment indicates that you actually have civic interest compared to part-time employment, which makes you have a little bit less. Compared to if you're like unemployed, not looking for, or if you're employed looking for work, you have a little bit less, and if you're unemployed not looking for work, you have like the least. And that's the demographic with the lowest.
Do you have a source for that? I just
Yes,
feel
I
like we can't
posted it.
trust you
I
based off
posted
of
it
the
3 minutes
Discord.
ago. I
Okay,
posted it
okay,
3
okay,
minutes
okay,
ago
okay.
in
I'm
Discord.
sorry. I just
You didn't even
that.
check to see if I posted. Okay. all right.
Lactoid, what's the methodology?
Discord,
It's like
conversation.
it's like a
Methodology.
knee jerk like
Oh,
source.
look at it
source-
now. Okay, calm down, calm down, calm down.
Yeah.
I'll look at it now. Chill.
Yeah. So
Like,
part of
should
charity.
employed
First of all,
people
part
be
of
allowed to
charity.
vote?
Part of charity is also like when somebody makes a claim, like doing a little bit of due diligence first. Like, hey, I'm not being able to find like this statement here. Where are you basing that off of? As opposed
Are you
to
going to do a
the
diatribe? I
sun is
didn't know you
hot, is
posted
hot.
something. I'm sorry. I'm looking
no,
at
no,
it.
this is a
Calm
general.
the
This
fuck
is a
down.
general. This is a general complaint.
I accept your
Lactoid.
apology.
This is a general
Lactoid.
complaint against some of you here. So I want to point that out, FK. So I think you abandoned that position a little bit too quickly.
Lactoid, should they be allowed to vote? Unemployed people.
Oh, we're getting there. So I think that you abandoned you abandoned that position a little bit too quickly. I think, and then you have retirees who are people who primarily were very civically
Are
engaged their whole
unemployed.
life during being full employed, and then when they retire, now they do have more time, and it's the kind of person who's going to be voting anyway. That's what makes up. And by the way, the voting differences between retirees and full-time employees is not actually that different. It's only about 4%. So it's not a huge difference based on my source. So that's the first thing. Second thing, Paul is 100% correct here when he's
Age
talking about
50 is the
voting.
break.
Paul's 100% correct when he's talking about like testing for voting. When you vote, you're not just like people like dress it up in weird phrases like you're just making your voice heard. Well, no, actually what you're doing is you're dictating control over another person. That every time you vote, that's what you're doing, right? When you voting has a lot of gravity. You are going and exercising control over your neighbors. I would prefer that people demonstrate some level of competency before they exercise as much control over the world as
So you're
I do.
anti-liberty. That's really cool.
This is nothing to no. This is
Anti-liberty.
This is
Yeah,
a very
I mean,
this
he's
is a
literally
very firm
trying to
libertarian
restrict
position.
people's
What are you, a
fundamental right to
libertarian?
vote on the
No,
most
no, it's
arbitrary
no.
basis.
So democracy again. Listen to what I'm saying. Democracy. When you have people who are voting,
No, I am
they are-
listening.
they-
and it's fucking
well,
stupid.
how can you be listening if you're just talking over
And
me?
then
So
go.
when you exercise control over somebody else, right? When you look like if you have a bunch of people, let's say, who vote in a policy like that, let's say criminalizes heroin. Okay, what you've done now is your vote has now directly exerted control over the people who do heroin.
It's not just your
You
vote.
Absolutely,
like-
absolutely.
You
So
vastly
it
overestimate
obvious.
what
Wait,
are
wait,
you-
wait, wait, wait.
Let
Let me finish.
everyone
that.
knock it off, knock it off, knock it off, knock it off, knock it off.
Thank you.
Let's let Lactoid get his point out.
Thank you.
Please.
So because of that, right, we currently already have a sort of like voting competence question in the terms of we don't let like 8-year-olds vote because we don't trust them to be competent enough to vote for president and to have the judgment and to have the mental capacity to vote. We don't trust 16-year-olds to do that either. So why is it that we trust a
He's
20?
nuts.
Why is it that we
But
trust?
we trust them to sign contracts
Why
where
is
they
it?
work.
Why
These
is
nuts
it?
would win every
Why
time.
is it? Why is it? Do we trust a
I can get
25-year-old?
behind that.
Do we trust a 25-year-old with the capability of an 8-year-old? Why should we trust them to vote? Right? It doesn't make any sense. The point is we don't want people who are like incompetent having an equal vote or any vote
No,
to
you
people who
don't.
are competent.
That's literally not what the point of fucking voting is. One, you're acting like a single vote grants you with like all of this political power or whatever. A single vote means fucking nothing in the grand scheme of things. That's why third-party voters like end up acting as spoilers. It only matters if you're you're part of a voting block or whatever. That's how you
so why not let 8-year-olds vote? Why not let 8-year-olds vote then?
Lactoid, if the whole society around you,
FK, shut the fuck up. Let Ciderate answer this. Why don't we let one vote doesn't matter. Why not let an 8-year-old vote?
That one doesn't follow from the other. I can literally why the fuck would an 8-year-old vote? They're a minor.
Yeah, why don't we let minors vote?
Because they're not competent to.
We do something.
If somebody
So we are concerned about the competency of voters, aren't we?
If somebody had a mental disability and they had the capability of like an 8-year-old as like an adult, are they allowed to vote? I'm like questioning that. I don't know that.
So it differs by state, and I this is one thing that we can address with the test. If you are not competent enough, like just like Straight said, we don't let children vote because they're not competent. If we don't let incompetent people vote because that's the goal here, why not have a test? Why not have a test?
For a competence test, you guys are asking for a very specific civics test, and that makes the issue where it's like
same thing.
Base level competence, yeah.
That's not the same with the competence.
Well, I'm arguing for an IQ test personally.
And then with the competence or IQ test, you get back to where ICRO brought up the position, or ICO.
Blackwood, I really don't think you want to do IQ tests because then you wouldn't get to fucking vote because you wouldn't be able to fucking vote.
Let's step back here.
Are you just accepting a society where it's like these arbitrary groups get to decide on what some arbitrary questions are for like what their IQ level is? I'd be okay with having a standard like, hey, listen, if you actually have like a diminished mental capability, like Joe Biden or like one of the fucking presidents who's like geriatric, maybe, but I don't want to start setting standards where it's like, listen, we need you to read these certain paragraphs or we need you to do these certain phrases.
So I want to ask a question to Paul and Lecter. Paul, we'll go straight to you. You can answer first.
Yes.
So, like, could it simply be the case that even though there would be some benefit of like keeping the incompetents out of voting,
it would be for the radical left. Go ahead.
That I mean, if we could cut liberals out, then I mean, I'm full. I'm all aboard. But
Brian's triangulation strategy at work.
But do you think that
it's going to turn into Greenwald?
Do you think it could simply be the case that the negatives outweigh the benefits? That the amount of people that you would kick off, who would be denied from voting, right? They can be denied from voting for all kinds of things, even though they may be competent enough to take a test, right? Maybe they're not good test takers, right? Or maybe for some reason there are barriers for them to take the test. Currently there's barriers for people to even vote, right? So there might be barriers that keep them from taking a test. There could be just a whole list of reasons, including an unfair test, right? Because we haven't even decided we can make a fair test. That would deny a person a vote who might indeed be competent. So could the benefits of like denying some small cohort of people from voting that maybe shouldn't outweigh the negatives of like also denying a larger cohort of individuals who are competent, but for whatever reason can't jump that barrier? So Paul,
sure, it could certainly be the case if we're going to operate under the assumption that it is literally impossible to create a test that is even remotely useful at all. Then sure, I wouldn't support a civics test of any requirement if we couldn't come up with a good civics test. I'm operating under the assumption that we can put a man on the moon. We can probably come up with a basic civics test, the one we give to immigrants. It seems like we can just apply that to voting. And if someone can't pass a basic civics test, one that immigrants have to pass to become citizens, why should they? I don't want them voting. They'll probably end up voting for someone like AOC or Matt Gaetz.
You think voting gatekeeping is good?
I think reducing the number of incompetent people from voting is good, yes.
So you think that gatekeeping voting is good?
I think reducing.
Yes, we believe gatekeeping is good.
Just say yes. Why are you so afraid to fucking say it? Just say yes.
Only if you say yes.
We all are in favor of it.
Only if you say
yes.
No,
I don't agree with you on that.
Should 8-year-olds be able to vote?
I'll say the word yes, but I'm not agreeing with you that. I don't think that we should have a...
You think 12-year-olds should vote?
I'm not saying that we should...
They're mining. They should.
I'm talking about fucking adults, motherfucker.
So no, you're
This is- this
gatekeeping
is
voting to
literally-
adults.
Gatekeeping voting.
No,
If
but
that's
there's a
what your
difference between
qualification
I won't
is-
gatekeeping
call you
and
a motherfucker
unnecessarily
because I don't have a foul
gatekeeping.
mouth, young lady.
Do you
This
have to
is
take a
not just-
test about how to prove how old you are? Like, is that
Like
how
I said,
that
I
works?
don't joke.
I still
Hold
don't
on,
like
hold
this
on.
Black
Wait,
bitch.
wait,
Oh,
hold
stop
on.
it. You're doing the most bigotry shit, and you're gonna fucking pearl clutch on the fact that I say
Hold on.
fuck.
Hold on.
Shut
Let me
the
just
fuck up,
let me
bitch,
just
you
let's-
weak asshole.
One
Let's
sec, one
okay,
sec.
hold on. Let's let.
I feel
Young
obligated to respond
right?
here.
I'm sorry,
And
go
then,
ahead.
Okay,
Straight
okay.
rate and Lactoid. Yeah.
I'll give my answer to it. Yeah.
I want to go after Lactoid.
I resent being accused of gatekeeping. I do not believe I am gatekeeping. Gatekeeping implies some sort of arbitrary authoritarian limitation on people's voting.
I'm sorry, you just defined exactly what you just said.
Let him,
No,
let him-
no, no, because stopping someone who you and I would agree is incompetent is not vote gatekeeping. Like 12-year-olds, you and I
I don't
agree.
think we would agree on what incompetent means, but you
Well,
are literally
that's-
defining the same
well,
thing
hold
as
on. Well,
gatekeeping.
that's exactly the issue. Is you and I would not agree on what incompetent. I would agree a 12-year-old is incompetent. And also, if you're 18 years old and you've lived in this country your whole life and you can't pass even the most basic civics test, the one we give to immigrants, I would think that's a reasonable point in which you can say this person is incompetent. They shouldn't be able to vote. And if you want to call that gatekeeping, you're free to do that.
Okay, do you
Mitch
understand that if you're doing
Mitch
an
Mc-
IQ
if
test-
Mitch McConnell wants to call raising the minimum wage communism, he's free to do that too. You
You're
can
setting
throw
this
labels
test out of
around
nowhere.
as
You're not
much as
creating
you
a
want.
program. You're not making people study. You're not giving people.
We're
like,
not
this
setting
new
this test up
system.
out of
You're not
nowhere.
giving
As
people
I've
this
said,
new system where it's like, hey, you should be. This is something you should expect to like study up on and constantly.
As I have
move on.
repeated
You
now
Well, I
say,
have
"Mitch,
to
I
ask
want
you-
to add this test arbitrarily.
Oh, sorry, we got to let Young finish, and then we go to straight rate.
I'll finish
All
this.
right.
As I have repeated, I'm not making up this test. We have
Okay.
a civics test we give to immigrants. Assuming that is a reasonable test and a reasonable thing to do, which
I
you're
have to
allowed
ask-
to,
I have
you're
to ask
allowed to dispute
why?
that.
No. We got to.
Why is it important?
Assuming that's reasonable, I think we should do the same thing with every U.S. citizen.
Okay, so we got to go to straighter rate.
Please do.
Lactoid, FK, and Ico.
Okay, I just want to say that everybody here is for gatekeeping when it comes to voting. Like, just necessarily. Like, for example, there's like
You're gonna be
we have to have
literal.
an age. Like, 18 is typically the age where everyone would say that's when you're eligible to become a voter or whatever. The difference is that in the instance of like it's not really oppression to say that a 12-year-old can't vote, because one, they're like, it could be, you could argue like bodily autonomy, but like point is that you're not saying that that person individually cannot vote because of an unimmutable characteristic. At some point they're going to grow up and be eligible to vote, at which point there's no issue in regards to liberty. But being able to vote is a fundamental fucking American right. And like there's literally two people here making the argument that we should be trying to decrease people's liberty and therefore shut up, decrease the amount of people that can vote and participate in democracy. The entire point is to fucking expand democracy. No, because it's like it's genuinely a fucking despotic idea that the government is going to institute tests for its citizens to restrict them from voting because people might actually reach conclusions that are not favorable to the government. How is that not tyranny? How's that not completely fucked up? Why are you guys like the bar for us be like having to institute like barriers for people to vote needs to be really fucking high and demonstrate how it can actually harm people. You just saying like, well, I don't like what these people believe, therefore they shouldn't be able to fucking vote is such a piss poor argument. I can't. It's like not even worth fucking engaging in. And it's funny that Paul, even though he's not here, brought up the minimum wage because what you guys are doing is actually called the continuum fallacy. And Ted Cruz does this all the time when people argue for like a $15 minimum wage. They're like, oh, $15. How about 20? How about 25? How about 30? Are we just never going to stop? And they try to make yeah, exactly, a fucking $1 million minimum wage an hour, and they try to make a mockery of it by acting like, oh, I guess because like, you know, you don't know where it's going to end. It's like, no, you just pick a fucking reasonable minimum wage, and nobody's arguing for a fucking $50 minimum wage. Not anyone serious anyway. So yeah, I think it's bullshit. Like we should be trying to expand people's like voting rights, not suppress them.
Let's go to our friend Lactoid, FK, Ico.
Yeah, so I mean, as was already admitted, the whole reason why we don't let children vote is because we don't trust that they're competent enough, right? That is a form of oppression. We are oppressing children in a whole bunch of things we don't let them do because
Are children
this
the
is
same?
paternalistic. Obviously, children are not the same as adults, right? There's a paternalistic oppression over children because we don't find them competent, right? That's the main difference between children and adults is that children are not competent, but adults generally are competent, right? And so the idea here is, okay, well, if we already gatekeep children out of voting because we don't think they're competent, let's take this principle, right? This very sound principle that the people deciding the future of the country should probably have some minimal understanding of what's going on. And we apply it to everybody, right? Immigrants, citizens, everybody. where you, in order to prove that, like, hey, before you exercise this power over your neighbors and over the country as a whole, you demonstrate things like, I know the 3 branches of government. I can point to America on a map. I know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Like very basic civic shit that they should know before they decide shit that like determines the fate of me and this entire country, first of all. Second of all, not only do I think we should we have like this kind of base level exam in order to make sure that there's some level of minimal competence, but it also seems absurd to me that you have people of very high competence that have the same say as people who just barely meet the threshold, right? Like the C- student should not have the same say as the A+ student. So then you have another test on top of that, which is the IQ test. And for whatever your IQ number is how many votes you get, right? So if you get like 150 in your IQ, you get 150 votes. If you get like a 70, you get like 70 votes. And so what you're doing is you're not only controlling for like the hyper competent and people who have good judgment on average to have
you
more
never
of a
met
say,
like an evil
but
smart
you're
person?
also.
I agree. I disagree with. I think that's a terrible
Okay,
idea.
I have to respond to so many points here. Please, please, please.
No,
Have you ever heard of the Louisiana literacy test?
We got people in line. We got people in line. So
Are you
and we're
fucking-
waiting, right?
You're
So
not
we're
going to just respond to that.
FK, no, don't worry. Just remember, right? Like, like write down all like
Topic here.
write
There's
down
so
all
much
the terrible
bullshit.
things that Lactoid says, and then you
Oh
can
my
respond to
God.
them. Okay, FK, and then
Oh, memory
Aiko, and then
sticks.
and after Aiko, then you can go, Nina, right?
All right. I'm just gonna finish off that point first of all. First of all, when it comes to like immigrants taking these tests and like people who already live in the United States, we have an expectation that if you live in the United States, you went through some history system, you went through some schooling, you like. If you want to argue that maybe we should like teach this or like focus more heavily on this, feel free to argue that. But setting up these arbitrary tests in the past has already been proven to be like detrimental to us. It's already been proven not to work, and it's already been like voted against, right? So if you want to try to argue this whole like I want to have a fucking constitutional reform, go for it. But like it evidently it doesn't seem like we're getting constitutional reform for any fucking thing else, right? So this is useless to even talk about. Second of all, what was it that you just said? Fucking Lactoid, do you want to go into like IQ testing or your IQ score gets you what percentage? That's sped to go into. Motherfucker, like if you have an issue with people's IQ scores, we already have an understanding that we can control people's IQ in some way, right? We can give people like better IQ scores by like shifting their environment around them. People will get worse IQ scores if you shift the environment around them. So what are you trying to do? Are you trying to be like, at this point, your environment just dictates what like say you get in the government? Voting isn't just about like, hey, you get bigger say because like you are a little bit smarter or a little bit dumber. Voting is about you are a member of this society. This society is ran by all of us making decisions together. At some point, we have to like compromise with each other, but like no matter what it is, whether you're a woman and maybe you're not in the draft, right? Or whether you're a guy and you still have the equal say because you get taxed equally, you deal with each other equally in society, you deal with the same punishments equally. When something becomes illegal, it doesn't become more illegal or less illegal for somebody else. It's still illegal for you, so you have a say in why it's illegal and how to deal with it.
Okay,
hold on. Wait.
Hold on. Nina's gonna attack you in which way, so he gets to respond to everything. So like write down what he said, and then because I want to get to Aiko.
Okay, hold on. What did I say?
Aiko, then Nina, and then like they're going. Everyone's gonna attack you, right, for your nonsense. So don't worry about it. Okay. Aiko.
Yeah. So listen, I just wanted to say two things I've been wanting to say for a while. I'm gonna do a little bit of Hobbes and Locke, and then a little bit of Aristotle. Okay, but I'm gonna try to make it short. Okay, I'm gonna try to.
Boo philosophy.
Let me tell you why. I won't even have to really use their names to explain these concepts because it's very simple. Government is about managing risk. Like that's where Hobbes comes in. But it's about managing risk. It's about making it so that government does the least bad and the most good as possible. And one of the things that we do for risk management, if you choose democracy as your system, it means that you're trying to make the power as diffuse as possible. So as Straighteraid pointed out, if an incompetent person goes in and votes, it's one vote. It's not going to like flip the whole seat. All right. And also, there's going to be idiots on one side and idiots on the other side. They kind of cancel out. All right. So this risk, it becomes diffuse. Right. So Locke and Rousseau would argue that on top of Hobbes. But you also have if you're going to do these kinds of tests, you have to understand the difference between essence and accident. Now, this is Aristotle, but it's actually a lot simpler than this. If you have a whole category of people and you're going to include them or you're going to exclude them because by nature that category is incompetent to vote, that would include toddlers, right? Toddlers by nature as a category is incompetent to vote, right? You might find the occasional, and I can show you, some of my students are 14, 15 years old, are more competent in the voting, would be more competent in the voting booth than a lot of adults, but they are not so as a category. So in essence, they're not qualified. And we can only really deal with essence because we're dealing with such a large number of people. So if you have a group of people, a subset of which might by accident, that's the difference between essence and accident, might by accident like have dementia or have something that you would want to disqualify them to vote, as a category, that group doesn't have that. So that's what you can include or exclude these categories of people, but you can't just go cherry pick the people that you want to vote based on the kind of answers they give on a test. Supreme Court, looked at 100 years of Jim Crow and said, no, you can't do that. By the way, this is all 13th, 14th Amendment. I'm sure Electoid knows all about those things. And there was a president, Andrew Johnson, who vetoed voting rights on that basis. He wanted to have tests and stuff, and any efforts to eliminate that got vetoed by him. And so Jim Crow kind of went forward into the future. So you do have a president who's on your side, Electoid.
I just want to say one thing.
Not a very good president.
I've been writing down the points, but go ahead, Corey.
In honor of Prime, how dare you, ICO, for informing people about things that's totally unacceptable.
Okay,
I'll try to avoid that in the future.
All right, a couple things.
It's Nina's turn, and Nina's gonna.
I thought she already went.
Oh, did she already go? I'm sorry.
I didn't say anything.
Sorry.
I would like to know your dumbass points if you want to respond.
Has she passed her panel test in order to say something?
Oh, there you go.
Well, no, I am a
obviously,
biological
Lactoid and
female.
Paul get to decide on the
Prime,
panel
I wanted to
test,
say
right? What are your
something in
questions?
response.
Whoa, I don't agree with Lactoid on the IQ
Okay.
test.
All right, no, I do want to grill Lactoid on this. Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
I'm sorry if this is brought up. I was reading your article for a while, but you are aware of the way that literacy tests were used back in Jim Crow South, right?
Yeah.
You're assuming he cares about that. That's a feature,
And that
not a
doesn't
bug
give
for
you
him.
any pause on how those tests are going to be used, because it's not that they were
No.
it's not like that there wasn't any black people that didn't know how to read. It was just obviously a thing that was more skewed directly to have only the black people basically take those tests, because you got grandfathered in, right? So that they didn't have to. The average citizen didn't have to take the test.
Yeah.
So obviously this proves that there has been a history of abuse when it comes to gatekeeping voting, right?
Sure. Yeah. And in fact, not only
Okay.
that, but my main
So
issue with
so
the
y-
literacy. Let me answer. My main issue with literacy tests was that oftentimes there were, I guess I don't know how often it was, but there were definitely examples of where black voters would get different tests than white voters would. And the tests for
No.
black voters.
No. You are completely wrong. They would get grandfathered in.
No.
That means they didn't take the test at all.
So, and Aiko was nodding, so I'm right. There were absolutely examples where they were
I'm
giving.
sure there were.
There were absolutely examples where they're giving black voters much more difficult tests or impossible tests. In fact, this was relatively common as far as I'm aware. And they're giving white people very easy
Guess
tests.
the number of marbles in a jar.
Well, I feel like it's a little odd that you would say that that's your main reason when
That's
the
my main reason.
grandfathering means they didn't have to take the test at all. Why is that not your biggest issue?
Because those were landowning.
No. To the extent that anybody could vote without a test, I oppose it.
I'll be a hater.
A
Okay,
fa-
so
a
you
fair and
think
equal
that
test.
setting that so
Okay,
you
but
are
how about
aware
if
of
a
the history?
14-year-old passes the competency test? Can they vote? Or an 8-year-old or a 12-year-old?
Lactoid, if you created a consent test and an 80-year-old could pass the consent test, would you be okay with that?
No, I want Lactoid to answer this. If a
Oh,
12-year-old
that's
can
a good
actually
idea.
pass the
Yeah.
competency test, would you let them vote?
So I don't think so. Just because I think wisdom is a separate and life experience is
So it's essence versus accident.
Hold on.
What are you playing,
Well, what if
Baldur's
somebody doesn't
Gate
have
here?
Hold on.
wisdom to vote? What if I decide you don't have the wisdom
You got
until
your
you're
roll
30?
check?
Hold on. So
Shouldn't we say the
hold on,
80-year-olds have
hold on,
bigger
hold on.
wisdom buffs than anybody else to vote?
hold on. So and I'm
They have to
open.
prove they know how to use Snapchat.
Wait. I'm actually somewhat open to that idea. If you can show that you've had the older people should maybe get more of a say proportionally than younger people. Maybe.
Oh, so now instead of IQ votes,
but
it's if you're like 1, you get 1 vote, but if you're 20, you get 20, and if you're 80, you
We're
get
at
80.
competency. We're at Lactoid's arbitrary definition of wisdom
Hold
for if you
on.
want to be, if you're allowed to vote. So super cool. Keep going.
Okay, so this is like, I'm not married to this idea, but I think that's like kind of where I'm at, where I think that like you need to demonstrate some minimal level of life experience as well. Like there's two like base level requirements to vote, which is that you demonstrate some level of life experience and you demonstrate some base level of competency, right? And then once
Do you think that you need to
Hold on,
have to
hold on,
prove
hold on, hold on,
if
hold on,
your
hold on, hold on, hold
Facebook
on,
account
hold
can
on.
get hacked
What the
really
fuck?
easily by just like giving your
These
password
fucking
randomly?
people, they just can't stop themselves. So we have these two fucking things that you have to prove in order to vote. I'm thinking generally. And then like once you've hit that base level, then like your like the metric that like is indicative of judgment, of capability, of basically predicting every good thing and negatively predicting every bad thing, determines the weight of your vote. I think that like makes sense to me.
Wait,
The weight, yes.
what does that
Now
mean
you're
in
being
practice?
fat phobic too?
No,
It means
how,
we're
what is
all
that?
equal, but some of us are more equal than
But
others.
some of us are more. Is that wait? Is that what you? Is that honestly what you're saying? You're saying that some people's votes should be worth more.
This
Yes.
is Animal Farm.
Yes.
Yeah, he's no, but again, you guys, that's a feature, not a bug. Like he
Yeah, that's
wants
a
that
feature,
to be
not a
the
bug.
case.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
He
I
doesn't
have
think it's a bad
an
thing.
opinion.
But also like the wisdom thing, like there are 24-year-olds that are more wise than 60-year-olds, and there are 60-year-olds that happen to be more wise than 24-year-olds.
And this is the problem. I don't know how you would develop it like a
So you hate democracy. Got it.
Oh my
Locked
God.
in.
I don't know how
Can't do
you
accidents.
Yeah,
so
we
can't
can
do
do
Does
Yeah.
hate
accidents.
democracy. Thank you for pointing it out.
I don't know how you would develop like a wisdom test.
Lactoid, can you
if
tell me?
there-
Do you
if
hate
there-
democracy?
PragerU can develop the wisdom test.
If there was
Lactoid, can you
if there
tell
was
me? Do
some
you
kind
hate?
of
Do you hate democracy? We can just. I don't have to keep talking.
He
I
said
can
it
do
before.
answers.
He's not in favor. I'll let him
I'm
speak for himself.
skeptical,
But
yeah.
Do
yeah,
you? You
he's
don't like
expressed
democracy?
this many
skeptical.
times. Have you met Lactoid?
Oh my God! Yeah, please,
I
we gotta
just-
move on. We gotta move on. We
All
gotta move on.
right, all right, all right.
we
all
gotta
right.
move on. Like, what? Does
No,
anyone
no, I
else
mean,
see
no,
what's...
no, no. We gotta. No, sorry, we gotta move on. But like, I want you to finish your point. Sorry.
Okay, thank God.
digress.
All
And then I
right.
want to move on to other people.
Go on.
Fair enough. Well, I've written down some stuff. So, I don't know what a wisdom test would look like, and yeah, I'm not absolutely married to the idea, right? If you had like a
Roll a
13-year-old
D20.
who could like display like a very high IQ and could indicate like competence in all fields that we have for the competence test, then maybe, right? I don't know. That's an interesting question, but I do think maybe like the life experience aspect could be important as sort of a holistic measure.
It's a recipe for racism.
Okay. And then, so FK, a couple things. When you say all members of a society are treated equally, I think it's interesting that you started with the draft. That's obviously an example of where American citizens are not treated equally, where male citizens have to sign up to go die if shit hits the fan, but female citizens don't. But yet they get the exact same vote that we do. Obviously, we have different requirements on different groups of people, despite the fact that we give them similar votes. So it also seems reasonable that we also give people different votes depending on even if things apply to them equally. And also, by the way, there's a lot of people who can't vote that have laws apply to them equally. Criminal laws that apply to immigrants, for example, is one example, or people traveling to different states where they don't get to vote for the criminal laws in that area, yet by being in that state, they're equally affected by the law, just as other people in that state are affected.
Well, that's just a registry.
And then regardless, though, the whole idea of voting is, again, not just like, oh, some kumbaya, we're all coming together. This is exercising power over your neighbors and other people in the country, first of all. Second of all, regardless of how capable people are, like in the minimal level of capableness, I would prefer certain capable people, right? People who have a high level of capability to have greater say over decisions than people who have a low capability. Stupid people drive bad policy positions on both sides of the aisle. Low IQ is linked with a whole bunch of like policy positions that I hate, right? Economic leftism and social conservatism are both things that I disagree with, and both of them are strongly correlated with having a low IQ.
Oh,
I think
so because
by
Lactoid
eliminating
mistakes those things, therefore you shouldn't be able to vote for
Leftism
us.
is not at all.
by
Should you not be
eliminating
allowed to
by
vote if you're
eliminating
drunk? If
by-
you're drunk in the moment, should you not be allowed to vote at all?
by lowering, not if you decide, maybe not if you came to a decision like at the time.
How do you
What if
decide
I'm
that?
competent? What if I'm a competent?
I don't know. I don't know how you would measure if someone was drunk coming in. Regardless, Like there are obviously
breath
there are
there.
obviously policy prescriptions on both sides that are affected by having low IQ people. So having low IQ people of both sides removed from the equation would raise the overall level of political discourse in this country, because now politicians are only appealing to smart people and they're not appealing to dumb people as much.
You understand that
Second
would
of-
fuck you over, right?
Sure. Toddler, and then I want to say one more thing.
Whole
One more thing.
question.
One last thing. So Aiko, you brought up how like you're generating a total group of like toddlers. I posit that your group is completely arbitrary. You're simply drawing a circle around toddlers and saying this is a group generally is not competent. A much more accurate measurement would be, well, incompetent people are incompetent based on this test, right? I could simply put that as a category and use that as a category of which I deny people voting. And that category is going to be much more accurate. I'm glad he's muted. That category is going to be a much more accurate detector of whether or not somebody's incompetent than like some immutable characteristic, right? That may be somewhat correlated with like lower ability, but isn't necessarily, because that leads to bad problems.
You've created a tautology there, right? Because when I talk about like a class of people like toddlers, like, yeah, you're right.
Jesus.
Like there might be some like super genius toddler or whatever that would be an exception to the rule. But again, because power is diffused in democracy, that wouldn't matter so much. But when you're saying instead we should create a category of incompetence and say that's how we define incompetence, that's a tautology. Like you can't get anywhere there. If you just say, well, incompetent people are incompetent,
you're right.
That doesn't work.
Let me be
But
very
you can say,
specific.
As a whole, toddlers are incompetent.
Yeah. Let me be very specific. People who can't name all three branches of government and score an 80 in an IQ test are incompetent.
Yeah, but that's still not a category. That's still not an essence. You have to go.
I just made a category.
Sorry,
Yeah,
hold on. Let Aiko. Yeah,
I'm saying you have to go and find them, and that's when you get into this like really like very murky territory where things are constantly shifting and standards are shifting. Even if you found the perfect test and you administered it, Ron DeSantis is proving in Florida right now that he would be more than happy to stick his hand in there and manipulate that test in any way that he can. And there are large groups of people that want to do the same thing. I'm sure there's people on the left who will say, let's give that, make it a very complicated test and give it to seniors, and now no seniors can vote because they can't think the way they could 30 years ago. And then, so you've got people like DeSantis, you got people on the left who might do the other thing. You're creating something that's instantly corruptible.
Well, this is a fair point. This is a fair point. But what you could have is you could have two things here. You could have a nonpartisan group decide like basically what's on the voter exam every year, or you could have it be by constitutional amendment. I don't disagree with you.
Based.
I don't know. A nonpartisan like branch.
It doesn't matter that the questions themselves would be nonpartisan when you've already said they'll disproportionately end up favoring your partisan goals. You're like leftism
because the people are smarter, and my goals are shared among smart people. Yes, I'm fine with that.
Like people like Ben Carson.
I don't know what Ben Carson's IQ is. All I know is that the people who agree with me tend to be smart. I wonder why.
Well, yeah,
you're a right winger. That's not true.
Come on, you're literally empowering the people. Yeah, the people who can pass my test are gonna be the ones more likely to agree with me
because they're smarter.
I have an opinion.
Or because you're
just say, but you don't give a fuck about competency. Then why are you saying competency? Why are you saying IQ? All of this stuff is proxies for conservatives. I'm saying affirmative action for conservatives.
I'm saying competency because competent people. The reason why competent people agree with me for a reason.
Okay, so I just want to say I think Warhammer 40K is very relevant to the conversation we're having right now.
But I'm going to toss over to our friend Counter. But like, so I just took a citizenship test. I just did that, and I passed, but not by the margin I was hoping.
Are you Canadian now?
And the Canadian one,
yeah. Go with Lactoid and live in his basement and in Canada.
So I
wonder if there's a PragerU test.
So for the citizenship test, like at least the old citizenship test, they have like a list of 100 questions, my understanding. And then that like you randomly get like 10 of them, and then you have to answer right at least 6. So I took the older version. I'm assuming, and I got 7 correct. But like looking at those questions, I'm wondering why are we asking them? Like one of the questions was, and I mean it's the one I got wrong, so fair enough, right? So you could just whatever.
It must be that question. Then.
Yeah, like it's definitely unfair if I got it wrong. Like it says the Federalist Papers supported the passage of the U.S. Constitution. Which of these men was not one of the authors? I'm going to read those out to you guys. Maybe one of you guys will get it right or wrong. But like, why does anyone need to know who wrote who was an author of the Federalist Papers? Like,
Probably
what does that add to anything? There were other ones that were fair, talking about like senators, right? Like how long does a senator last, right? Like everybody, right? Like how long do they serve?
Yep, sure.
It's
How
like
long do
6
they
to 7
last?
years, right?
3 minutes?
6 to 7. Yes.
Oh.
45 seconds.
But in any case, yeah. But so that's what bothers me. But anyway, I'm going to read out the list, right? And you guys,
What's the
tell
difference
me-
between Class A, Class B, Class C senator? That's probably on there.
Class A, Class B senator?
No, there's
Class-
classes of senators. Yeah.
Seriously? Okay. hold on.
Yeah,
I'm
because
gonna-
they're staggered. They're staggered for every. So you get 33
Oh.
senators 1 year. 2 years later, you get another 33, and then 2 years later, you get 34.
I've never
And those
heard of
are-
that. I mean, I knew they were staggered, but like I never heard there was a term for that. But see, if that was on the test, I'd gotten wrong. Anyway,
Yeah.
so about the authors of the Federalist Papers, they give you 4 examples here. So which one of these people was not one of the authors? Alexander Hamilton, John Adams, James Madison, John Jay.
John
Was
Adams.
the author of what?
John Jay?
Not the author.
Oh,
Sorry, not the author of the Federalist Papers.
Which of them did not write any of the Federalist Papers?
Did not,
John
yeah,
Adams.
was not an author. You said John
C.
Adams.
I'm just gonna
Okay.
say John Adams because everyone else was saying it. I have literally no idea.
Someone said John Jay. I'm gonna go with that.
Is that how you form most of your opinions, Nina?
It's not. It's not an opinion. This is a
Anyone else?
fucking quiz.
It's a guess.
Lactoid.
It's a literal guess.
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay,
I'm trying to
Aiko.
remember.
I'm being
I don't know
honest
the answer
about it.
either. Adams
it
makes
Adams?
sense to me
All right,
because
Paul.
he's
Okay,
not.
I don't remember. I don't think John Adams supported it.
But if I pause.
Does anyone even know what the Federalist Papers
We're
are?
just gonna go down the line. Okay, shut up.
Yes.
We're gonna go down the line, right? So Lactoid says doesn't know. Corey,
I'm
confirmed Canadian. So you don't have to answer.
The two
FK,
Canadians.
Split between Jay and Adams.
Jay and Adams. Okay. Straight. Adams.
Hmm.
Mia.
Again, as I said, I have no fucking idea, so I'm just gonna say Adams.
Okay, Aiko.
Yeah, again, I don't know either. I'm only saying Adams because he was like the least hot-headed of the group. So
Okay. Paul.
It is 100% indisputably, absolutely Adams.
Counterpoints.
Well, now PF Young made me all fucking nervous and shit, but I was going to say John Jay.
Okay, so the only person I'll give credit to is our friend Paul, because Paul was the first one who said Adams, and everyone else just glommed onto him. But
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
it was
Oh, I
Adams.
actually
It
looked
was
in the
Adams.
chat. Thank you very much.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Okay, very good. But yeah, that was Adams. But I had no idea.
Neither did I. I
don't
just
know-
totally fucking
that
guessed
doesn't
and got
say
lucky, to be
anything
honest.
About anyone, right? That doesn't say anything. I mean, like we've
Not
already
very
confirmed-
American of us, I guess. Right?
Yeah,
if you just sound confident and guess the right answer, you'll seem smart.
Okay.
Christmas tree C on the test.
Spoken like a white boy.
So my only point is that like there are a bunch of questions here that like
A Middle Eastern.
like what does that tell us about an individual and that should they be a citizen? And if we had asked this, because specifically what's been said is that we give the citizen test, right? We give that test to other people. And Trump has changed the test. That's something else I wanted to add. He is like under his administration. Apparently, he put some changes, expanded the number of questions, and like changed the wording of the questions to make it more difficult. And it'd be harder for English learners. But whatever. But still, in any case, like I don't. If we're talking about this test, I don't know what it says about an individual. If necessarily you don't know some of these. Like if you give me a
They
random
could study for a test and they can remember factoids about American history.
Okay, so then it doesn't
Yeah,
mean
that's it.
anything.
Yeah.
You're just asking them to remember facts things. So why is that important?
Like American citizens should be able to remember facts. Yeah.
My parents passed a citizenship test. And like they've forgotten all that. So I don't know. Like they passed one.
Listen,
but both of them,
well,
they forgot all that shit.
This is a fantastic point though, because basically the entire American education system is about learning things, being able to pass a written exam, and then forgetting that shit fucking 3 seconds later. Do you know what they're really training you to do? Because I've been in the workforce for 20 years. They're teaching
Factory
you how to
work.
show up to a place that you don't want to be, shut the fuck up, do 8 hours worth of work, clock out, and show up the next day. So if you can't do that, then you shouldn't be in America.
Oh, there you go. Counter,
Agreed.
if you want to say anything else, you're sounding a little gainy. Counter, you're sounding a little gainy, but
yeah, I can turn it down actually.
Yeah, you're a little bit high, but like I want to ask, like, do you think that? I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but like, I guess maybe this is more of a general question. But do you think that somebody who's planning to be like a, home mom, so to say, should have to answer those questions on the parameters that you're talking about?
Are they a citizen or a non-citizen? And also, am I higher or lower?
You
just sound really.
Yeah, but it's still.
I think it might not be using your mic. I think it might be using your webcam.
No, you'll be fine.
I'm using this mic. I'm just fucking with my.
Oh no,
manual
yeah,
cam.
that's
good
not.
now.
Yeah.
You're good now.
Okay, it was pissing me off. Discord on somebody else's show, I fucking forget, but it's literally the opposite problem. I need to bump it more to sound good. I think it's Wick actually.
Yeah,
God damn it, Wick.
Yeah, Nina, what's your question? You're saying does a stay-at-home mom need to know this test? And then I asked if they're a citizen or a non-citizen.
Right, like if they're going to be a citizen, you just said if they can't answer those questions, like then they can't work. So, would you still apply to somebody who is not trying to actually work, or does every immigrant have to work?
So if somebody's trying to get here and they want to be a stay-at-home mom and they don't have any productive capacities or whatever, then I would just say skill issue and then catapult them back over the border. And then if they're already here, then very clearly their grandparents had sufficient skills to pass the written test, and then therefore they're grandfathered in. So
yeah. So
it's not a moral system. It's just
thank you, Counter, for being here. And we'll go to Aiko, and I want to ask a question to Lactoid and Paul.
Yeah, I didn't actually get to ask Lactoid the question I was going to ask him, and he's gone. But hopefully, can he hear me when he's on?
Yeah, he'll be able to hear you.
Right.
Okay,
you can
good.
hear when he curse. That's why we curse him out all the time when he's not around.
So this was going to be my response to him when he talked about like people in the military having more, or men having more value because they can be recruited into the military and like die for their country or whatever. But I would argue that like I just looked it up, women die in childbirth in rates of about 4 digits. I think the most recent year was 1,200 women died in childbirth, which I think is more than American soldiers have died on an annual basis, at least in the past decade. Or at least I would say these are sort of comparable contributions to society that are, of course, if that many die in childbirth, how many have like health complications further on as well too? Just like a lot of people in the military like have to live with the consequences of their service or whatever.
Yeah,
so I would say that's
being serious.
No,
it sounds like a meme, doesn't it?
Well, no, I want to wait. Can I add onto that?
A dead woman is a dead woman.
Hold on.
Hold on. First, let's let Aiko get his point. He was a question. He was asking.
Yeah,
a question.
I'm just saying if you're gonna say Starship Trooper style that risking your life in order to contribute to society is what gives you like the right to participate in society, I would argue that women also there's a lot more women giving childbirth than there are men who are in active like military situations, put it that way. So I do think that they do there is a like again categorical there's case to be made of that of the gender for just that reason. Okay. If you're going to use that,
let me
as your justification.
I assume this is relating to what he said earlier about like, oh yeah, women shouldn't have like the right or whatever because they don't have to go to like.
Let's go to Lactoid.
Well, I just want to make sure we're on the same page here, right?
Well, he just meant they should have greater weight.
Okay.
Okay.
So a couple things here. I never said that men were more valuable. I never said that women shouldn't be able to vote. I didn't think that men should have more weight in voting.
You did say that women, because they don't have to do military service.
You were going similar.
I don't really know what your main.
I'll tell you where I'm going with that.
Okay, can you explain what you meant by that then?
I'm about to. So
please do.
I swear to God. This is
I'm
truly
just
hell.
asking a question.
So Aiko,
Nina's earning her keep right
you
now.
are mistaking like you're mistaking risk of dying with like a legal obligation. Okay, if we had like a legal obligation for women to breed, then I would agree with you that it'd be more comparable. But we don't. Okay, in the
How
same
the
way,
hell does this answer the question, you wet pussy fart? Say what you need
in
to
the
say.
same way, we don't like give skydivers or divers or like
Oh my God,
commercial
okay,
fishermen.
stop.
Or-
Answer
or-
his
or-
question.
Hold on.
we don't give
Let me
these
ask
or commercial fishermen or lumberjacks. We don't give them like more of a vote just because they're more likely to die. It has to do with the point that FK made that my response
More
was
of a vote?
directly in response to is he said, well, this is not like Lactoid, your whole idea of like voting being like power over the people is wrong. It actually has to do with like all of us as a society all coming together and laws applying equally to all of us. And my only point is laws do not apply equally to all of us. And you mentioned the draft, which is weird that you would start your point with mentioning a law that does not
You as
affect
in
equal
me, or
voting.
you as in Ico, or you as
he
in
was
just?
talking to
He
me.
was
He was
speaking ground.
talking to me. But Lactoid, when I say apply equally to all of us, I should clarify. I mean more in the sense of we are represented equally, right? We all have a say in how these laws are kind of like moved around. At the end of the day,
And we
some
shouldn't.
shit happens, but we all had a say in what happens, right? If
No,
we didn't
that's
like
not
it,
true.
You had the option to go out there and argue that you wanted this.
Not
as
if you're
long as you were
15.
given the rights under the American Constitution, right? And if you want to change where voting rights begin and end, then you can change the Constitution. You're also given that right.
No. But your whole premise is wrong. When you say, well, everybody has a say. No, anybody under the age of 18 does not have a say. People who are over the age of 18,
Wait,
but
but those
deemed
people-
mentally incompetent
One
by
day
a judge
they will
in
protest.
many
They
jurisdictions.
also aren't able to go into the military.
To go out there and argue
But-
that, like, hey, we should maybe have a say, and they're given the right to protest, and they're given the right to make these movements.
Yeah, and so I can go out and protest the fact that they vote.
Because guess what? In some you can go out and protest.
And I'm doing
But
that right now.
there's
Nobody's
some
arguing
areas-
against
There's
that.
some areas, Lactoid, where 16-year-olds were given the right to vote, right? There's some local and state
I
elections
disagree.
where 16-year-olds were given that opportunity because their
FK,
voice is
I'll
now,
do you
like,
one better.
Okay,
I'll do you one
14-year-olds
better.
then.
I
We're
will
gonna
do
play this
voter-
game?
What's up, Ico?
We do voter registration drives in my school district. We're actually required by law to do it, but of course, because the Republicans are in charge, they don't enforce that law. So, but what we do is we go around with the League of Women Voters. We try to register as many people who are going to turn 18, which is high school seniors, like in the schools. And it's all of my debate team participates. So I've got 14-year-olds that are having a greater participation in our democratic voting system. Even though they're not voting themselves, they're getting 5, 6, 10 of their friends registered to vote. They're having a larger impact than an individual boomer who goes out and maybe brings his wife with him to the voting booth.
Oh, it's like
wait,
they're being, like,
hold on,
comparing stuff.
hold on, Ico. Then that's great. Then under me and Paul's system, where there's some people excluded from voting, they can also have more of a political say if they go out and convince capable people to vote, right?
Well, that would certainly be a way to cope with that unjust system. Yeah.
Now it's unjust. Now it's
Okay,
unjust.
okay,
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I want to move on. We have limited time, so I just want to get counterpoints and straight rate.
Well, shit, I wanted to find out what Lactoid's system is, because basically if he's advocating for like a Starship Troopers 2 years of service fucking whatever system, then yeah, like if you're then just
Wallahi, that would
articulate
be
it, bud,
beautiful.
because I'll tell you my shit.
No, that's fine, Counter. And you
20
weren't
years, I'll tell you mine.
fair enough. And you weren't here, so I'll absolutely take this opportunity to reiterate it. So
Make it
my concept is that in order to vote at all, you should demonstrate on a competency exam some base level of competency, and then like your vote is determined by your IQ. So if you have 150 IQ, you get 150 votes. If you get 70 votes, if you get 70 IQ, you get 70 votes, et cetera, et cetera.
Counterpoints.
okay,
I'll
so
counter
Steve,
that.
I
If you
mean-
have a 90 IQ, you get to vote, and I get to kind of decide what goes on that test. But like, I've decided this based on my own
sorry.
opinion.
Go ahead, Connor.
No.
It's-
Yeah,
and
so
like
I am perfectly fine with like some base level of competency test. I think you can do it in a nonpartisan way. I do think that we should be able to, like, when we're talking about like civic responsibility, the ability to like answer like a multiple choice test and get like an above 60%, like the standards are at the fucking floor, and we still have to fight tooth and nail in order to get that kind of shit. The reason why I don't think that IQ should be correlated with the power of your vote is because there's like a bell curve with like IQ where there's like like, you know, there's people who are retarded who are like under like 80 IQ, and yeah, you should throw their opinions in the trash. Then there's like, you know, 80 to like 120, and those are functional human beings who work their jobs and fucking pay their bills and all that kind of shit. Then there's like 120 to 200, and those people are so fucking autistic that they can do like space level engineering, but they can barely tie their shoes.
Are they any less
Does Jeffrey
Americans?
Dahmer get
Are they any less
130%
Americans
of the
though?
vote?
Are they what?
Are they any less Americans?
I mean,
No, but I think Counterpoint's point is
I mean,
that
just
they all get the
just
same
fucking
vote,
say it
right?
then.
Unless Counterpoint.
Wait,
are
do
you saying
they
shouldn't be allowed
get to
to
pay a
vote?
lower tax rate?
Also, it's hilarious to
Isn't
think
like
that like
less
disabled people
representation?
are being mobilized to vote in the first place. It's like
That's
not
just
even
something I
fucking
asked
happening.
earlier.
They do get. Hold on. They do get a vote.
Taxation and
If
representation are
if
supposed
somebody
to
is
be
mentally stunned,
proportional.
should they be allowed to vote? Counterpoints. Like somebody, let's say they're like, let's say they do have that 135 IQ and they have like mental disabilities. Should they still be allowed to vote in your
I mean, if
in
they
your
can,
world?
if they can pass a basic competency test, but at the same time, like I'm just like trying to latch on to Lactoid's idea. But I'll tell you, like if this country
Hi.
collapses and there's like an anarchic fucking fallout and we have to reconstitute the government from scratch, I actually think that I really do think that like restaurant, retail, fucking military service or government service. 2 years minimum, and if you don't do that, you don't get the fucking right to vote.
Trade
I don't want all
unions.
these fucking.
I'd be
I'm
more on board with that than a voting
yeah,
test.
I am more prejudiced against like upper middle class snobby fucking fail sons who like walked into trust funds. I'm more prejudiced against them than I am against people who work the fucking ovens at my local pizza kitchen, because those people work their asses off, pay their bills, struggle to get by, and try to take
Okay,
care of their
but
shit.
then
as
you
best
should
as
look
they
at
can.
counterfeits. You
We're
should look at
gonna
who
go
ties
to-
the military
We're
then.
going to sorry. We're running out of time. So I'm gonna go to straight. But very quickly, I as a child I took one of those IQ tests, right? To go into the mentally gifted thing. I officially have an IQ over 130, and I agree about everything Counterpoints just said about me, like everything. Let's go to straight rate.
I wanted to ask Connor something earlier because you said with regards to like the immigration or something like that. Nina asked you like, what about like stay-at-home moms or people who just want to do like domestic work, and you were like, no, sorry. Why? Like, do you not think that domestic work is valued at all?
No, it's insanely valued. It's insanely valued as a culture. I just like I am a civic nationalist in the way that like I don't think that
Nazi?
no.
More like
that's-
a la Proud Boys, probably.
That's ethno. Nazi is ethno national.
Proud Boys are feds too, so.
True. But civic nationalists.
No,
No,
they're
like, I
not.
think that
What?
you should have.
Stop.
Let
Hold
'em-
on. Oh my God, let me finish. So, no, I'm civic nationalist in the fact that I think that if you're coming to this nation, there should be a base level of expectations that are foisted upon you. If you can meet those expectations and you can contribute positively to the society, we'll let you in. And then if you can't contribute positively to the society, then it's up to your host society to figure out what the fuck to do with you. That's not
Isn't
our
like
problem.
a basic liberal principle being able for individuals to choose their own sovereign? How are
Yeah,
you
but
not
I'm
making
not
that
a liberal,
ridiculous?
I'm a Republican.
Well, a classical liberal of the Lockean
Uh,
kind.
Yeah, but there's also like there's cringe shit that classical liberals also advocate for. So I think like most classic liberals are also just like laissez-faire free market people who don't believe in any level of economic redistribution. And I think that shit's fucking giga cringe because obviously you need some level of institutional support in order to make sure that human beings manifest their ultimate selves. So you need some level of statism and redistributive economics.
Okay,
I just
all right.
don't
So
think that,
we run out of time, so we gotta move on. And one of our friends is unfortunately going to leave us, but thank you, Paul, for being here. Like Paul, you're awesome. Like I always really enjoy arguing with you. So yeah, let me know when you.
I enjoy educating all of you.
For a subject, we're going to have a great time. Like yelling at
Paul,
each
I
other.
love
It'll be
you.
fantastic.
Paul, you're a right-wing cuck that fucking hates everything that's good in this world, and I hope that you find that out.
Before you go, Paul, can you?
You
answer-
sound like my mother.
Paul, can you answer why are you opposed to the IQ addition to the test?
I would
Why am I
be
opposed to the IQ edition? Because intelligent
embarrassed to hear
people
myself.
are very good at rationalizing stupid ideas.
So why are you fucking bad at it, anything then?
I'm for basic Starship Trooper rule. If you're not going to do a civics competency test, I agree. I think we should go civil service.
You understand
mandatory
Starship
2
Trooper
years.
was a parody,
Fascist
right?
propaganda, probably.
It's a parody of fascist propaganda. Yes.
Anyway,
I still feel like
I've never
it's so
seen Starship
odd.
Troopers. I've just heard the rules.
Oh, so you're just saying things. All right,
But I
classic.
agree with a basic competence test. If immigrants have to pass the civics exam, every American voter should have to as well. Seems like common sense to me.
Boo.
Oh my god.
And
Definition
IQ
of
test,
socialism.
IQ test is a little bit too much. That's weird because you know what?
Little eugenics, eh?
Yeah, you know who had really high IQs? You know who had really high- Do you know who really had high IQs? The
What's your opinion on
postmodernists.
miscegenation?
What'd you say? I didn't even hear what you said. Like,
I said
who had really high IQs?
the people who had really IQs that demonstrate that just because you have a high IQ doesn't mean you understand anything of value. The postmodernists had high IQs.
Okay,
Aiko,
well,
if
there you go.
a little philosophy for you, Aiko.
I'm
They-
a
yeah,
leftist,
they could
right?
also
I'm
probably
a-
pass the
I'm a-
competency
I'm a
exam.
I'm
It
a
just has nothing to do
leftist
with
a
whether or not you
high
have good
IQ,
values.
and I prove everything he says. All right, let's go.
All right.
Thank you, Paul, for being here.
I appreciate your sense of humor.
Thank you, guys. Yes, Godspeed. It
Good
was
speaking
fun.
with you, of
Peace.
course.
Good to see you,
Well,
Connie.
I love you, Paul.
Peace,
Paul-
peace, 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 peace.
Always fun.
Paul was cool
Okay.
before he went all communist at the end there. That was fucked up.
Oh, you know what? All right, peace, guys.
Oh, he's still here.
I
With
still
the
said
Scottish
it earlier.
voice.
I don't like this idea of immigrants being compared to like American citizens taking the fucking test. All right. The reason American citizens aren't taking that test every month is because we have an expectation that you went through the American schooling system and you probably already went through the process of like learning about these fucking random
Which
civics
tells
things.
you
Whereas-
nothing
Why
about
are you so
anything
retarded
because
after going through it?
because
Because
there's a
some people
there's-
might still be. It is, but we have an
there's a
expectation.
statistic that
Unless you
says
wanna
36%
argue-
of Americans can actually pass these tests,
Yeah,
right?
it's
So,
fine
like,
to say that,
whatever.
but we have an
It
expectation
doesn't-
that we've already taught them. Unless
Yeah.
you want to argue that you're changing
did
all
the-
of society to focus only on this test, and every time we do it, we're
I-
like focusing on educating
I-
for this one test every year.
Great. I don't know why. I don't know what every year thing, but anyway, we're moving on. So thanks all for being here so far. We're going to go on to our next topic.
They were really
Um,
quick. Hold on. Can
Okay.
Hold the panel. Pause.
Okay.
I can just say the really quick thing I just have been wanting to say for a while is just I just wanted to catch up counterpoints quick. We were talking about the introduction of PragerU into Florida public schools, and it's just a small step from there to making PragerU design the test that allows you to vote. And this is what I mean with what I'm putting here. Even if you come up with the perfect test, and I do agree that the civics test is pretty good. I've taught a lot of kids' parents who have become citizens and have taken that test. But every test is corruptible. When there are stakes, like everybody who gets to vote, we saw with Jim Crow what happens. And so it's not that there's anything fundamentally wrong with having a competency test. It's just that there's no way to ensure that it won't like create racism.
And the very last thing I'll say on that is that like it is just memorizing factoids, like you guys said previously.
sorry.
Like it doesn't actually demonstrate even true understanding. Like it would be one thing if it was an open-ended essay, and like, well, how do you feel? Like what does the Constitution make you feel like? Right? I don't know. Whatever. Like if
That would be good. That would actually be really good, probably.
yeah, like if you had an open-ended thing, but like it's just memorizing factoids, and then you immediately forget the factoids and whatever. All right.
Actually,
But we're moving. Shut up! Shut up!
Yeah.
Going on. All right. So, to the audience, if you've been enjoying this content, consider helping us out so we can continue providing this content in the future. We do need your help. It's a new month, new day. So the leaderboards are pretty much all open. So consider subbing to the channel. I haven't done so yet. Gifting bits or gifting subs, or what's the other thing? Resubbing, that's a good thing. Or you could use a hype chat. Hype chats on Twitch and super chats on YouTube are read out loud on panel. So I'm going to ask anything to these great people. You want to try to determine like why Lactoid is the way he is? Well, then put it in a super chat.
Because he's smart. High IQ.
Because of high IQ. There you go.
He's Canadian.
And that too.
one day
Something
he'll
about
wake
it.
up.
But anyway, yeah, so then consider helping out with a hype chat or a super chat. That's how we powered this community, how I can do all this for you. So if you want more of this, then consider helping us out. Hey, TP, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. Anyway, let's continue on. Next topic. Okay, topic 2. Eastern European nations are taking actions against ethnic Russians. Lithuania has declared 1,000 Russians and Belarusians to be national security threats and is expelling them. Latvia is demanding that 20,000 Russians pass a Latvian language test or be expelled as well. Latvia specifically says that this is in response to Russia, which invaded Ukraine on the pretense of protecting the large Russian ethnic minority there. Do you think that such measures are reasonable? Latvia specifically borders Russia, so is it logical that they be worried about a similar invasion on similar grounds? Or is expelling residents along ethnic lines never a reasonable solution to any problem? So yeah, I thought this was an interesting question from our friend Aiko. He sent me this, so shout out to him. And I definitely agree. This is an interesting thing to talk about. So we're once again talking about tests, but the heart of the matter is like, is it reasonable to do an ethnic cleansing campaign? Is it reasonable on national security when you have a belligerent military power on your doorstep? To try to take actions to protect yourself, even if that means removing some of their citizens or people who've come from there. So anyway, I'd love to hear what you all have to say. We'll start with Lacto.
Yeah, no, this is a tough one because I understand the logic behind it, right? Russia did invade Ukraine with a lot of the pretext being because ethnic Russians were under attack and being oppressed, and so therefore Russia needed to move in. The reason why I don't think is reasonable here, though, is because both of these countries are NATO. They're protected by Article 5, nuclear war, and the entire force of the U.S. military. The likelihood that Russia's going to invade any of these countries is so insignificant that I don't think it justifies what essentially here is like a pretty scary thing to do, which is like target like ethnic groups for removal from the country. Generally speaking, I would oppose such things. I think, to be honest with you, I'm actually pretty in favor of people being able to exist peacefully in a country wherever they would like. And so the Russian people who have been living there for the past 50 years, I think they're totally fine staying there. I think this is too far.
Okay, let's go to our friend Corey.
I actually echo some of the same sentiments that Lactoid just went through, where it seems like it's pretty tough, but also at the same time, there's some parallels to, let's say, my particular circumstances in my province, where Quebec, in Canada, or unique nation within Canada, sort of has an interesting relationship with like language. And that as part to pretty much gain your permanent residency here, you're pretty much, it's mandatory to prove that you acquired some sort of proficiency with the French language. And Quebec has like actual language laws to uphold their language in the name of culture. And so there is some sort of expectation of, let's say, some sort of assimilation or cultural assimilation. So I can see sort of the argument there from that context. But yeah, to pretty much wrap up, more or less, I err on the side of what Lacto said. Like, this seems to be a little bit too far, given the circumstances. And I'll leave it there for now.
Next, we'll go to our friend FK, please.
Yeah. I'm not surprised Eastern Europe has like severely anti-Russian sentiment, but this seems to go too far. I don't know though if I would be against, like, during a time like this, if parts of Eastern Europe were like, hey, we might put a little bit more scrutiny on like people who might have like ties to the Russian government or have like extremely pro-Russian ties, and they're like living in parts of Eastern Europe. I don't know. I find it hard to be like completely against putting more scrutiny towards it. Now trying to like separate them from society and treating them as second-class citizens when you're like just going off of only looking at them and being like, that's a Russian, that I don't know about. That's it for me.
Let's go to Straight.
I'm going to come out with a really hot take that ethnic cleansing bad. I can understand, given the geopolitical relationships and like tensions between these two countries, why they feel that taking such severe actions against the population would be justified. But I do agree that, or like, I do think that it is a crime against humanity. I think it's extremely harsh. And if it's a matter of wanting to like discourage a particular ethnic population from being within your country, there are ways to do that don't involve just like active expulsion through like these bullshit tests or whatever, or like the removal of entire ethnic groups. I think that the state needs to be observing like individual rights and take it on an individual case-by-case basis for expulsion. What is it when somebody sent back to their like country or whatever, like you don't I can't think of it.
Deportation.
Yeah, deportation, some sort of like deportation or whatever. There are like better democratic channels to achieve the same end that don't result in like a lot of bloodshed and like inhuman treatment. And that's it.
Let's go to Nina.
As somebody whose family was interned in World War II, like Japanese, I'm half Japanese, and my family was interned in World War II. I feel like I was actually looking this up earlier today. I mean, I didn't have a lot of time to look it up, but it didn't really seem like there's a lot of proof that it was actually beneficial to do so. And it really just seems to be a type of xenophobia of like a fearful as like the citizens are just like, okay, well, I'm just scared of like people, or it's like a political move to like, you know, to do this type of mechanism. And I or no, that's a weird word, but you know what I mean. Where I don't feel like this is at all just, and I don't understand how anyone could even clarify it as being just. Again, as having my family interned, there was no proof that I could find that the Japanese internment camps actually stopped any sort of espionage. So I think it's just kind of just, you know, xenophobic racism or whatever you want to say. And I think it's really fucked up, to say it very mildly. And I think this is going to be something that's going to be looked back in history as being horrible.
Aiko.
Yeah, the reason I suggested this topic is because I keep swinging back and forth on this issue. I can't defeat either side's arguments. And so since everyone on the panel seems to be against this, I guess I'll be the guy who presents what the other side looks like. Because, yeah, maybe not everyone entirely, but if just to know the history of that part of the world and what Russia does. This goes all the way back to Stalin. Actually, goes long before that. But if you'll recall, the way Stalin was able to take over Crimea before he gave it to Ukraine was he ethnically cleansed the place. What he does is he takes Russians, he brings them in, and then he gives them the houses of the people who lived there before that he pushed out. And then he says, "Oh, look, it's ethnically Russian now, so now it's ours." And then they did that again in the Donbass with the little green men, where they come in, they start harassing people, they get them out of their villages and neighborhoods, they take over the houses, and then they hold like a few years later, they hold a referendum, and lo and behold, everybody's Russian. And then this is happening again right now. Wagner Group has been repositioned into Belarus, which is being annexed by Russia. Russia's already announced this, that they are annexing Belarus, which means Russia is bordering Poland. And they're surging all these troops up, and these troops are going in posing as civilians because they know that like Poland is taking in refugees and stuff like that. From Ukraine. And one of the only ways to differentiate a legitimate refugee from one of these people that's posing, just like they did in Donbass, just like they did in Crimea before, is language. Language is like the sort of the biggest test of culture there. Doesn't mean that unjust things don't happen as a result of it. This is why I'm torn on the issue. But the fact is, we have the luxury to have an opinion like here in the United States that would disallow that kind of bigotry, all right? Because we have the luxury of being in a country where we're not really at risk, even though we do complain about the Reconquista and like Mexicans coming up from the south and stuff like that. But that's not the same kind of threat that these Baltic states are facing. And so that's what puts me at a bind. That's what makes me understand what they're doing. Because when the numbers reach high enough, then they start, and they want that land bridge to that little piece of Russia that's out there that's between Lithuania and Poland. And they want to get that by planting as many Russian speakers in that pathway as possible so that at some point they can say, no, this is actually Russian land. And I just don't see how they fight that without using language as a marker for identity.
Okay.
What did I say about informing people, Aiko? It's not acceptable.
Oh, all right.
Let's go to our
Damn it! I did it again.
friend Counterpoints, who I've missed so much. Counterpoints, thanks for stopping by here, good friend. And you can introduce yourself or jump straight into your opening.
Yeah, so no, my absolute pleasure. I do love being here. I just I got done with paternity leave recently and I'm back in the wage cage. I'm not big enough yet to go full time. We're doing well on the YouTube channel, but not well enough to go full time. So obviously anybody's support is appreciated. And basically what I would say is if you're into science fiction, science fantasy, I run a middlingly successful Warhammer channel. We're at like 47,000 subs. We actually broke 1 million views in the past 28 days, which is a huge milestone for me. That's only the second time that I've ever done it, so it's fantastic. Then also in the description below, I have the Counterpoints Coliseum where I post debates such as this, and I have a Counterpoints essay channel where I'll be posting some edgy essays in the future. But addressing the topic, I think that I largely agree with Lactoid that this is an overstep, but I also, so we don't agree with each other for the next hour or so, I kind of want to play devil's advocate and try to articulate like the moral impetus behind it, and also how I think that it could apply maybe if it doesn't apply here. The reason why I don't think it applies here is because of NATO, is because if they invaded Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, any of those countries, and they use like majority ethnic Russian enclaves as a justification to do it, then the United States would say, fuck it. And then we just go slap them in the face, which I think is, that would actually resolve a lot of these issues. However, that does not mean that we're going to be there forever. Trump was talking about withdrawing from NATO. There seems that there's Republicans who are sympathetic to being isolationist. They would need to get a senatorial, because it's like a formal treaty, they would need to get senatorial approval, which I think would have a huge domestic backlash and international backlash. So the chances of it happening in the immediate future are low, but what a decade looks like after, economic collapse, what 2 decades look like, 3 decades look like, if we're even here in 3 decades, I don't know what that looks like. And so if the Estonians and the Latvians and the Lithuanians are playing a long game where they either say, you integrate or you get the fuck out, I do understand it logically. And then we could talk about Japanese internment if we wanted to get spicy with it too in the open, but I want to yield back the time. So so let's get into it.
The panel.
To start off, like I think I might be a little bit biased on this just because like I'm Albanian. I'm like my ties lie solely with American interest, but like my family comes from Albania, so a lot of the stories I hear, a lot of the stuff I hear is like from that perspective. And like the biggest way to correlate this would be like, imagine in America we had legitimate evidence that like Mexico was actively sending immigrants to like live in certain parts of America, right?
We already
And then
do.
not only were they doing that, but then also Mexico was funding like revolutionary groups in parts of America that were trying to split off of America to become Mexican. And then those
Reconquista,
areas,
that's what they
right?
call it.
Yeah, like those areas were slowly breaking off. You could say America was doing that type of fuck shit when it came to like Texas or when it came to like expansion, but like I feels like right now we live in a very different era, and that's what we're witnessing happening in this part of the world, right? Like Aiko said, that's what was happening in Ukraine. That's what was happening in most of Eastern Ukraine, was a funding of like military groups, was a funding of getting these people to like settle in these areas, right? Was trying to fund this literal split
Who
off of like
are we talking about?
Russia. We're talking about what Russia was actively doing to Ukraine.
Yeah, but do
But I'm
we
saying,
know
like-
that this like 1,100 people are specifically being used as like political pawns to deliberately like settle in this area, like as part of like a broader irredentist plot? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't,
Because for them to just like instantly
I
be
feel
classified
like-
as enemies of the state
Yeah.
is like the scary slippery slope to me. It's not the idea that you can
Well,
like
it's not that the
if you're
people
being
are enemies of the state. It's what we know is that Russia is actively funding to have people settle in these areas.
Mhm.
The enemies of the state are more like the military combatants that rise up that Russia's been funding.
Right, and we're not
The
talking about
people are just
Russia,
an
right?
aspect of, like,
Mainly,
colonizing
right?
that area.
Right, you're just using that as an example because we're talking.
Yeah. I'm using
yeah, got
Mexico
it.
as an example. I'm like, that's like, that would be like a 1-to-1 of what it would look like if it was happening like on our border to us physically, right? It would be
And
like
if Russia were
Mexico paying for
multiple
that, and
times
we
our
have, like-
size.
wait,
Yeah.
so Aiko, can I ask something before we continue?
Yeah.
Or if
Who
Mexico is
is
multiple times our size.
Who is
Mexico, yeah.
calling it
Mhm.
a reconquista? Is it Mexican government officials? Is it Mexican
Oh no
paramilitaries?
no
Is
no
this
no! Like
cultural thing?
it's cultural thing inside the Hispanic community here. It's regarded largely as a joke, but then a lot of right wingers like have grasped onto it and have sort of used it as a boogeyman for
Like Mexicans actually want to resettle and retake the southwest.
Yeah,
the United States
about
to
fif-
get their
like-
territorial integrity back.
About 10 years ago, there was a lot of discourse about making English the official language, and that was one of the reasons, was because we might end up like Quebec or something, where there's a real risk of like people like trying to like create their own
There's a
subculture
fear
for the
of
state and then
the
take.
southern areas becoming
But
just this
Texas
new,
all
like, little
constantly talks
Mexico.
about like separating from the U.S.
I know. It's
Like-
hypocritical, of course.
I mean, Texas is
It's
might
hypocritical, but
possibly
like
fit
Texas
blue.
wants to separate from the U.S., but Texas wants to be like the new America.
Yeah, they
and
don't want to
be Mexico,
become
right?
they don't want to become New Mexico or whatever
Yeah.
you would call it. They want to be on their terms. But I'm just saying, like, the
White man's
equivalent would
terms.
be if Mexico were like massively larger than us and had a history of dominating us for like the previous 50 years, right, under an Iron Curtain.
Or even a few
Like,
hundred.
Because that's what happened to a lot of these nations in Eastern Europe. They were, you got to remember, these people were like under Russian rule. Like, it's fucked though, because like
The Baltics
I don't
are
know.
terrified
The only
of
way I
Russia
could
coming
see,
back.
the only way I could ever see to like be able to stand this opinion is like going from the perspective of like you kind of gotta violate some people's private liberties just to like track like, do you have any ties to Russia? Do you have anything
Yeah,
that's like
Okay, what if they
measurable?
do
I had a
though? What if
question.
they do though?
If
I had a
if
question in my
have
open-
measurable ties that are
Yeah,
like,
if they're
oh,
from
this
Russia,
person-
of course they have ties to
well,
Russia.
no, but like ties to Russia, as in like, are you supportive of the government? Are you
political
supportive
force.
of the like government invasion?
Okay, so yeah, maybe
the
you're
US
proud
and
of
all that?
like your country. I mean, like this is what I'm talking about when I
No,
talk about the
maybe-
relation. When I talk
Maybe
about the
you're part of a
relation
cell
with.
of 500 Wagnerites that went to settle an area and take
Well, that's
over the
not
Russian
that's
government.
not what we're talking about. We're not talking about like Wagner.
Well, we don't
we're
know.
talking about
That's the
average
problem is we-
citizens.
But
No,
do you
we
think it
don't
should be
know.
No, we
illegal to
absolutely
violate
would
these
know.
people's
What do you
rights in
mean?
the-
No, they
Wait,
don't.
no, but Nina,
Look
the
at what
issue.
happened in Donbass.
The
In
question is,
Donbass,
should you
you
be
can't.
allowed to violate these people's rights in the first place to find out this information?
Well, that's the pretense
let's
for this, right?
let's
If
go
you-
to-
Right.
Sorry, I want to hear what Aiko was trying to say about the
Yeah.
Donbass.
Yeah. So look, this is what happened with the Donbass, and it happened earlier, like under. Nobody remembers it with Crimea because it happened under Stalin, like a long time ago. But when they did it with the Donbass, with the little green men, you had all these people displacing people and then replacing them not just with Russian speakers, but with like Russian speakers who like understood that eventually this area was going to become Russia.
There was
And
like
they
the
just
active
kinda kept it
goal.
in
They
the-
were working alongside the military organizations. To, like,
Yeah.
make sure that,
They-
like,
they
they're
weren't just,
pushing
like,
Yeah, and
random
they're doing it
assholes,
again
like-
with Poland right now.
Okay,
and
but you
with
think that would be
Lithuania.
fair with the
Sorry,
Japanese
I
though?
just want him to finish this point because
So
I think
Well,
yeah,
I'm
so here's
sorry.
the point. I asked a question in my opener that nobody's answered. I
Okay.
understand the objection to this as a solution. Like I said, I'm split on it myself morally. Like first thing I thought about was Japanese internment too. Like believe me, I understand that. But nobody answered the question. With these people, like with these cells coming in and doing what I just described, what's the alternative solution? Like how do you beat these people with some other method?
Well, that implies that they exist. Is that? I don't really feel like that's been a confirmed thing.
I think
They're just random
I can make-
citizens that have
make-
had the history of living there
there's-
for like
there's
years.
evidence
No,
for
this
that.
is
Yeah,
very
like, why
yeah.
should they have to answer
Can I
for the
address
sins
that?
of their fathers?
Can
I mean,
if
look-
I could address that,
Yeah.
that directly.
Please.
So we have historical examples specifically when it comes to Russia, when it comes to this trend. So when it comes
Sure,
to
they do
Crimea, when
this
it
type of
comes to
thing.
Donetsk,
Absolutely.
when it comes to Luhansk, when it
Mhm,
comes to
sure.
Georgia, like I think 10 or 20 years ago, when it comes to Chechnya, when it comes to all this
Crimea.
kind of place. And I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure there's
same
even
pattern.
they were trying to do the same thing in Moldova, where they were trying to like support like Transnistria as a
Transnistria,
breakaway
yeah.
state. So it's a
Mhm.
fairly common historical trend. Not even
No, that
in,
they
like,
do
the
it. I'm not
distant
saying it's
past.
happening though.
Well, right. Well, but at the same time, so the question, so somebody asked another question, which is like, how do you handle this without fucking over normal
Well,
citizens?
no,
I
to go
think-
back to no, to go to iCow's question. No, that's not what he was asking, right?
No,
No,
but that's
that-
basically what he was
that-
asking.
That,
He's
what
asking, like,
Counterpoints just
Well,
said is
wait, I
exactly
want to
my
make some
question.
clarify.
yeah, that was
Okay.
his
What
question.
Yeah.
That's exactly
Yeah,
my
so
question.
My bad then.
How
Yeah.
do we not fuck the normal average citizens or whatever?
That's what I was asking,
Unfortunately,
and what he was
yeah,
asking.
unfortunately, what I think it boils down to, if you want to have like a civic nationalist, not ethno nationalist, we're paperwork nationalists. We want people to agree on values and principles and all that kind of stuff. I do think you need to come up with a codified, coherent, central value system. So if that is speaking Estonian as a primary language, if that is like getting educated in Estonian schools, if that is learning Estonian,
Do you think that we
language,
should
if
say
is
that
swearing-
in the United States?
do
Everyone
I
has to,
think
everyone has to
that-
speak English.
Yeah.
We don't have the same danger here. I don't think.
You
we're
think?
just-
Wait.
if
and
the United
nowhere
States
close.
was
I
actively,
feel like you guys are a little separate on this.
like here's
I'm
here's
cur-
where the issue.
Everybody
is.
should speak
I don't
English,
think
yeah.
anyone
I think we should
here.
have a
I don't think
national
anyone
language.
here would support internment camps, right? But if we were back in an
Mm,
era where like we're going to
counterpoints there.
war, do you support like violating people's rights to some degree for national security, right? Do these countries get to like go
Lincoln
through the
did it.
process of like do
No,
these
but
countries
that's
get to
the
go through the
issue.
process of like listen, like because like here's the thing, I agree with you. I don't think it should be like you're Russian, you go straight to jail, we just decide that. But like
Well,
are-
it's
are these-
deportation.
yeah, like or deportation or any of that. I don't even know if like I don't agree with that like to that extent.
Okay,
think
well,
it
I
is
think we're
deportation.
wait, hold on. I think
I
we
think
need
it is.
to I think we need to reformat this a little bit because what we're talking about is refugees, right?
No,
No.
because it's not just
Not
refugees. Because like in that part of the
Okay,
world,
but a
it's
lot of the
it's
ones that are
multiple
talking about
people.
are refugees.
In
So what you're
Poland,
doing
there
is
was a
you're
lot of
damning
refugees.
them to sending them back to the country that they are
Well, no,
leaving.
no.
But then,
So,
would you agree with the process of like how would you deal with those refugees? Do you
So,
allow them to like congregate in certain areas, or do you
Yes.
like forcefully separate them around like your countries so they
No,
go
why
to,
would I
like,
do no?
major
Hold on.
population centers?
One way or the other, we're not talking about refugees. We're talking about people who like settled there. That's yeah. So
Yeah, I think
Do you think
it's-
there's no
Let's just give
refugees?
you an
I'm gonna
example.
give. Sorry. Yeah. I'm gonna,
You can only look the same way.
I want to get back to it. He's been waiting.
Fair enough.
I guess the only question I have to both Ico and counterpoints is, and maybe counterpoints you agree with this, if because they're part of NATO now, and even look, even without America involved, NATO still has several nuclear powers in it, so that's immediately going to be a pretty massive deterrent. But like assuming they're playing the long game in the sense of, well, they're concerned that someday they might not be protected by NATO, and so then Russia might move in. Wouldn't playing the long game here just be like, hey, you have your kids have to learn Estonian, and like we're going to teach just like in America we teach English language arts, right? You also have to learn Estonian, and we have the government documents being Estonian, and the part of this.
You're allowed to speak Russian. You just have to also speak Estonian.
Yeah, so part of the assimilation process, and in the long run, this would achieve the desired effect without what they're currently doing, which is deporting a bunch of old people who maybe are don't speak
But I
those
think
languages,
that's-
but they're not relevant. They're not going to be relevant in 30 years,
talk.
right?
Go ahead.
Because
I want to address it directly. So when it comes to NATO without the United States, maybe this is just me. Maybe this is my bigotry against French people. Maybe this is my bigotry against Germans. I think that European armed forces are relatively pusillanimous and toothless. I think they're pussies.
what a word!
And so
Except for the
I
UK.
wouldn't-
What does pusillanimous
open up
mean?
a-
They
So
call them
it's
pussies.
pussies.
It's calling them pussies.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
unironically,
basically-
that's what it means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I've
where
never heard that word.
that's where the word comes from. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I love
so
that.
If I was Latvian, Estonian, or Lithuanian, I would not trust the future of my country to French and
It's
German
gonna be Poland and
interventionist.
UK.
Yeah, it would. It would literally be Poland and the UK because Poland wants to go to war with Russia.
Yeah.
Well,
And the UK is a
but
nuclear
again,
power.
Yeah, of course. But
Yeah.
at the same time, Russia's a power, and I would expect the UK, if they didn't have the support of the United States, to toe the line with the rest of the Europeans that they're relatively neighbors with. So that's where I think the Latvians, Lithuanians, and Estonians being paranoid is somewhat justified. Then when it comes to is forcing ethnic Russian settlers in these countries to integrate into society a better solution than deporting them? Yes, the answer is unequivocally yes. But if they refuse, if they say, fuck you, we're doing distance learning in Russian, I support Vladimir Putin, you can't tell me what to do, I might have Estonian citizenship, but I have dual citizenship with Russia, and they have a fucking Wagner fucking bumper sticker on the back of their fucking truck, then fucking deport their asses, and I wouldn't give a shit.
Well,
But I want to hear from Straighteray, Nina, and Corey, because they haven't What is your guys' opinion on what Counter just said? Because that's kind of what I was thinking too.
Because
if
to me,
somebody
how is
has
this
these
not-
allegiances, oh yeah, go ahead.
How is this not the first stage of a genocide?
Okay, I actually want to address that.
Wait, you're saying that they have allegiances.
I want to address that. I want to address that.
Corey,
I want you. So I bring up Quebec for a reason. Where Quebec, they have actual language laws, and that to come here, even just in Canada, you have to prove that you can speak. We have two official languages, English and French. Would you characterize what Quebec does as a genocide?
Straighteray.
Wait, who are you asking?
I'm asking.
So you
Yeah, just-
to go there, so you guys
I
would
think
not
a cultural,
accept
this kind of a cultural
anyone.
genocide, yeah. Because I
Okay.
don't think that
So
there
you-
should be internet like language requirements.
Yeah,
personally.
that's psychotic in
Okay,
my
so
opinion. I agree
Canada,
with that.
you would agree that Canada engages in cultural genocide, given that we have language.
To an extent, sure.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Should wait, hold on. Would you
I
apply
think
this
I've
as like
just
teaching
been
all
persuaded
subjects?
to support the Estonian policy.
Yeah.
I think that
Okay,
persuaded me.
I mean, I think we have enough technology. You can just use your phone to translate. I don't think you really have to speak the language to live in a place.
Okay,
yeah,
if
but it's about-
here's- you're missing a moral component to this, which is
You're
if
missing a
it's
whole bunch of Quebec
Moral
history
component.
as well.
Which is if it's voluntary. If you're moving to Quebec and you're like, I want to take advantage of the society and the culture and the
Quebec
buildings
healthcare.
and the
We're
and the
talking
French-
about refugees.
the Frenchly
We
saying
have
system.
refugees here in
We
Quebec.
will, and I'll differentiate that shortly.
Yeah.
So Nina, to kind of steelman when you keep bringing up refugees, I think
Mm-hmm.
there are people who are escaping the Russian government because they don't like Vladimir Putin and they think that he's a totalitarian dictator and they want to take advantage of
They're-
European economics. I think those
And-
people exist, and I do think that there's probably a few generations
Hold
of
on,
people
hold on.
who settled
Well,
previously.
you gotta finish. Let him finish.
Yeah.
You're talking about
so-
Russian citizens?
Yeah, I think like so. For instance, like I shop
Gotcha.
from a store. I shop from a store called Liber Demonica.
Sure.
That
That's
was
crazy.
a Russian. That was a Russian based company that was building third-party bits for
Okay.
Warhammer 40,000. Because of the war, they fled to Estonia and
Okay.
reformed their business in Estonia. So yeah, there are absolutely Russian people who flee to these countries as a
Okay.
result of like the political
Right.
problems
And
in
you would
Russia.
consider those refugees, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say that
Okay.
if they told the guy from Liber Demonica, if they said, "Hey, listen, we understand you're from Russia, you're fleeing political persecution. As a part of your deal staying in Estonia, we want you to send your kids to Estonian-speaking schools, and we want you to learn our language." I think that's a perfectly reasonable ask.
Why should it be
Also-
conditional upon that?
Wait, hold on, hold on. So if you,
Why should
okay,
it be?
I'm sorry. If you, okay, so you think that they should have to give up their entire identity as like a family tradition because of.
They can keep it, but they also have to learn Estonian.
I think this is like a
it's
very
like
hard
you really
metric to determine their
It-
loyalty.
well,
So
to
now-
If their identity
This
is
is
that
what they think
Estonia
the Native
belongs to
Americans, you
Putin,
motherfucker. Do you
then-
understand that?
Wait, but like the
Who?
Native Americans is like a different story. This is more like
No, it's
like,
the
we're
exact
talking-
same
wait, wait,
story. Though you
it's
had to
not-
send your
it's not-
kids to a different school.
wait.
It's the exact same fucking
Wait, wait,
story.
wait. To go to Aiko's point, it's not the
Sounds like a
exact
skill
same
issue.
story. The issue is when it comes to Russia.
Yeah, from the
we've
Russians,
seen on
apparently.
we've seen on multiple occasions that Russia will use methods like sending people and making them making them groups
Yeah.
of like refugees, or just trying to send people to settle on the borders of their nation, right? So they can expand a little bit further, right? That's what these nations are worried about. So when it comes to like, listen, we're okay with having refugees, but we need to have like other methods of like securing that like we're not having what happened
Okay,
all
but
around
that,
us
like,
happen
why
to
would it
us.
have to be
I don't see a
something that's
problem with a nation
ongoing
doing
instead
that.
of like a background check? Because if these are people who are trying to claim like political
because, like,
asylum, I don't
when
understand
you-
why ongoing you're saying that you have to
because
like
the idea-
relinquish.
Do you
or
have the same
surrender your
opinion on
culture.
that? On like people
hold on,
who are
sorry.
seeking political asylum in America?
I do want to ask or have someone answer this question because Straight Radio, I think, she's touching on something. Like this idea of like a language test, like you have to learn the language. How does that ever imply loyalty? Like it's simply that you did the thing.
No,
you
it
put
integrates
effort
you.
into
It's
it.
just it's jumping through hoops.
There's overlap.
Yeah.
integrates
So
you,
I can
but
explain this.
if-
I think
but,
language
okay,
test is
sure.
more avoiding
I-
enclave.
I will.
areas.
I want you. I want Lactoid and then counterpoints to explain that because you know I had remembered the term "little green men" from 2014 when that whole incident was happening. Where like it was amazing. Where Russia was like, "Oh yeah, those aren't ours. Those definitely aren't ours. But they're definitely,
Yeah.
there was definitely their soldiers, right?" But I didn't hear about this whole thing about them forcing people out and moving people in. I wish I had that context previously. I didn't know that previously. So like if that was the case, if we had some sort of operation like that, or an example of an operation like that happening in a neighboring country, and we're afraid it's going to happen here, then I don't know that like the fact that someone knows English, like I don't know what that matters. But like Lactoid, go ahead.
Yeah. So the
Lactoid and
yeah. So like and a great hypothetical would be like let's imagine like if the laws were such that like China like could move in a tremendous amount of people because they have so many people and like significantly sway like the politics of America to be pro-China, right? That'd be a concern. I understand the concern,
I
right?
bet.
And so the question is, now we have multiple things we have to be concerned about, right? We don't want to ethnically cleanse people. That's fucked up. But at the same time, we don't want Russia, a country which has historically dominated us, to do the same thing again, right? And so the idea with that is, well, we have Russian citizens here, and it very well could be the case that they're just trying to flee, the fucking commies over there, and they want to come and live in the Great West. I totally understand that, right? And so what these countries are doing, right, is they're saying, well, we have to make some kind of effort here to integrate them if they're going to be here. And one of the ways you integrate somebody into your country is if they can communicate and they can speak the language and like they become established in that country, right? If you have enclaves along the border that don't speak the language of the host country and they only speak Russian, then you have a lot more motivation to be like, yeah, we want the Russians to come in because now we're part of a country in which we're actually integrated in, as opposed to the country we're currently not integrated in.
With the option, the issue to me is the compulsion to do it.
So
There's obviously.
Education is compulsory in most countries. In America, in order to pass high school, you have to learn English language arts. That is a compulsory education. You have to learn math. And if somebody says, "Well, math isn't part of my culture," we say, "Too bad. You have to meet state standards. Otherwise,
you have to do that to earn a diploma, not to earn your citizenship."
But I think one of the issues is like in America, when you go to the
but
hospital,
truancy,
you get a paper, right? And on this paper, you got English and Spanish if you're in Texas, right? At the end of the day, we have like friendly relations with Mexico. So we have this understanding that like when we're putting the Spanish language on there, it's because like we're okay with like people who only speak Spanish. Like it's a courtesy thing. It's not like we're not forcing it. But what's happened in places like Ukraine is you'll have places like the Donbass starting to I need to look this up to see if it was like correct. Like removing Ukrainian from like some of their paperwork or some of their government paperwork.
And creating taking over government buildings and
like
creating new
using
ones,
Russian
alternative
government
ones.
paperwork. So it's like there's an obvious attempt to shift parts of, and this isn't like Russia. This is in Ukraine. There's an obvious attempt to shift part of their government facilities to like only focusing on like.
Well,
Ukraine,
and we've seen the end game
Russia.
right now because now it's officially been several of those territories have been officially annexed. So just like they did with Ukraine. So we've watched it do it from beginning to middle to end twice over, and now we're seeing it again with the buildup in Poland.
But why is? Sorry, continue. No, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm just saying it's not. I want to get back to Nina's point because I think until we get past Nina's point, we can't argue the point that I want to argue. Nina's asking, is this really happening, or is this just like a hoax or like an artifact of history that's not happening anymore? But it's not just that it's started up again, it's that it's never stopped. It's been a continual flow of replacement people, basically ethnic cleansing, now in 3 parts of that part of Europe. So
and
you know,
if you push it back 50
Crimea,
years, there's even more examples.
Way more. But in Europe, I'm just talking about in Europe, like places that we're familiar with because of the news. It's Crimea. It happened in Crimea, then it happened in Donbass, and now it's starting to happen in that little corridor between Poland and Lithuania. And so
so if that seems intentional, sorry for interrupting, but if that was intentional, like if you see a whole bunch of like ethnic Russians who are recent Russian citizens who are pro-Russia all settling in Lithuania and Estonia, and then you ask them like, "Hey, bro, are you planning on annexing Russia?" And they're like, "No, but like Vladimir Putin's pretty based."
How do you know How do you know they're pro-Russia then?
Well, that's where the issue is. It's not like
they're telling you they're not. How do you know that they are?
Wait, because they're doing things like switching over government documentation
I know.
to just Russian.
But you're starting with the assumption of a dual loyalty. You're starting with the assumption of a dual loyalty when the onus should be on you to prove that in every individual instance of all these people in an immigration court.
Yeah, that's exactly
you brought that up. That's exactly the point I want to address.
But wait. Okay, that was the question at the start. Can you violate people's rights to like prove that dual loyalty? Are you allowed to like?
No, but there's democratic panels.
Do you think a spy can't pass a fucking language test?
Aiko. So like you wanted to address that point.
Yeah, this is the exact
point. I want to get
point
counterpoints, and then Corey.
Okay, so me first, or is it me first?
Yeah, you cut. Aiko, you first.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. So that's exactly the point I wanted to get at. because this is what Russia does, is they take advantage of the liberal nature of some of these countries that they're fucking with. And they know that it's sort of taboo for us to react to what they're doing. And then by the time they do it, by the time the flags start coming out and the new governments start getting formed or whatever, it's too late. And we watched it twice already happen. Like, we watched it. And we couldn't stop it in Crimea because it offended our liberal sensibilities to respond to it in any way. And the same thing with the Donbass. We're trying now, very, very late,
You mean in
to try and take the
2014?
Donbass back. But it's
Yeah.
the problem is we're watching it happen. But this is exactly the problem. She puts her finger on it, because you can't, like, it really does offend our liberal sensibilities. It really is going to create a lot of injustice for a lot of people, because you're creating a burden of proof for the governments that this is happening to, and Russia itself doesn't put any of those restrictions or moral burdens on itself. So by the time you can prove that it's happening, it's too late.
Let's go to counterpoints and then Corey.
Thank you. Yeah, so I want to answer a question that was asked a few minutes ago. How does language tests show loyalty? And isn't this just hoops to jump through? I don't know how you guys prove loyalty to other people that are around you, but the way that I prove it is by doing things that are a pain in my fucking ass. The reason why I prove, or how I prove loyalty to my wife, is by working a job I fucking hate. The way that I prove loyalty to my kids is by paying for their fucking stupid ass video games and toys that they want to buy instead of the things that I want to buy. I do things that are a fucking pain in my ass in order to show that I love people and that I'm loyal to them. So when you say, well, isn't taking a test, like a language test, just a pain in the ass? How does that prove anything? It proves that you at least have the balls to do something that's a pain in your ass in order to prove that you deserve to be there. And by the way, that's already a higher bar. What's actually funny about you guys removing that very low threshold and lower bar is that, like, if there were traitors, one of the interesting things that you asked is like, well, couldn't you just learn the language and still be like somebody who's loyal to Russia and be a backstabbing traitor? Maybe you're even a more effective traitor because now you know Estonian, so you can operate better in the country. Well, guess what? If I'm going to be betrayed, I would rather be betrayed by fucking competent people instead of fucking idiots that I just let into my country. Then finally, you said, how do you figure out if these people are being intentional or if they're just good-faced settlers / refugees when we're talking about ethnic Russians within the past few decades settling in this corridor that leads out to this other Russian province that is not geographically continuous with Russia? I borderline want to show you a map with it. And the way that you do it is through open source investigation. You check their social media. You check what they're saying in public. You have local Estonians. And if you're like, hey, that guy was a fucking asshole in the Uber the other week, and he said that Vladimir Putin was based and he wished that all the Ukrainians got fucking genocided. Put that dude on a fucking list, check his social media, and if he's blowing fucking Putin, then say, hey, bro, you got fucking 6 months to learn Estonian and fucking like swear loyalty to our constitution, or we're shipping you back to Russia since you fucking love Putin so much. That's a perfectly sensible thing for a host country to say. And actually, one more question before I leave. I already know my own answer, but I'm kind of curious about you guys. When Sweden and Norway, who have nothing to do with the conflicts in the Middle East and North Africa, accepts millions of people into their fucking country, do they have the right to say to the refugees and asylum seekers who are coming to their country, hey, we appreciate you, we love you, we recognize your dignity as human beings, but when you come here, you're not going to commit crime and you're going to learn our language? Do they have the right to do that? My answer is unequivocally yes.
Okay, let's go to Corey, and then everyone else can answer the question.
Well, I appreciate that. Whatever, no one's directly talking about it, but everyone here is just like recreating the Quebec politics and the Quebec situation and the tension between French Quebec and English Canada. And there's a reason why Quebec has French language laws, and that if you don't understand, as someone who's an Anglophone living in Quebec and has to abide by these language laws and like doesn't actually speak French, it's like I can see like both sides of like, if you don't understand sort of the connective tissue that the French language has in their culture, and that's like sort of their starting point, and that's like where like that's their birthplace, and that's why they protect it so heavily, and that's why when you're an immigrant, want to getting permanent residency in Quebec, like you have to pass language test. And I'm curious just to understand straighter your position, where you don't want language tests, what I understand. So, for example, the territory of Nunavut, which has a majority population, Inuit population, if they, let's say, wanted to implement language laws there to preserve their language, their culture, would you be against that?
Real quick meme. Imagine if Corey was a fucking Anglophone in fucking Quebec, and he's like a fucking traitor to the Quebecois, and he's just talking shit about them on fucking social media. And he's like, the French should all die. They're a bunch of snail-eating fucking pieces of shit. I can't wait for their stupid culture to be erased from the map. Should he be allowed to continue to stay in French Canada? And I'll shut up.
Okay, go ahead, straight.
All right. Wait, Corey, can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so the Nunavut is a territory in Canada. They're approximately 80-90% Inuit. And you appear to be against any sort of like language laws or like language testing. So if they had any desire to saying, hey, if you want to like live here or like be in a part of our community, like you need to like speak the language or pass some sort of test, or like we make it enshrine it in law, you would be against that. As in they want to preserve the community and their culture.
The language thing I would. The test not necessarily against, because I do think that there are democratic channels or ethical ways that you can do some sort of like screening process or something like this. I just don't think that like language is the
right.
like
So if the Inuit wanted to preserve the language and enshrine that in law, like legislation like Quebec does, you would be against that, right?
And they're in like within their own territory.
Yeah, within like okay. I think you're gonna upset a lot of First Nations people.
Oh, probably, but like because my position on this isn't just a matter of like cultural preservation for the sake of that, or like blood and soil shit or whatever. Like I don't like a lot of those. Like to me, it's about
minorities.
Like,
I get it.
Yeah, to me, it's a lot of it is just about like respecting individual sovereignty or whatever. Like the ethics of it maybe get slightly different because you're talking about the dynamics between like what has traditionally been like the marginalized and the oppressed trying to resist like an oppressor or like settlers or whatever. But like the dynamic there makes that slightly more complicated. Yeah, but like generally speaking, I don't think it's like it's okay for this type of minority to do some like ethno-nationalism, but then this other type can't do it. Like just generally, I think it's unethical.
But I feel like
with these marginalized people, like the Estonians are marginalized in that way.
Like
the issue with this situation runs into like you have like it feels odd because I understand in these countries currently like they're going extreme. They're like, but like they have a different history. They're going wild. I disagree with like the idea of like just straight out deporting refugees. But then you run into this issue where it's like there is a level of national security. There is evidence that in the past Russia has used like tactics that are pretty like hard to tackle without violating like individual rights. Like that's I think it goes back to that same question to Straighter Aid and Nina at this point. Like, how do you deal with this? Are you okay with this idea of like sometimes you might have to violate people's like personal or private rights to get to like a better conclusion so that later on you don't have to violate their rights in a more like harsh
because
I don't think that's at all
the violation of ethics, or even in the service of something good is or like what is subjectively being determined to be good in this case is still a violation of ethics, like regardless.
Mm-hmm. But then does that nation then would you just say that nation has to take that risk just like
well, no, I don't think it's
every nation has to take risks that have like taking in refugees, of course. Yes, you have to take that risk. If you want to be a fucking xenophobic piece of shit, then sure, you can be that, but that's I think unethical. Personally.
So
I think it's unethical. You don't have to do it.
Why does every nation on the planet have a moral requirement to take in refugees?
Because that's literally our laws.
Borders.
Asylum laws.
We have borders, and that necessitates a ton of violence.
Literally, that's like that is.
You're
taking in refugees is generally good.
Okay.
No, it is literally what is the term for it? The reason why we have asylum laws, it's like I just don't know the wording of it. It's basically just like every country is supposed to adhere to.
Oh, you're talking about the UN Convention. You're talking about the United Nations Convention on the Status of Refugees, 1951.
Yeah, refugee laws.
Sure. The reason why we set that up is because everybody in the international community decided that if
the
everybody takes a bite of a shit sandwich, then it tastes less bad if you only have to have one bite.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying,
not an argument against that.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, let's say that you're the
Holocaust.
Let's say you're the Kingdom of Bhutan, and you've had no international relations with anybody ever. You're on the border between China and fucking China and India. You don't even have your own delegation to the United Nations. You actually go through the Indian embassy in order to have any kind of representation whatsoever.
Okay, are you actually
have
making
no
anything
history of
serious? You're being so hyper specific right now that you're. I don't think I should take anything that you're saying seriously. Can you
How
please?
dare you be
Is there
specific,
any way
Counter?
for you to make an
Can't be
example
specific.
that is not so fucking hyper specific?
Be more
I don't think it should be that hard.
Counterpoints. To be fair, if they never signed into the treaty, then they have no obligation. But if they signed into the treaty, they do.
That's what I was poking at. And then real quick before I let it go.
No, we weren't.
What just average FK said is exactly what I was trying to.
Oh, so you just didn't want to make that argument then, or what?
Oh my God, guys,
I
I
do
do want to
I'll make whatever arguments I want.
Yeah, go to
So,
counterpoints.
so just real quick with fucking Lactoid, he had a ridiculous hypothetical, but I think it's like a very interesting thought experiment. China has 1.4 billion people. Let's say that we
Cool.
just gave everybody the right to vote, like as soon as they show up. They could literally send the entire population of the United States to the United States. And then those people, if you basically
You think that
didn't have
China can just do
Yes,
that?
Go ahead.
it's a hypothetical for a reason.
Like
but
if
let's
we
just-
gave them the right to vote as
Oh, so
soon
wait,
as
Hey, shut up. Everyone shut up. Hold on. Sorry. I do want to move these things along. Everyone keeps interrupting. Please let counterpoints finish.
Yes, and this is a hypothetical, so no, I don't expect China to put 400 million people on the plane tomorrow. Although it would be a good idea if they wanted to do birthright citizenship and then vote us into China. But technically, let's say that we had no restrictions on the rights of anybody, and we just let 400 million people, Chinese people, come to the United States tomorrow. They would still have 1 billion people back home, and then if they were full citizens under the law, they would have the ability to vote to become a part of China, and they would literally have a 51% majority without even getting below 1 billion people. So what would you do in that scenario? Would you start your ethnic genocide?
So you can answer, and then I'm gonna go to. I'm saying you can answer. Shut up.
Okay,
and then I'm gonna say shut up.
Oh, I think I meant right now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think I meant right now.
Yeah. So you're gonna, Nina, you're gonna answer, and I'm gonna go to Lactoid, Aiko, and Single, and FK.
Honor, will you be here for me? For my turn?
What? Who?
When it's my turn, will Connor still be here, or is he leaving?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I just want to say,
11:30.
just really quick. I just want to say,
okay.
like, you know, we don't already simp for China. Like, we are a capitalist. Do you think that the Chinese market isn't a fucking huge part of our fucking country that we simp for them constantly? Are you serious that you're gonna act like, oh, all of a sudden we would be super upset if a bunch of Chinese people voted to be part of China? Like, also, how the fuck do you vote to be part of another country? That is the most fucking dumbass, low IQ bullshit that I've ever fucking heard. Do you have any idea how this works?
Can I
The
respond
Donbass.
to that?
Where did they find you?
I would like to respond to that.
You can
So,
respond.
so number one, I think that even with your point that you just made, you would concede that if the United States bent the knee to China politically, because we had 400 million Chinese citizens, that would be an objectively worse world with a dystopian government. And then two,
No, I
the
didn't say that at
way-
all.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. And then my second
well,
point
I didn't say
is
that.
hold on. Okay, well, I'm rebutting what you said.
Wait, counterpoints. In your hypothetical,
No, but you asked me what I was saying.
We're throwing so many at him, so much at him. Let him
The
answer this
second
first.
point, yes, and then the second point is that most countries, like that are democratically or Republican formed, actually form the exact way that you described it, where you vote on Articles of Confederation and the Constitution and all that kind of stuff. As a matter of fact, in the conversation that we're having, this is exactly what happened in Donetsk and Luhansk.
Yeah, that's why we
where
were able to make DC a state, even though everyone likes that, and it's a very popular position.
I don't think this is a rebuttal, but that's okay. That's fine.
DC also is not a
relevant
state.
than your Luhansk and Donetsk argument.
DC isn't even a state.
I just want to skip past this point very quickly. Look, each state has had to ratify whether they want to be part of the United States. Like they take a vote to get to join us, right? And right, like if we're talking about the whole thing about doing it by putting in friendly ethnics into that territory, that's literally what the U.S. did, right? So for every state, they don't take that vote until
Texas,
it's like 51%. white people, right? That's what they did with Hawaii. They just shift a bunch of white people in there, and then after that, then that's when Hawaii gets to become a state. We've done that like every single time. All right, moving on. So let's go to
Wait, but no, that would
Except for
require
Korea.
China being the one doing that, where they were ratifying our country, but that's not how China works. So that wouldn't even make sense on that metric.
I have no idea, but like, let's go to Lactoid, and then Aiko and Shade.
And then me.
And okay, sorry.
Okay. Believe it or not, the country that's doing something and the values that country espouses are actually important, right? So just because it's the same thing, if China does it to us, China is a totalitarian communist dictatorship, and America is not. That's flat out, right? So it is good when we do it, and it's bad when they do it, right? It's also bad if Hitler decided to do it, right? It'd be bad if Hitler flooded America with Germans. Let's say there was a whole bunch of Germans, enough to flip the electorate, and then all of a sudden, like all the Hitler, I know it wasn't. Let's say, okay.
I do not endorse this.
Well, sure. Let's say, okay. Well, I personally don't want Hitler flooding America with Germans and then voting us to be part of Nazi Germany. Maybe I'm alone on that one, but I strongly believe that. Okay, so I think it's perfectly rational for a good country with good Western values and Enlightenment beliefs, and such as, individual liberty and not taking over the world in a 1984 Orwellian
Morally
hellhole.
loading with that good phrase.
Yes, I'm loading the fuck out of this because these are terrible people, right? The Chinese Communist country, Chinese Communist Party is made up of terrible people. It just is, right? It's made up of Orwellian 1984.
The individuals?
If they're part of the CCP, yeah, absolutely.
You don't really have a choice. Is the average Chinese citizen part of the CCP?
I don't know what the membership is. I know that the political elite
You are
part
required,
of it.
if you have a job, you are required to be part of it, yes.
I feel like
I
it probably
don't
means leadership. Or
yeah,
people who are
yes,
in, like,
the
positions
leadership
of some power.
Okay, so are you...
Let me amend. Let me amend.
Are you talking about the leadership?
Yeah, the leadership, and anybody who supports the leadership is a bad person.
And anyone that supports the leadership.
Yes, and I don't want them to flood America and annex it into China. That'd be a terrible.
Okay, so you're
outcome.
just a fucking racist. Like, you've
literally
been
my
this
job.
entire fucking time. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yes, I am a racist because I don't want America to become part of the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah, you xenophobic
I guess
cunt.
so. I guess so. Okay, so if that's racism, if that's racism,
because you're
It's
making
xenophobia
if that's
and racism
racism,
combined, yes.
controlled by
yeah,
Yes, it is.
if that's
Yes, it is.
racism, yeah, then I'm a racist. Fuck it, I don't give a fuck. If
And
and
a
by the way,
xenophobe.
if it's also
Would you
racist,
also admit to being a xenophobe?
like, hey,
Lactoid.
let
you
me
know what that word means.
Let me finish. If it's also racist, if I was to oppose Hitler's plan, let's say, of sending in enough Germans to switch the American electorate to become part of Nazi Germany.
Yeah, if you thought that
if
just
that's
German
also racist,
refugees coming
if
into
that's- if
America
that's- if that's
was going to do that,
stop
yes,
talking
that
for
would be
fuck's
xenophobic.
sake.
You understand?
You
You're
cannot
not
make a good point.
have this ideology.
Time, let me finish.
Wait a second. Our friend Lactoid has to finish his point. Let him get it out, and then
Go
you
on.
can attack him. All right,
Go on.
Lactoid, please.
Yeah, so if opposing 1984 Orwellian communism and Hitler is racist,
Those are the same thing?
Then
Stop it,
I suppose if that is what you define as racist, then I guess I would identify as a racist under your definition. But my question really, this was like a preemptive part. My question really was to Aiko and counterpoints here, which is, I think we've established that yes, we don't, Estonia has a perfectly valid interest in not wanting to be taken over by Russia. We have a perfectly valid interest in not being want to be taken over by China, et cetera, et cetera. Why is deportation do we all agree that deportation is like a bad idea, and shouldn't we just do what we do in America, which is mandate the curriculum, and if you don't learn it, then you're truant? And
That's what they're doing.
Well, there's a difference between deportation and expulsion.
That's what they're doing. Like they're
What's the difference?
They're expelling the people who won't get with the program and learn Estonian, but they're giving them the option to be educated in the language. So they're doing exactly what you're describing.
Then that's fine.
Any other country, yeah. Well, except look, so I wanted to. Is it my turn? Can I say something, or are you guys still?
Yeah, you're fine. But now I agree with it completely.
I don't get a rebuttal.
Okay.
So you're
All right.
fine.
So here's what I wanted to say. Anybody watch the show? Okay, I was just listening to Counterpoints when he was talking about when the topic was, does learning a new language really change your mindset that much? Does it do that much? And my example for that is, anyone see the show The Americans?
Yes.
The two
I was
Russian
literally just watching
spies
today. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it
okay.
good?
So,
Yes,
oh, it's amazing. They're Russian spies. They come in. They do exactly what the little green men do, except they're not trying to. Well, they'll overthrow the government if they could, but they understand what their limitations are. But they kill people. They're spying for the Russians. They're trading secrets. They're doing all this stuff. But by doing so, in order to be good spies, they have to be like perfect Americans, like have no accents. They send their kids to local schools, all that stuff. The kids don't know what they do. They go out at night and like murder people and then come back and like tuck their kids in bed and stuff like that. But here's the thing. Their kids end up with a fully Western like value system by the for the beginning actually. But then they themselves become changed over time. I'm not saying they become good people, but they're not the same people by the end of the show, over the course of it takes place in the 1980s. So they're doing all the spy shit that really was happening in the 1980s, like trying to sabotage the space shuttle, stuff like that. And the point is, by virtue of learning the language and having to like fit in with the neighbors when they're not like secretly murdering the neighbors because they almost got found out and stuff like that. But eventually they start to like, actually it becomes a threat to the marriage because one of them starts to become more American than the other one. More
the whole plot.
Yeah, but my point is, it's the language, it's the culture, it's that sort of melting pot that does happen in these countries, and language is a big driver of that. And I think that's why Corey keeps talking about Quebec. Yeah, that's why you keep talking about Quebec, because it's an incubator of culture.
Well, and if I could even give an example today, I do phone sales. I was talking to people. I get on the phone with this Indian gentleman and heavy, thick accent or whatever, and I'm looking at his names, and it's Rai Gupar or some shit. His son's name's some Holly Gupar, and then his fucking son gets on the phone, and it's like, "Hi, Sam Halley." And it's like, it sounds like fucking Chet, the fucking local
dude,
skateboard.
I'm that
This is
kid.
literally,
dude. I'm him. No,
this is literally my job. My
seen
students, their parents are bilingual, and their parents only speak Chinese, and they always bring their whole family over, and so I'm watching it happen in real time from one generation to the next to the next. The generation that's with me doesn't really even speak Chinese. A lot of them. So if they were born here, because their parents like very expressly didn't want them to, and they've become very westernized. So I mean, I've watched this happen in real time. So I think that might address your issue, Lactoid, because it might be true that like the Chinese government that has a reason for sending people out to the West, but then they can't fully control what happens to them once they're here.
Right, because we control the education system, right? So that's
right. Yeah. Yes, agree. Yeah. That's what I think Estonia is trying to do as well. Yeah, and that's why, even though I think it's problematic, I'm starting to get more and more convinced. Especially when I heard that Quebec, to not take that position is to think that Quebec is committing genocide.
Canada is doing cultural genocide. And
I can't take it.
If they weren't offering the courses, though, then I would have a much bigger problem with it. But if they're basically saying, we're going to teach you this.
Yes.
Let's straight speak.
All right.
Okay, so hold on. Sorry, hold on. I regulate who speaks. Thanks. Great. Anyway, I do want to, but I actually did have a question because of frustrated rate. Like you previously said, that you didn't like citizen tests until later on. You said that you're fine with citizen tests.
Not that I'm fine with it, but that I think sovereign nations probably do retain the right to be able to institute that as part of their immigration policy or even asylum policy. But there's a difference between a country, a sovereign nation, having the right to do that. And in this hypothetical, I don't know if I'm a part of it or whatever. So if I were a citizen, it's yes, the state retains the right to do that. Would I vote for it? No, but they retain the right for their country. Okay. People, they're citizens to democratically decide that that's something that they find acceptable.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Because I think it's less than ideal, but I don't think it's unethical or a human rights violation.
Okay, well then, what else do you want to say?
The other thing I wanted to ask Connor about is in your hypothetical, I feel the one with China and the 400,000 people or whatever. There is a difference between
100 million. I think 400,000 to do it.
400 million. Yeah.
Was it 400 million? Okay.
I think that's enough to sway and elect the entire country of the United States.
No, it was 400. And that's
right.
Just 4, actually. Just 4.
In your hypothetical, though, you're I can't tell if like that amount of people is being artificially supplanted and basically expelled from China and forced to resettle into the United States, or if it's part of like a broader conspiracy or plot to artificially like install this native population into another country to replace them, because then that would just be like colonialism. Or if you're talking about like the encouragement of like migration and like free immigration or whatever, like all of it kind of got like muddied in that. And so it's like, of those 400 million people, if some of them are part of like a broader conspiracy or whatever, like I would say that's illegitimate. They're trying to be like expelled from their country and installed in another. I would say that is like that's wrong or whatever, because like that's what you're talking about is like a almost like a high-tech invasion, you know. And like no, I don't think that you don't like a country necessarily has to like turn the volume all the way up on like the pull factors or whatever. But like, well, go for it.
Yeah, if I could address it. So it's not necessarily something that I think is like practical or real. I don't think that this is going to happen or anything. I'm just saying that based off of like the moral frameworks that we're establishing, where people have the right to live on whatever part of the planet that they want to. You know, technically we don't have the right to expel them or deport them. We don't have the right to compel them to learn a new language. We don't have the right to compel them into our moral system. You know, and if they object to being compelled to our moral system, then we can't deport them. It's rawly hypothetical, but if you actually take those on as principles and then you extend them out to their like logical conclusions, like China has 1.4 billion people. I agree with Lactoid that they are a dystopian, Orwellian, authoritarian fucking nightmare. And if you could find 400 million Chinese people who believe in the CCP more than they believe in the United States, and if we had a very lax attitude about integration, there's technically nothing really stopping them from basically, like you said, colonialism. There's nothing really stopping them from doing the colonialism. So the reason why I'm kind of, you know, my moral prescriptions might be ugly. I think they are ugly in a certain way. Corey was talking about how he lives in a French majority area. I'm sure he's, because the French are rude, I'm sure he's experienced some actual anti-Anglo bigotry. And it was like, ew, you fucking English speaker, get the fuck away from me, which doesn't make you feel good as a person. I experienced that in Belgium when I was
actually, I love it though, by the way.
No, it's very interesting because then it's like a skill issue in order to integrate into the society. But that happened to me in Belgium. Like people were bigoted against me because I spoke English and not French, and I had to learn French in order to assimilate to the culture. But I do think that it's the right. It was very difficult. I had to fight in a language I didn't even understand. But the hypothetical situation within my moral framework, I'm saying that the United States has the right to turn those planes around sight unseen of the people in the planes. They have the ability to say, sorry, like, you know, despite our liberal constitutional pretenses, you have to get the fuck out of here and it's not my problem.
Well, okay, but like turn them around, or do we have the right to like literally gun them down as like an impending invasion? Like, is that how far you go to like see these people?
I wouldn't go that far, just because like I do believe in like the laws of war. I'm not Lactoid over here who thinks that you can just fucking, you know, white phosphorus bomb fucking planes filled with civilians. That's not my vibe. But at the same time, like no, I don't believe in exactly.
Pusillanimous.
I don't believe in pusillanimous. I don't believe in machine gunning civilians, but I do think you have the right to detain them. I do think you have the right to investigate them. I do think you have the right to turn them around. And then if they threaten you with deadly force, then you have the right to kill them.
But then comes the reverse on you, Straighter and Nina. Do you like how far does the right go for you guys to make sure that they're not a threat? Like,
why are they a threat?
It's again, it's not like this is just any immigrant is a threat. This is specifically with Russia and like the history that Russia has within these nations.
You think Russian citizens coming to the United States are a threat?
No. We're talking about Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia.
Yeah, we're talking about.
Okay, but are you asking about if I'm Latvia or Lithuania or Estonia? You're saying that, yes?
Yeah, I'm asking like if you're in their position, like how far do you think your rights to security and what you're allowed to do goes? And
well, I think monitoring our borders, like that's totally fine. Maybe like monitoring like the same way that we would do in the United States, like the way that we're like all monitored, assuming we're all in the US, and I know Lactoid's in Canada, but I'm sure we all have the same sense of like our phones are probably monitored to some extent. I'm sunless because we talk about politics, so it's probably just natural. Whatever.
When can they expel you?
Where am I gonna go?
No. Okay, so let's use the Russian example specifically. So let's say you're a Russian citizen, you're going to Latvia, Lithuania, or Estonia. You're claiming some level of refugee status. What action do you have to take or not take when you're in those countries that would entitle those countries to deport you?
This is from
I
just
don't.
your
I
opinion.
don't see
like,
any. I don't see anything that you could do that would make you deport. If you do an illegal action, you would go and you'd go
what
to
if we
jail
found out
inside of that country.
What if we found out you had like I'll go to like something that I think is probably like an extreme. What if we found out you had a tie to like the Russian government, that like you were there in like a settlement program? Like that's probably the most extreme we could go. Do you think at that point deportation would be okay?
You asking me or counter?
No, you and Straight
Me?
Right, I guess either one of you.
Oh,
could
I'm
answer
sorry. I
both
don't
ways.
understand your. Can you? I'm sorry.
Oh
Can
yeah,
you,
yeah.
can you clarify exactly what you mean?
If one of these countries found out that like one of the people was there and they were part of like a settlement program funded by Russia to try to like do what they
So
did.
kind of
in
like
the
a
Donbass.
Zionist program, like type of
Well,
thing.
like yeah, like actually yeah, that would be probably the perfect example. Like what's happening in
Okay.
Israel to like Palestinian like
Mhm.
settlements.
I still don't. If they're doing something illegal, I think that it would be a. I wouldn't. I think it would
If
come
it's
down to a
violent,
legal
maybe?
system of being like, are you doing a violent crime, right? Like, and are you
Because if
are
it's
you
like
committing a crime
because to
within
me,
that?
if it's
No,
a
no, hold on. Well, you asked me the question. Hold on. You asked us the
felony versus
question.
violent crime is like gonna come into the fold to me.
But that's not violent. That's the issue. This is more like
I'm just
they're
saying, like, okay,
coming
so
there under other pretenses. And
okay,
they're
what do you
settling there.
think the pretense is for Zionist people? Like a lot of people are not like being like, I fucking hate Palestinians, I want to kill them.
Well, the
No, that's
pretense
not.
for
That's not.
Russians-
But
the
Nina,
pretense for
so
Russians
I wanna
isn't
ask
I
you the
hate
No,
these
no, no,
people.
no, 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 no. He asked it very specific about settlements.
And
We
I
need to
wanna
stay
ask
on
you-
that topic.
Yes,
Right?
and I want to ask you a follow-up one for that.
Well, I want him to.
Specifically. If I'm understanding your moral perception correctly,
Well, he was
you're
asking me a
saying
series
that
of
the Palestinian. You're saying that the Palestinian Authority, if there were
Nope.
Jews who were coming into Palestinian territory,
No.
you would have the right. Okay, well then what?
This is why you're wasting my time. I want him to finish what he's saying because you didn't finish asking your question. He's extrapolating for something where you didn't finish your.
Yeah, I can
commentary.
extrapolate it. I can.
Yeah, stop
extrapolate, like,
interrupting Nina.
The issue,
Jesus.
The issue with the like Palestinians and Jewish one, or like the Jewish issue, is like they both have these differentiating stories. They both start from like different points in history. It's like really
No,
complicated, right?
that
you could
that is
argue
way more
if
simple
we-
to me.
Wait, I mean, like it could be more like the methods they're using right now.
Let
I
him
could argue
cook.
are
Let him
pretty
cook.
bad.
Well,
But
yeah,
when it
just get
comes
the
to
question
like
out.
when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, like I mean, I guess technically
well-
we can use that same argument, but it doesn't feel right.
Oh my
No,
god,
no, no.
just
I
get to the
wanted
heart
to
of the
say.
question.
I
Get
wanted
the
to
heart of
say
the
on
question.
the
So like yeah, the
Zionist.
settlement thing. So yeah.
Oh
So, like
yeah, if we found out,
Yeah,
that
I wanna
somebody
say
was
the
doing
settlement
that,
thing.
if we
Yeah.
found out that Russia was actively trying to settle in like Latvia, for example, right, and they
Mhm.
had like, let's say we had like the most extreme the documentation that this person was settling there under the pretense that they were just immigrating, right, as a refugee. Are you okay with
Wait, but
deporting
you
that
said that
person?
it was.
Yeah, because that's not a refugee. That's somebody that you have demonstrated is actually like
Now-
dually loyal.
No, I agree, right?
Mhm.
Nina, do you agree with that or no?
Okay, I wanted to keep on using the Zionists as an example, and I guess we want to move away from that. Is that where we're wanting to go?
The
Because
Zionist was more like a comparison. I guess like the example would be like
because
if somebody
okay,
from
wait,
New
hold on.
York
I'll
moved
let me
to
do let me
Israel
something really quick,
and
really
settled in,
quick,
like, the West Bank.
really quick point, and then we can move off of this. Okay, I know it's a really complicated subject. We don't have to get into it like in depth or anything like that. Like I'm not trying to get like in the weeds with this. I'm just saying like a lot of people that are like Zionist recruits are just like Jewish people that are from the United States and shit like that. Like they're just like people who have no fucking clue what's going on. It's just they're religious, so they end up going there, and then they settle, and they're told that that's what they're supposed to do. So then that's how it ends up.
But
So they're
that's
kind of
what's
just
argued
dumbasses,
about-
and they're
I
a
agree
little
with you.
bit unaware
I
about
agree with
this.
you, Nina, but
so
that's what's
are you
argued
going
about
to
the
use
Russian
that?
settlers, right? It's argued that
Okay.
people in Russia are told that, like, listen, this land is like ethnically ours. We expand towards these
Right,
areas
exactly.
were already ours. We lived in these areas. These were our lands. You move there, you're
Right.
gonna have a better life.
Mhm.
You're the beginning process of like creating the greater Russia,
So
right?
do you think
That's
that we
the
should
argument
deport
that
those
these,
people, or maybe let them live there, but not in the same conditions that they were
idea is,
promised?
personally, if somebody had just that mentality, I'd be okay with them even having that mentality as long as they don't have any like ties to Russia. But I would still argue that if you're moving into these countries, you probably have some duty to like try to become homogenous to these countries. When Aiko brought up earlier language, it like struck a nerve with me because like I've seen my parents move here, right? My dad learned the language.
Well,
My
they
mom
already
didn't.
do though,
The way
right?
wait, but the way they interact with like society around them is fundamentally different, right? My mom will never get some connections that my dad has built with people who speak English, just because like it's this different feeling when you can actively
Sure.
like communicate with someone. It's this different feeling when you can spread back and forth like what it is you're thinking, what it is you're feeling.
Sure, but if we've agreed about like the Zionist aspect of it, like you think that you have like familiar ties because maybe you have like origins to like that land, where the same thing could be said to some extent when it comes to Russian people in those lands. And again, I'm not saying that Russia it should take over those lands. Obviously, I am very anti-Russia. I am very pro-Ukraine. However, what we're talking about is the people. We're talking about the people in other countries
But
that are
that's the
not.
question. Should those people who moved there for
Exactly.
the process of trying to like settle as Russians, do they have a right
Yeah,
to do
so
that?
Nina,
Or
answer
does
that
the
question so
state
we
have
can
a
move
Okay,
on. We only
but
have 2
okay,
minutes
that's
left.
fair. Like, okay, so if they're there to settle as Russians, I think that people are people. I don't think that necessarily, even if you are like completely misconstrued about it, and you're constantly exposed to a lot of different cultures. I imagine if you have kids there and they grow up there, they're not going to be like
That's what,
as
which is
Russian
what,
as Russians are.
which
You
is
know what I mean?
what
Like they're
Aiko was
gonna.
saying previously. So I'm gonna move on because yeah. So I want to ask Straight Away a quick question. I'm gonna counter. So Straight Away, you said this before, and so hopefully this is a quick answer. Well, what is the difference in your mind between deportation and expulsion?
To me, expulsion sounds like the forcible removing of somebody like by like an active like agent of the state or something like that, like a violent displacement, versus like deportation. To my understanding, when you have been marked as like somebody who is like you've put in a claim for citizenship or asylum and it's denied or whatever, you're given like a time frame or period to leave.
It's like a legal process.
And it's a legal process and it's a illegal removal or whatever. And it's like, is this ideal? No, but it's certainly more humane and like actually through a democratic channel at the very least that is like trying to respect some semblance of human dignity and human rights, as opposed to the expulsion or due process, as opposed to like just outright expulsion, which has little to no regard for those things. And I think that's the important distinction.
So I'm not. So
Okay,
I'm not.
I've been waiting for a bit, bud, because I wanted to finish up on you.
Yeah. So I don't. I mean, I maybe there is I guess a bit of a difference there. I see what you're saying, but like there is violence like one way or the other. When it comes to
I
deportation.
know, but I don't want to be so reductionist to be like, oh, it's all the same. Like I do think that it is like, you know, there's degrees of separation that I think are meaningful, but I know what you mean, how it's like, how is that really any better if you're just doing it in this other systematic way? And it's like, well, it is better because one is like much more violent.
Okay, fair enough.
We do have a lawyer here.
There might actually be a legal difference, and maybe I'm unaware, but that might actually be it. All right, I don't know. Let's go to counterpoint.
It's the same thing. I can, FK. So I wanted to follow up with you on this, although I wanted to target Nina, but I also don't. I don't want to go down like a querying thing. So instead of doing quest statements, I'm just going to say my statement. Okay. So Israel and Palestine have a dispute over territory. There are Jews all over the world who move to Israel and Palestine and they do settlements or whatever in Palestinian territory that have been defined as Palestinian territory. And they are not necessarily violent when they do so. They create houses, they build internet infrastructure, they build up settlements and all that kind of stuff. But then what ends up happening is when the Palestinians come back and they say, this is actually our territory, you're encroaching on our territory and you need to get the fuck out. The Israelis say, well, guess what? The IDF is going to back our play. And if you start killing any of our Jews, we're basically going to shoot all of you if you try to actually expel us actively from the land. So in my moral system, I would say that the Palestinians, I wish they had the ability, but if they had the ability to enforce this is the territorial integrity of the nation of Palestine. We have soldiers and police officers who are going to protect this territorial integrity. If you want to move here as a Jew, we will give you rights, but you have to learn Arabic. You have to go to our schools. You have to respect our constitution. You have to respect our rule of law. You have to obey our police officers. That is a perfectly rational ask on behalf of the Palestinian territory. And then if there's Jews who violate that intentionally, where they're settling in Palestine specifically in order to create settlements that Israel can then annex, then I think that Palestine absolutely has the moral right to preempt that action by basically demanding some level of deference from the Jewish settlers or deporting them.
Yeah,
I think that's
I don't.
perfectly rational.
I don't
They
disagree.
can
with you.
do
There's
neither.
A lot of South Texas.
They don't
that
have the
is
power
Very,
to
very
do that.
dilapidated and fucked. And if a bunch of Hispanic people moved in and started just fixing up that area, and then like the Mexican military got involved and were like, "Hey, we're defending this area," I don't know if I'd feel comfortable if America didn't have the ability to defend itself, being
Yeah,
like,
it was just
"Okay,
like-
well, I guess that's theirs, right?" Like that shit's kind of fucked. It's really like so straight rate. You accepted that like. Yeah, there's probably a level to like if we have a direct connection, you get deported, or yeah, deported. That legal process of like removed from the country. So how do you like? Do you think during a time like this, it's acceptable for a like? Damn,
I don't think
the most
there's such thing as
Yeah.
like righteous human rights violations. I do think that even in the even in the case of like a state of emergency or something like that, like I realize that like do I expect that like everybody's like individual liberties are going to be respected? Probably not, and probably all in the name of like national security or whatever. But I
Yeah.
feel like it breaks down really quickly when those accidents don't just happen in spite of your best efforts, but when you actually like sanction them from the government to say that that is acceptable treatment, because then at that point you're talking about people who don't really have any sort of like meaningful connection to like a sovereign nation that's going to uphold their individual liberties or rights. And then those individual people are like subject to get fucked. But it's like, I mean, like even in the like, I don't even like to I don't know enough about like the like geopolitical tensions between like Lithuania and Russia and all of this or whatever. But I do know way more about like Israel and Palestine. Like I don't even think Israel is like a legitimate. I think Israel
Well,
is
the question would be like if Palestine.
Sorry,
had
sorry.
the ability to,
What were
like,
you gonna
check
say?
the
What was that? Finish that
Israelis,
sentence.
Could it be allowed?
Sorry, what was that? You were saying you don't think Israel is what?
I don't even think Israel is a legitimate state. I think Israel is an illegitimate state, and like the like Jewish people living there are just implants. And like there's not even any such thing as like a Israeli like nationality. That's ruled by their Supreme Court back in like 2013 or whatever. Like on their ID cards it says Jew. Like all of these people, when you ask them, like if I ask a Palestinian person like where's your grandparents buried, they're gonna be able to say Palestine and go back like 9 generations. If I ask people like Jewish residents like within Israel, like where are your grandparents buried, they're gonna say Hungary, they're gonna say Australia, they're gonna say the United States. These are people who are coming to here, and it's not just like a matter of like, oh, well they want to live alongside Palestinians. Usually it's at the expense of Palestinian existence and like with the attempt to colonize them.
Or next week.
Yeah. Next week,
Anytime.
would you be here?
Me?
Actually, can we do next month?
Next month.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
I'm so wiped, and I just want to say real quick, I do have like a hard out at 11:30. I obviously love being here, but man, this schedule's kicking my ass.
Yeah. But okay. So, thank you for saying that. Making your point there, because I was really curious. I didn't want to run past that.
I don't-
FK, you want a quick response, and then
Yeah.
we'll.
Like my issue is I don't disagree. Like but like I don't know how you test the legitimacy of a state at that point, because I don't know. Like, do you just go by like where your grandparents are buried, or do you go by like
No,
do you
well-
hold some general idea
well,
to
in
like
the-
acknowledge that region
It's
of
time.
land? Like I kind of like
Homesteading.
it sucks, but I kind of fall with counterpoints on the idea that like the reality is this wouldn't be an issue if Palestine had the ability to defend themselves, but
Right.
they just didn't, right?
They
Like
didn't, yeah.
it would like
And they won't.
we as the United States might not always choose the right side from like whatever your opinion is all the time, but when it
Mhm.
comes to like a situation like Ukraine, or when it comes to like a situation like how some of Eastern Europe is reacting, I think like what our duty is probably to like let these people know, listen, don't overreact. You don't have to hate every Russian that comes to your border, but like we also have to acknowledge that like during times like this, it's probably acceptable to have like a little bit more caution, a little bit more like would you accept straight away if Eastern Europe just adopted like US policy on like FISA warrants, and they had to go through like a legal process of like, hey, if you're a Russian, we're going to go through this process of like tracking your data, finding out like if you're connected to anything, we're going to go through like a court to like prove that like we have some belief that you might be tied to like a foreign government or a foreign entity that's a threat. Would you
I'm not-
accept that?
I'm not super familiar with the exact policy that you're citing, but if it's a matter of like we are not like because Counterpoint said earlier, like if they do, like if the government takes an interest in like your social media, to me it's like that's fair game because that's information that you like willingly put out onto a public platform, as opposed to if the government felt that they had Like I think like that, like, see, that's a reasonable standard to me, because that's just an inquisition into a background check, and like all of that is like, well, if you don't want to be suspected to be like have a dual loyalty, then you probably shouldn't be a dual loyalist, right? As opposed to like saying that like the government would be justified in doing kind of inquisition into your private life, or you have to like surrender or like give private information. I feel like there's like a sliding scale to it, where like there's some private information that's reasonable to be asked, and there's others where it's like, can we have your bank account number? I don't know. I'm trying to think of something private where I just don't think that should be, that's like a fair ask for a state to say like, oh, if you want to be a citizen, you should be comfortable sharing all of your data with us.
Sure. Sorry, we gotta move on. Aiko, yeah.
Yeah, so to me, it's a bandwidth issue. So we come up with all these sort of examples, and a lot of them are kind of ridiculous because China's not going to be able to take over us like in that way. There's not that differential, and maybe India would be a slightly better example, but they would have to be bordering us. They would have to be a lot more powerful than we are. Just none of these analogies work. But when I think about being able to absorb large number of refugees and like be able to make it happen, I think one of the limits I come up across is that seems like a reasonable limit to me is what Germany did. Germany decided 1 million Syrians is what they could absorb, and they had a lot of experience like reabsorbing. They used to deal a lot with Turkey back when it was just West Germany, East Germany. Then they reabsorbed East Germany into the larger Germany, and now they're absorbing all of these, which they needed the larger population for, right? Sounds like a lot, 1 million people, but it's really like 2% of their population, less than 2% of their population.
It's huge. Come on.
That is huge, but they seem to be handling it okay. Like occasionally you'll get a story about some place that goes a little crazy.
It's a little
but
rape. Just a little
just
rape.
a little bit of rape here and there. But for the most part, though, it's actually seems to be something that they could absorb, right? So the example of 400 million Chinese, like, yeah, obviously that's way beyond the bandwidth that we can handle. But we do have an obligation to take in refugees, so long as we're also absorbing them into the culture and making them work. A great example of a country that can't seem to absorb people is France. Like it goes to shit all the time because what they did is they had this sort of empire in North Africa where people could just kind of move back and forth, and it exceeded the bandwidth of what they could absorb. And also they weren't trying to absorb them, not really. Like they don't consider them French.
Dude, you can't
So
it's
I
so
want
hard
to
to say enclaves.
I want to let our friend counterpoints out. And like we're about to go into bonus time, so like there'll be extra time afterwards where we just like talk a little bit more. If anyone has to leave, that's fine. I'm going to specifically get an outro. I'm gonna give an outro to my friend counterpoints because he has to leave. Corey, I see you. I don't know if we can even talk about it now because it's such a big thing. Because like what you guys are talking about is so interesting, right? And now like I want to talk about Chinatowns, right? Like in the context of everything we've just said, right?
I live in one.
Chinatowns in the U.S. Like what does that actually mean, considering everything we just said? But we'll give an outro to our friend counterpoints.
No, thank you kindly. I appreciate that. I really do parasocially love all of you because you give me the opportunity to argue about politics for a few hours, a few times a week, and that honestly, sometimes I have a good life, but honestly, it is one of the highlights of my week. So I want to thank you kindly for having me. And then I do want to give like an outro statement about the topics, but if you want to find me, just type in Counterpoints Common Spelling into YouTube. You'll see a blue and gold symbol. If you're into science fantasy, science fiction, then check out Counterpoints 40K. If you're into debates like this or conversations like this, check out Counterpoints Coliseum. It's down in the description. And then I also have an essay channel where I rant for 20 minutes at a time. In reference to this subject in particular, I'm very happy that it seemed like 6 people were 5.5 people were coming out saying ethnic what is it? Ethnic cleansing bad. And I was able to make it contentious. I feel like that is a skill that I have to make this a little bit more nuanced and interesting. That we now are like ethnic cleansing, maybe like that's an interesting, that's an interesting result. But I do love these conversations. And if you guys want to do a few weeks from now, if you want to do Israel Palestine, I would love to. And also states have the ability to require the people who move into them to integrate, particularly if those people are at a disadvantage, and particularly if it's out of a sense of charity. So if you are fleeing from a fucking war zone, then learning French or Swedish or Estonian should be the least of your fucking concerns. And if that helps you and your family survive, then guess what? You can still make borscht at home. If you're Mexican, you can still eat tacos. If you're fucking, I don't know what the fuck anybody else does, but basically you can still eat borscht and tacos at home, and nobody's going to stop you from doing that. So yeah, parasocial love to you and yours. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you. And
Take care,
fuck
Connor.
that,
Pleasure.
fuck that
I love you guys.
parasocial
Thank
shit.
you.
I love my friend.
Always good
Connor.
seeing you.
He's amazing.
I love my friend Connor.
I do it in front of everyone's name. I just don't know why I do it. I do it all the time. I hate it.
I know.
But like, Connor,
I love you guys too.
you're fantastic, and and like you do actually have a skill with this of like adding nuance to conversation. Not everyone does, right? I don't always have that skill, but you always seem to. So thank you, Connor, for coming through.
Love you guys. Catch you soon.
Bye.
See you in a few weeks.
Pleasure.
Bye.
Yep.
About soldier.
Yeah, I wrote it down. So maybe in a few weeks, straight read. I put your name here and Connor's as well. And if I can fucking remember to do so, like I would love to have that conversation. Like you have very interesting point of view here. I'd really want to explore it. Straight read. I want to find whatever is like you're passionate about, and like let's talk about that because whenever you talk, I just like I'm really interested. when you like let it out. I'm serious. Yeah, but. Okay, so like but in this in a little bit of time, like let's just kind of touch on the subject of Chinatowns. I'm always the Lactoid, right? He's sitting there, right? He's not yelling at anyone.
I have those in Canada.
I live in one.
You work in one. Okay, yeah, I'd love to hear your opinion too. On that area, they do have Chinatowns in Canada. So Lactoid. So you'll be able to talk about this. Like, what do you think about that? Like, there is like an effort, and it seems a bit of pride within those enclaves, right? And you also have Koreatowns, and I think there was like 1 or 2 Japanese.
That's actually what mine is called. Koreatown.
Echo.
We're hearing you double.
How did you change that?
What did I say about the elderly?
Yeah.
I know.
But in any case, yeah.
Racist.
Some Catholic saints can bilocate. That's probably what it is.
So yeah, in that context where there is a group that seems pretty committed to like keeping their culture in that way and keeping themselves separate and like creating like their own economy pretty much there, which is super interesting. Like, do you think that should be something of concern?
It could be. I don't think it is. My understanding is that people living in Chinatown have the same legal requirements to send their kids to school and the same legal requirements to have them fulfill the curriculum, which includes English language arts. And what we do see is that people like in Chinatown, like maybe the elderly, don't speak English as well, right? But their kids do. We see this universally among immigrant children in this country. I am kind of an example of that as well, sort of, where the generations afterwards learn English because they have to, and they go to schools and they learn English, and they become a part of the country. And that's what I think you see with Chinatowns. If you saw something different, like let's say instead of the Chinatowns that we have, instead we saw like a bunch of Chinatowns kind of forming on the coast where they refused to learn English, they refused to integrate with the local culture, and they sort of had like a lot of pro-Chinese like CCP ideals, and they were trying to get involved in local government, we got a major problem. Yeah.
I'm sorry. You think that old school Chinatowns that were built like in like the 1920s have CCP ideals? That is
No.
absolutely insane to say.
No.
Also, to say that they didn't want to integrate is
There was
very
no
ridiculous.
CCP
Maybe
in
if
the
that's a joke. If
He
that was a
didn't say-
joke,
he
that's
didn't
fine.
say it was. He said like if
If-
that was the
if.
case, that would be problematic.
Okay,
He said,
whatever.
Right now, it's not.
There
the
wasn't
case.
even a CCP.
Sure,
when
sure.
Chinatowns
Yeah.
first
Yeah.
popped
I want
up.
Which is
like
like-
obviously the idea that
Oh,
they
go.
didn't want to integrate, I think, is also kind of racist. That's actually like been a racist dog whistle for an incredibly long time. Again, like I am part Asian, okay, so it's something that like I obviously know. Yes, there is like the idea of like the kids of Asian immigrants. Typically, you have the stubborn grandma who doesn't want to fucking talk to the whiteys or whatever. You got your like racist ass grandma, sure, but like it's not that they didn't want to integrate it. It was just that they had their ties, they're stubborn, whatever. There's a lot of personal reasons. I don't think in general that they didn't want people to as like a group that they didn't want to integrate, because of course they did. Why do you think that? How do you think the fuck that they made money? They were making a lot of fucking businesses where most of their profit was based off of being able to communicate. Like, what, you've never had that person or ever experienced in the younger like kid that is translating for their older parent that has the profession? Like, that happens so much. Like, I think that's just a really racist fucking thing to say.
Wait, but you're spitting right now. But that's because America does integration well. Like,
What do you fuck do you mean she's spitting? It's FK.
No, she's right. Wait, she's right.
Do none of you listen? None of you listen to me. None of you. I think maybe Corey and Prime do, but like the rest of you are just fucking like zone out when you like, oh, Lactoid's talking. I'm gonna just wait, and then I'm gonna pick up on the last 5 words, and then I'm gonna make an opinion out of that. FK, shut the
Lactoid. It's like legal this, like
okay, I
go
sure.
That, not just like tune out.
Yeah, I literally
Asian woman about an Asian woman.
I literally started off the fucking statement by saying, "Hey, the Chinatowns are really good at integration." But if they weren't, we would have a problem. And then,
but you also said they don't want to integrate, you motherfucker.
I agree with you. I'm saying she's spitting because everything she's describing is why America's good at integration. I think it's like the fact that in America, we put these
exactly.
She's reiterating my point, but pretending she disagrees with me.
Lactoid.
You
can you not accept that somebody who's reiterating your point
Fuck
agrees
you.
with you and
Fuck
is
you.
therefore
I
spitting?
hate you.
Does
This
that
is
make it better
ridiculous.
for you? They are spitting game.
Me or
right
him?
there. Like, for the love of God.
Okay,
Oh
okay.
my God.
Can I make Lactoid?
The
I
point
understand
is,
what you're
Nina,
trying to say, but like that's like the most utterly frustrating way of doing that. I'm like, I can feel Lactoid's like rage.
he can
Lactoid's spitting by
but the point
proxy.
is, Lactoid,
Spitting by proxy.
You're both right. And I want to say, Nina, the reason like Lactoid and you agree is on that point. In America, we put these like these Chinatowns aren't these like little enclaves that are separated completely from like Americans, right? The idea is the idea is like you're doing business with Americans, you're doing business with these random Orthodox Jews, especially in like New York. You're doing business with like black people who are also American, or black people who might be Jamaican, or like fucking white people who might be German. All of these random mixes of people all have to interact with each other, and you're not allowed to like create this little community where you only speak like your original language, right? The Chinatown isn't just speaking like Chinese as their main language. They're like, listen, we have this general like base language, which it's English in America, where they're all coming in, they're all like communicating with each other, and they're all trying to like integrate. And like they might have parts of the culture that stick, which is like Chinese culture that like helps guide or like builds into American culture, but that's like an aspect that's like not vital.
Yeah, and he's already said it. Literally, that's what all the things he said. Okay, let's go to
You're
Well, hold on. You're sorry that he said they don't want to integrate. He said they don't want to integrate. That was my main point.
That was hypothetical, and I'm about
You
to
said that exact
give
word.
you better examples.
She's not wrong. I did say those exact words.
Please,
I'm
talking about hypothetical. Nina, please.
All right,
don't
let's
help me.
go.
I'm trying.
I go.
These hypotheticals are unnecessary. You're describing Quebec. So if what you're saying is instead of having Chinatowns, we have like a group of people that sort of like want to speak their own language as their primary language and not like the English is the unifying language, what would it be like? Well, it would be like Quebec, which has been described to us multiple times, and which Straighter Aid for some reason thinks is genocidal.
Way worse than that.
But all I'm saying, but listen, all I'm saying is we don't have to look at
what do I think
hypotheticals
is genocidal?
Quebec having language laws, you said was cultural genocide.
It can be the start of it, yeah.
I mean,
now you're dialing back a little bit.
Something is something, yeah.
Quebec's been around for a long
Because
time.
I can't remember the exact context of it. If I bit that bullet, it's like entirely possible. Sure, yeah.
It was
I
on the
don't think
Eskimo thing.
I don't think they should be like ensconced in law. No.
Can I
But,
ask
like,
Sorry,
dude,
Inuit. I meant to say Inuit.
I want to ask you.
That was the moment that I was no longer undecided about my position on
I'm glad
yeah.
I was
And
able
so
to
I heard
agree.
that.
You beat me to it. I did want to jump on Corey's point. Like I was going to bring that up next about Quebec and like what our thoughts about that, right? I'm especially curious of Lactoid. What do you, from a Toronto perspective? What?
Jesus Christ!
Can I just run Chinatown?
So I have
what we
Did
should
Toronto
do about
Chinatown.
Quebec. But first, like if it was straight away, did you want to respond to any of that with the genocide or anything?
Well, she bit the bullet.
Okay. Well,
But
do you want to say anything?
I want to touch on just a quick thing of like again, this is my just opportunity to bring in just more Quebec stuff. I'm putting in the Discord chat of like, so we have Chinatowns here in Quebec, and like literally just recently we had like a Chinatown was designated as a heritage site because over time, you know, it's losing some of its, you know, cultural aspects and just being eroded away. And I'm glad to hear that, you know, Chinatown sort of imposing its will, saying, hey, we want to preserve this. That's cultural genocide. That shouldn't happen. It should just be like phased out over time. But like, yeah, again, Quebec ahead of the curve here.
Yeah. So, what do you think about that? Seriously, back to it.
Just because, well, with the language requirements, I think it ends up having a huge chilling effect on like multiculturalism and people being able to like freely express themselves with the language, like their own native language.
I want to address that. So, I'm curious then because there's a cultural aspect as well, but there's also a practical aspect of like Canada and also including Quebec. We have a public healthcare system, and enshrined as your right here as a citizen is like, hey, you have the right to healthcare, and you have the right to healthcare in English and French. And you don't think there's any sort of safety issues of like, hey, if we just have people come here and we don't ensure they learn some sort of language to interface with the healthcare system, there's any negative ramifications of that? Of like, hey, if you don't speak the language, I'm going to go see a doctor and get medical care. Well, you're just out of luck. Or do we have to, on our part, ensure the resources that at any time, at any moment, we have to call in a translator and that's be available 24/7? How do you solve that problem?
Yeah, I think funds should be dedicated to accommodations like a translator.
And
For every language?
There's a lot of like online resources you can do. Like, you ever do like Google Translate? Like, I honestly,
in an emergency,
it depends. If you're doing like
Again,
a very rudimentary one,
really
I don't
think
think
you're
that
solving
that
this
would
problem,
probably.
and you really think you're thinking outside of the box here.
There's also translators you can literally call on the phone. They don't have to like physically be there.
Again,
Don't worry, hospitals have translators.
They do. So
to me, I would think if there's
That's a good
two
question.
predominant languages being spoken in that region, then I would assume that like, yeah, like they should have a translator there that is able to like bridge the language barrier between the people who speak French versus like any other language or whatever. But if I'm saying that like, but if you're saying like, oh, they have to have one for like on site at all times for someone who speaks Chinese, like Nina just said, there's ways that these are like accessible services that don't literally require like someone physically being present to like help be a liaison for this exchange.
But like in a situation like medical care, right, where it's like it might be vital in like time wise, right? Or like we already have a case of this in aviation where it's like if you're flying and you're like on some public frequency or on some public radio system.
So you're saying in the situation of a life or death situation with a life and death
it's not always
situation
just
with
life
a
or death.
patient.
It's like important to like I mean, the reality is if you're a patient in the hospital, like they probably want to get
There
you
are
in and out as
resources
quick
that
as
you
possible,
can
especially if
literally
it's, like,
call.
publicly funded. The goal is like efficiency in that system.
We've
right?
addressed these challenges. Like, if you think you're coming up with actual solutions, Nina, I guarantee you that you
Well, I
are
mean,
not.
what is the problem that you're really complaining about? I guess maybe that's not
these
clear.
all the time of like, given the fact that
language?
people don't actually assimilate in the language, like we face these challenges all the time. And like, yes, you are correct, Agcal.
Okay.
We provide translators, especially for like indigenous communities, because like
Well, I mean, how often are you
there.
having to medically be like, okay, I'm going
Actually,
to
a lot. Quite.
like, what do you like describe to somebody what you're supposed to be doing in surgery? Like, I understand like emergencies, but like
time they have to tell you
for
what's wrong
patient
with them.
instructions of like ensuring
sure,
compliance. Like,
and I
hey,
don't think that it's we have. I don't.
But
What
to me,
world
this
are you
seems
living
like
in? We have a
like,
lot of
like
tools
you
for
said
these things.
earlier. It's like a practical issue, and then you're saying that because we have an inability to like contend with a practical issue, we have to go so far as to have a language requirement. I don't see how one.
Yeah,
follows
that
the
seems-
other.
No, his argument
Exactly.
is in a country like Canada that has a publicly funded healthcare system where it's vital to make this as efficient as possible because like the reality is it might not matter for like that one person who can't speak English and like or French and you're kind of like doing the little back and forth or you're going through that secondary system, but when you have your whole country and it's becoming like a burden on that country because it's like all these little interactions
but
of
you're
measuring
acting
up
like
to like
that.
basic
Is it a
being
burden?
what do you do then?
How is
Is
that
it a
not a
burden?
pull
Corey's
factor for
argument is
still
that it's
labor?
becoming
Still
a burden,
labor.
right?
But
Yeah,
it's
is that
only a
true?
burden if you don't actually have the like infrastructure to support an employee who could like help be a translator in that system. But that would just mean that like, okay, hire more translators. Like
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I work at a video game company. Okay, we can get translates. Like, we don't do our own translations for
wait, do you
when
service
we
the
do it in
public?
different
Wait,
language.
does your video game company serve the public? Does it serve an entire
Okay,
population?
I'm trying to explain to you that it's not
No,
that
I'm going to use your
fucking
tactic now.
hard.
Does it answer the question? Does it serve the public?
There are
Does it serve the public?
services.
Yes or no? Yes or
There
no?
are
Does it serve the public?
What do you mean by serve the public?
Does so? Is
No,
it
it's a-
accessible
it's a-
as in
it's a
like
private,
someone?
She works in the private sector. Clearly, come on.
Yeah. In a
Okay,
video
yes.
game
Yeah, so what do you
company,
mean?
It's not,
Yeah,
in a
so
video game
it's-
company, it's not measured by somebody walking
Yes, I
in.
understand
Like,
that.
in a
Stop
hospital,
being
it's you
ridiculous.
walk in from
You
point A,
motherfuckers
you
are being
have
so
to speak the
myopic, and
language.
you know you're fucking doing it. Shut the fuck up. Stop with
Whoa,
that.
That's a good word.
I'm saying that there is
hard to be
obviously
interrupted,
services
right?
that exist
Is
that
it-
can
is
be
it-
used
does it serve the public?
or fucking publicized that do have that capability, motherfuckers. God
Well, okay.
damn, it's not like it's a fucking crazy idea.
So what? All right. So I'm gonna just try to rephrase. And Shader Raid, I think, was doing this in a very clear manner, right? She was talking about building infrastructure. So you're saying that over a sustained amount of time, that we are having all these interactions and they're causing friction, right? So there's interactions within the public setting, and in this case we're using hospital, but also in the private sector where people are having trouble either accessing services like private sector services or within the workplaces, right? Like that seems like that would be like a matter of infrastructure, of building up an army of translators, right? And maybe making it easier for people to well, in Quebec they don't want to learn the language, so it doesn't matter one way or the other. But still, there's an infrastructure that you can build to help accommodate this. So that's their claim. So you can just build an infrastructure. What is the response to that claim?
Yeah, so I agree with you. There's the potential there of it's not totally irreconcilable of the you can have a certain amount of translators, but we already grapple with this even just when it comes to the interface of gender. Some people only want their doctors, especially depending on your cultural background, you only want your doctor to be male, or you want to have certain examinations, and we can't always accommodate that.
Of course, I would trust a female doctor. That doesn't make sense.
Or you only want your doctor to be female.
I think we can make distinctions between
we
reasonable
carve-
requests for a patient and that versus ones that are completely unreasonable. In the
Wait,
same
why
way,
is
we
that?
don't
Okay,
because
so
I don't have
that's
the
their
right to request
culture.
a white doctor.
So which languages are unreasonable then? Which
I think
which
we've gone off
languages
a
are
little bit
unreasonable?
off the rails here.
I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for a translator for your native language. There's a lot
Because
of
it's
different.
unreasonable
Wait, that's
to,
their
give
that's
your
part of their
cultural
Islamic culture.
accommodation.
Yeah, to they don't want
What is
a
their
female
cultural
doctor.
accommodation?
I'm not being flippant, deliberately obtuse. I genuinely don't understand why what I'm saying seems to be offending you.
Yeah, I don't get it
The
either.
issue we're having, the issue we're having is I think we're connecting that that language, just like this idea that even though we might agree with it, this idea that I only
wanna
want
ask
a male doctor. We view that as both as a part of a person's culture. So why would you separate one part where
Why
it's
is that part of a
my
person's
language is a mandatory part of my culture and I need you to accommodate for my language and not separate the
Wait,
part
wait,
where
wait.
it's,
You need to explain that.
a
Why is
male
that part of
doctor-
somebody's culture?
Well, because it could be they might be a hardcore Orthodox Jewish person or a hardcore religious Muslim that's I cannot have a
Oh.
woman in this position treating
Okay,
me
but
in
then
this way.
Well, that's a
in the
religious thing. That's not the same
in the
thing.
in the
Religion's
instance
part
of
of
the
culture.
gender, in the instance of the gendered request or whatever, I feel you can make the case to the patient that okay, this accommodation can be met, but you might actually be you're going against medical advice because you're going to be prolonging the time it'll take for us to actually render medical services to you because of this request that you're making. You see what I
Could
mean?
you make that same? Could you make that same argument if you don't have if a hospital doesn't have the equipment to do a language translation? Could they just make that request that listen,
Motherfucker, you can do it on your phone. If
Is it
there's no
ever-
phones,
is
then
there-
that's
wait,
probably
is
a
it ever
problem.
when it
unreasonable
comes to
for-
hospital, you can't take that risk of something lost in translation or some issues happening there. You need
Is there
some
ever?
clarification.
No, you absolutely can. You absolutely can.
I
That's
actually want to address that, because I worked in a hospital. But straight away, is it ever unreasonable for a woman to request a female OBGYN?
No, I don't think it's unreasonable, but I think that as a patient, then from there you should be informed okay, we can make that accommodation if it's possible, right? But here's what it's going to entail. It might mean delayed medical services. It might mean additional expenses. It might mean that you could incur bodily injury in the time that it takes for us to actually make this accommodation for you. And if a patient is consenting to all of those risk factors because they find that it's more important for them to have a female doctor as opposed to immediate medical attention with a male doctor, then that's that.
Okay, I wanted to.
I think there's
just say-
negotiation that could be met there.
Okay, then we'll go to Corey real quick. But I wanted to say I worked in a hospital previously. Right now, I worked in a major hospital. It was a university hospital in a major metropolitan area. So I stipulate that. But in there, like, would they have all the employees? I didn't work with patients at all, right? Like I did IT for a certain department. But what they have all their employees do is for when they're going through their employment thing, like say, like, is there a language that you're proficient in that you could translate for, right? So they have like a mass of people, not just like the official translator. I think they have like a crew.
Yeah,
of lists,
bilingual
like,
staff or even
Just a list of
trilingual
people.
staff.
Yeah, yeah.
exactly, right, to
Mhm.
cover a whole range, right? And
Mhm.
and it's not just in the hospital I worked at. A friend of mine who worked at a different hospital said the same thing. Like they just like recruit the entire staff for this. So if you have those skills, so it's like not
And
as
if anything,
difficult
a
as
native
people are-
speaker would actually could potentially be more like fluent in the language than a translator, depending on like if that translator learned that language specifically to become a translator. You know.
Yeah, let's go to Corey.
Well, yeah. So I'm not against, and this happens also in Canadian hospitals. Like we try to, but this is our. I don't know how you were compensated if you actually provided that translating service. But I think there's, I would sort of like make the argument of like if we're just like recruiting people of like, hey, we speak the language, and now we're just gonna, you're part of that labor now that might not be compensated. I'd have issues with that. But I guess my question would become of like, so like Strader, do you think the Canadian healthcare system should like 24/7 ensure that it can accommodate every language in the world?
Yeah, that's the way it is in America.
Is it?
Well, like, okay, like we have a private healthcare systems. The hospitals near me have like, if you're like in need of like a language or like a translator or whatever, like, is it protected by the state? No, because again, this is like a private hospital or whatever. But it's like like front desk at like a hospital that I used to volunteer at or whatever. Like had it with like not every single language available. No, because there's like thousands of
Well,
languages.
that doesn't
or
answer my
whatever.
question then.
But
That's
it was,
not
like,
the question that I
top
posed.
50.
Then the answer is no. Then just say that.
Wait, no, can you restate your question, mate? I feel like it just sounds like a fucking gotcha. I genuinely can't like grasp the spirit of what you're trying to ask me.
Yeah, because like, so I'm interested in creating the most inclusive healthcare system, but I also understand that there are practical implications to doing that. One of them is language, okay? And that's one of the reasons why, not just from a cultural standpoint, but also from a practical standpoint of like, hey, if you want to live here and you want to like, interface with the healthcare system amongst
Why is
other...
it not practical to have translators available?
Because there's a certain threshold of like, that's not the most potentially like, it's inclusive, but not the most inclusive in the
So
sense
why
that
is it not practical?
because that requires public funds to do that. Of like what requires less resources to get people to learn a language or
Are
to ensure
doctors
that you have
paid by public funds?
In Canada, yeah, because it's a
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
have
but
like
the-
a
Oh,
national
yeah,
system.
you're Canada shit.
Socialist Canada, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So given the
We're
fact
like-
that we're using, as Lacto would say, we're using slave financing, then what do we do with our limited
Slave financing, yeah.
resources? What do we do with our limited resources of what we allocate? Do we ensure that 24/7 we have every translator available that can speak that is comprehensive to all the world, or
Afrikaans?
Yeah,
Do you think
exactly.
that
Zulu.
Or,
do you,
or
well, do you think that we should have that?
or do we implement
but this-
cultural
wait,
genocide
hold
and
on.
ensure?
Why is
That
it
doesn't mean that you're
or-
Let me
financing.
finish the question. You asked me what
Or-
the question was. Let me finish it.
Yeah. Or do we
Cultural
implement cultural genocide and say, hey, English and French are official languages, and there's just like a test that you have to pass to gain citizenship or permanent residency? What is the answer there?
For the record, I don't speak any Afrikaans, but
Wait,
I would
so-
still demand it.
What if people were visiting though? That doesn't really make sense necessarily on the premise to some extent.
That's why I said
but-
permanent residency or citizenship. So that doesn't apply.
What about that person though in the situation?
Yeah, but
You
what-
have
yeah, what
somebody
about that
who's
person?
there,
They're
like-
not granted. I'm not 100% sure how it works in terms of
Oh,
whether you
wow.
actually have access to the healthcare system. If you
So
have
you-
no, if you're a student, then you have like student healthcare. But if you're
But
just
before
like
you help
visiting,
another human being if they're not literally a citizen of your country.
They
it's
can
like,
Yeah.
try.
fuck them
They
or
can
what?
try. They can try to treat them, but if they can't
I
communicate,
think
then they're fucked. Like they're gonna have issues communicating with
Well,
the
it
doctor.
kind
I
of
think
seems to
there's
be
just an
more
acknowledgement.
inclusive
Yeah,
across the board.
and that's
which
part of the
would be
risk of
better.
traveling just for any country. Like as far as I know, of like if I go to Saudi Arabia and I need healthcare,
We're
that's the
talking,
risk.
stop
I think you guys
comparing
are just looking
Canada,
at
which
this
is
from
a developed
different
country, to
perspectives.
Saudi Arabia.
Everyone speaks
Saudi
English,
Arabia is a
motherfucker.
developed
Yeah.
country.
Wait, you guys are looking at this from like very different
Highly
perspectives.
developed.
It seems like where Corey's coming from is this position that like, listen, we need a way to like efficiently run this system. Whereas like in the case that somebody's visiting the country, like there's the exception there, right? That's a fine exception to be like, I guess they're gonna have to take that like extra effort to try to find out how to translate. But like, should that country be responsible to always be like on hand for somebody who speaks like a random language from somewhere? Probably not. For like a majority of their country, there's probably should be an expectation that if you're going to use public
Okay.
services, there should be some common way to use that public service.
I guess
between
you guys
everyone.
were talking about the.
Oh, it's
exception
exactly
of
what
the
I
exception of
said.
The exception to me. Where
It's
like
that
I
we should
don't- I
have a system where there's a system of translators because it doesn't have to be in that particular sector. Just have a system of
hold on.
translators.
Hold on,
No,
but
no.
yeah, but like, come on, you guys, come on, like
They already
there's
exist. This isn't
there's
a
there's
joke. Like, this is not
there's a level-
fantasy.
But
There's
there's
a
a
limit.
level of unreasonableness that we're having here, because like, look, there are parts of Canada that like are in like the fucking tundra, and there are communities there for some fucking reason.
I can see.
but
Oh wait.
they have
I can see
hospitals
the-
They don't
there,
have
and, like,
phones?
guess
The middle
what?
ground.
No one speaks Spanish. No one speaks Spanish. But like a Spanish person, like a Spanish person might make it there, and then they might need help. And then in that case, it's just unreasonable. But Spanish is a very common language. It's not like a dying language. Very
Use
common
your
language.
phone?
There's no yes, but
Mhm.
there are I don't know. What if
I
it's
mean, they could. The issue isn't about using your phone. The issue is that like slows down the system. That opens up like some capability for like
Slows down the
You guys,
misinterpretation.
okay, how
Wait,
fragile
it
is the
does
Canadian
because-
healthcare system that one person who's in need of a translator for
Wait,
a
wait, wait.
language that is like
The-
very uncommon is gonna fucking break the whole fucking system?
Straighterade.
Yeah,
The
like,
issue
what is it
the
that
issue
week?
the issue is when you have a system like that, your hope would be the people who are most commonly going to use this system, which would be like Canadian citizens, have some way of using the system in a fast, efficient manner to make sure the system is running as efficiently as possible, right? Part
Right.
of that.
So we just
to
have them.
Corey- Wait, part of that to Corey is the like Canadian citizenship should probably be able to like speak a common language so that they can all use the system again as quickly as possible, right? It's not that like
Sure.
it's not that we should shun people who speak a different language. It's just that like listen, if you're going to be a part of the system, you should probably be able to like work within the system clearly.
Wasn't your argument that you wanted to culturally genocide not having that language, correct?
What?
No,
Was
I was
that-
saying that I
He-
think
he
I was
wants
saying
to
that
use
I
that
think
word
having
too.
national
Oh.
languages is the start of
People-
is like the start of a cultural genocide because it has a chilling effect on how many languages end up being spoken in that country. I don't
I
think
don't
there's
think you have
anything
to have a
wrong with the
national
encouraging
language.
it. I don't think
Maybe
there's anything
we've
wrong
gotten
with
off the rails here.
encouraging it, but the like ensconcing it in legal in
Yeah,
law
I don't think
permanently
any of
is
us
the
disagree
issue
with that,
to me.
right?
Wait, wait.
So
I
would
what we
America
do.
have a national language because we have like most of our documentation, if not all of our documentation, in English, and then
We have
sometimes
like a
in
de
Spanish?
facto national language, but it's
Mhm.
not formalized, and that's a key distinction. To formalize it would be a huge mistake.
It's essentially formalized when in every state you have to like go through English language arts education in order to graduate, right? And if you don't, you're marked a truant.
Yeah,
right?
but I
You
think
have to-
accommodations
my
are
issue.
fine, though. I think that's like, I feel like that's kind of what we were arguing. Maybe we need to just take a little bit of a step back to like reallocate
Accommodations
what
Yeah,
we're talking
listen,
about.
I-
but it
yeah,
shouldn't be-
I-
sorry,
I
I do
want-
want to
yeah.
Go ahead, left right.
Well, I wanted to ask as well on this general topic, right? So, with language, the position has been put forward that if not necessarily that you remove someone's language, but if you teach them a language, that is cultural genocide because it creates a chilling effect on how languages are spoken in that area.
I didn't. I said there was something wrong with encouraging it. I said it's just ensconcing it legally, and law is the issue.
Here, I'll make it very clear. So, do you think that states mandating that students have to learn English language arts, otherwise they're truant? They have to go to class and they have to learn it, otherwise they flunk out or they're truant. That do you think that's a problem? That it's legally mandated that
Are they able to do the rest of their classes? Besides, like, I assume you specifically mean ASL, right?
I'm saying generally speaking, like among all students in America, is it cultural genocide to mandate that students learn English?
Oh, that they learn it? Probably not, I guess. If you're talking about just in school, right?
Yeah. So like when kids go to school, we control the education system. We mandate that in every state that students
As
learn
long as it
English language
doesn't
arts.
discourage them having their own language, absolutely. I
right.
would say that's totally fine.
No one's
Wait, wait, Great. Wait, hold on. This is perfect.
Right, so I think we're
Wait,
all
wait,
actually
wait,
maybe
wait.
on the
Yeah,
same
yeah,
page
yeah,
here.
yeah,
Not
yeah.
an argument, a little bit
We're
of
making
circle.
progress. We're making progress. Okay, so we agree then that like even if the parent, my mom only spoke Swedish when she came here, right? So and you can agree that even though that's the case, like me learning English, like is not cultural genocide because you're not
No,
just
of
you're not
course not.
discouraging Swedish.
Just
but you
learning
are-
another language.
Great. Straighter Aid, would you agree with that?
Agree with what? That you learning English is not cultural genocide? Yeah.
Okay, let's say
I
there
never
was.
said
Let's say there was
that
a.
I never said that. If you thought that that was my argument, you never understood.
Right, well,
Okay, wait. I'm trying to make progress here.
We're getting on the same page.
I'm
We're
following. I'm
getting on the same
following. I'm
page,
following.
Trevor.
Okay, so
You're spitting, Lactoid.
Yeah, I'm spitting. So let's say you have two Mexican immigrants that only speak Spanish, and then they have a kid.
Mhm.
Okay, do you think?
I went to school in South Texas. Do you think I'm not intimately familiar
Yeah,
with
let
that
him just
particular
ask the question.
issue?
And you can,
Do you think?
Let him cook. Let him
question,
cook.
Do you think mandating that kid legally mandating that kid attends English language arts classes all through elementary school, middle school, and high school? Do you think that
So
is
you're not
cultural
saying
genocide?
because he speaks Spanish that he is legally mandated, just that he is legally mandated the same way that any other citizen.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
that's fine. I think that's fine.
Okay, straight right. Do you think that's fine?
In the case of Spanish, probably not, because then it does break down among like specific languages. It's not just like a principled opposition or whatever, because Spanish is literally like the second most like spoken language in the entire world. But if we're talking about people who speak like very specific dialects that are like dying or whatever, then like yeah, the institution of that would be like a cultural genocide for like a very niche indigenous language. In the case of Spanish, probably not. No.
Oh my, sorry. Okay, so I'm literally this situation, right? Like my parents came from Haiti. They speak Creole. My first language is not English. It's actually Creole, Haitian Creole. I spoke it as a child, like a 4, going to preschool, and I couldn't communicate with anyone. And then like they started teaching me, and it was really bad at it. They thought I was like mentally deficient. But anyway, and they were right. But in any case, but eventually I learned. And here I am. So like. There's a difference between
you still
like,
speak Creole?
No, and that's the thing. I actually don't. I can understand it.
The genocide was completed.
The genocide is completed because I can understand it. No, yes,
The
I
start.
can understand Haitian Creole,
no,
but I
well,
cannot speak it. I'm like it's
My dad grew up like that with
it's a-
Japanese.
I'm
it's
the
a-
same way with Spanish.
There's a term for this. It's like
I can speak
one
Albanian. I just can't read it
unidirectional
right.
bilingual, but
Brag
that's not
about it.
exactly the term. But anyway, there's a term for this.
I can kind of read it.
But in any case, so yeah, I can only listen and not speak. In any case, so is there a difference between the language of my parents, who speak Haitian Creole, and far less people of that speak that in the world, and Spanish, right? In terms of like, is one in one of these situations is it cultural genocide, and the other one it isn't? Can you speak to that?
I still think in neither of those instances it is that, because we don't have like if they want to talk about like the pragmatic reality or whatever, we don't have like a large faction of the United States that's like Haitian American, right? So like that culture exists somewhere. Just because it doesn't exist in the United States doesn't mean it's a cultural genocide, right? If like accommodations aren't made for that specific language or something like that. Like this is not a language that's like at the risk of like being like if it's not accommodated for, it's not going to cease to exist. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. So I think you do agree then.
Because like I'm saying, like usually.
But the same thing for Spanish, right?
Well, hold on. Also, the same thing for Russians then. So you'd have no problem deporting all the
French.
Russians because there's a whole bunch more Russians in Russia.
Wait, why does it follow again when we're talking about language all the way back to the fucking immigration?
Well, because here's the point. Here's what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah,
right?
that was a bit of a skip there.
And I have to go in like just a few minutes. So like,
yeah, I don't know.
So if you what the point I'm trying to make here is it's your definition of genocide seems to be now that if the language exists cultural genocide, fair enough. If the language exists somewhere else, right, then we can destroy it in our area, by teaching them English, because it's not
destroy. You're using not accommodate. You're using like incredibly loaded language here. I'm being really specific when I say that, because that's not like refusing to render accommodations to certain like very niche languages or whatever, especially ones that like are like culturally present in other like aspects of the globe. And there's not. What is this face like to it? I don't understand.
Well, I just feel like I'm trying to get to a specific point, and then you cut me off, and you just say something that's completely unrelated to where I'm trying to go. Okay. So,
what I'm
trying to.
Okay, please.
Let him ask the question.
Yeah. So let me just maybe this will get right to the heart of it. Let's say you have people like in Nevada that have like a specific Native American language that's pretty rare, right? Navajo. Do you think teaching Navajo children English? Do you think that's cultural genocide?
Forcing them to learn English or whatever. Yeah. Yes, in that instance, yeah.
Okay, and the reason is because there's only so many people who speak Navajo in that area, and there's not like a different country elsewhere in which Navajo is the main language.
That's one of the reasons, yeah.
Okay, is there any other reasons?
No.
Okay.
Not in this specific instance, yeah. That's what I'm talking about, yeah.
Okay, so for
Or like
you,
there,
for,
like,
for,
well,
for
there
you,
probably are other reasons, but can I come up with them off the top of my
Fair
head?
enough.
No,
Fair-
like
fair enough.
you could do like clothing or something.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So what you're saying is that cultural genocide is only cultural genocide in the global context, never in a individual nation context.
That's difficult. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. We got to it. All right. So why don't we just leave it there? So, this has been a day. But anyway, thanks all for
We
being
strayed
here.
far from the topic. That one.
Yeah, oh my god. Well, I mean, we're in bonus time, so like,
Yeah,
it is
that's
what
fine.
it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, hello all. This is Prime. In case you forgot, in case you enjoyed all this, well, we'll have more of it for you. If people want to join into Open Walk On panel right after this, so stick around for that. Where you staying at home may participate. Hit the follow button if you've been enjoying this content. If you just came through, right, and you enjoy this content, hit the follow button if you're on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button if you're on YouTube. If you're on Twitch back, consider subscribing to the channel by supporting the channel that way. That's how we power this. I can't do this without you. So if you like what we did here, we didn't get any support today, but like consider supporting the channel by subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. That's how I power this place, or your hype chats or super chats. There are a whole list of ways of doing. If you have Amazon Prime, Prime Gaming, use that one free sub here. That's what I do. If you find yourself coming back again and again and again and again, and I know a lot of you do, then consider supporting. Or I can't do all this. All right, I'm going to give an outro to all these fantastic individuals, and then we will thankfully disperse. Thank you, Sal. I have love for gifting us up to us. Splinter or whatever. That person. Thank you so much. You're for the kindness. We could also definitely use more help, so consider helping us help people. All right, thank you, Lactoid, for being amazing. Lactoid. There's an interesting property of yours, right? Like, and I don't know what about it. Like, we often have like all male panels on the Reverie, right? It's just a thing that happens, not a thing I go for, but just what it is, right? Lactoid, his appearances like are unremarkable. I mean, like he talks and he makes great points, but like it's just kind of like, he's just here chilling. The moment I add a woman in here,
Furious, like nope with that one.
There is, I'm just saying, when there's women here, like it seems like they have a specific reaction to you. And I don't know. Do you have an explanation for this?
Look, it's not just women. There's other like demographics and oppressed minorities that I also get equally upset with whenever they're on.
He does hate minorities. That would make sense.
We needed an all-woman panel with all women and Lactoid. That's it. Like
my
not
God.
even like. Not even Prime. Like Prime just vanishes.
Wait, Prime, do you still do Amazon Lily or no?
Oh, Lactoid on Lily.
That was, oh my god, that was a very long time ago. I did that for a whole a year. But yeah, that was a long time ago, unfortunately.
Okay, you should, if you ever bring it back, we'll have like an affirmative action program for Lactoid specifically, and it'll be all women plus Lactoid.
Oh my god, that would actually be amazing. That would actually be amazing. We should do that.
Lactoid versus the world.
Oh,
Is that just a Canadian thing? What's happening?
Isn't that already? Wait, isn't that like? Never mind. Go ahead, Prime.
Here's the thing. I'll just say that, like, even in that situation, Lactoid versus the world, I am positive that my friend Lactoid will acquit himself very well in such a situation. He'll like enrage all the women, as he does, as we see.
As I do.
That's very hard being sexist. Piss off women.
But I think he's fantastic. He's wonderful, and I'm so grateful to have him. Thank you, Lactoid.
Thank you, Prime. Thank you to all of you who talked to me. You're all great. To very quickly summarize, as Prime said, all of my opinions are pretty normal, non-controversial. So that's why I'm advocating for voter exams. I think would be a great addition to the American experiment. And then, English is good. One thing we didn't get into is actually some linguists have studied languages, and English is actually just a superior language verbally in terms of information transfer rate per syllable. So ideally, the whole world would learn spoken English and learn written Korean, because Korean has the highest information transfer rate in writing. So everybody in the world should only have two languages, English and Korean. Let's push for that. If you like what I had to say, you could find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Okay.
So we should write in Korean and talk in English?
Yeah.
Well, you know what they say: if you speak two languages, you're bilingual. If you speak one language, you're American. So, swing like you're fucking American, Lactoid.
I'm advocating for Korean.
Yeah, he's Canadian.
You started that off with saying English is like empirically superior, dude. Come on.
It is.
If you have like a study, like seriously, send that my way. I would actually be really interested in that.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, you were able to bring in like your native politics into this discussion. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for that, right? And reaffirming the superiority of our country, because we don't deal with that shit, right? We'd crush Quebec, like fuck that. Anyway, Corey, thanks so much.
Yeah, well, I want to thank you for giving me a platform to spew my Quebec and Canadian politics and to demonstrate that we're grappling, we're progressive in the sense that we're grappling with these topics way ahead of you, and that you like recreate all the tensions in Quebec and Canada here on the panel. You just don't even know it until I call it to your attention. And also another thing, I have to like be very explicitly clear. I think ICAO is now like my sworn enemy. Where I'm not even sure if I can be here anymore. If ICAO is going to come here and spew a bunch of like history and information that just goes against my fundamental principles. But like, yeah, super grateful to be here.
But I'll be in your basement soon.
Absolutely, I'll always leave
spewing information.
I'll always leave a
be in your
crawl
walls.
space for you. Dusted and clean. But yeah, grateful to
just
be here.
Go to the vents and like a little fact will come out every once in a while.
Yeah, you're think of the Harry Potter situation under the stairs that I don't have.
Well, let's wrap this up so everyone can leave.
Yeah, sorry, but yeah. So yeah, I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84. I'm a biochemist. I cover science, research, and news. You can find me on Twitter or X and Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. Thank you so much, ICAO, Nina, Streeter Raid, Average FK, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure, and love you, Prime.
Thank you so much. All right, FK, thank you also for coming through, especially at the like literally last minute. Really kind, but you had a lot of stuff to say and add, so thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, Prime. I'm gonna be honest, for this second topic especially, I've really stood with ICAL on it, and his name sums it up perfectly. At the end of the day, I don't think it's about like a language being better than another. I think it's just about we need a way to communicate like thoughts and emotions with each other to like have some functioning society. And having like a common language is probably the best way to be able to do that. It's been fun talking with all of you. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you guys for being here. You can find me anywhere at JustAverageFK on Twitter. Probably would be the best place right now. Bro, I'm faded than a hoe, but we vibing.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Nina next. Nina, thank you so much after so long for not being here. You are here today, and interesting as always. Certainly your appearances there are never forgettable. So thank you so much, Nina.
Thank you. I feel like you skipped over straight. Is it just 'cause we both have dark hair?
I'm going clockwise.
That's not very fair. No, it was a pleasure meeting you straight. Always a pleasure to meet my two best Canadian friends, Clay Lactoid and Corey. Average, I know we've spoken previously, but it's also not as often, but it's also good to see you as well. And of course, Psycho, we always love to see you as well. So it's always a fun time on the stream. I thought we surprisingly didn't realize how racist Lactoid was going to be today, but it's always we're finding new things, right? But twitch.tv/Nina, if you guys are interested in following, I do stream every day. I'm going to be traveling, so it's going to be a little bit messy timing wise, but I've been doing it for about 186 days so far, I think.
Damn.
I'd love to see it. Thanks so much, friend, and good luck with that.
That's more
all
than
right,
halfway.
Let's go to our friend, because we're going clockwise. Our friend Aiko. Aiko, thank you so much for giving that great topic, right?
It was a lot of fun.
All this. Yeah,
I'm
it was
fascinated
really
with it.
useful. Yeah.
I came in not knowing what my position is, and now I know what it is. Like, it's one of those times where a panel actually like changed my mind on something.
What
or
changed your
resolved.
mind?
It was Streeter Raid. When I realized that the position that made me reject that policy, like, would take me to a place where it's the Canadian genocide thing. Like, I just can't go there. So that's what did it. But the other thing is, the reason this is on my, on my picture right now is because this is a quote from a history professor I had that was a really, really good professor. And he was explaining how, like, a lot of European languages are very similar and actually would be considered dialects. And his big quote, because they're so similar to each other, like Belgian and French and German and Dutch and those sorts of things, or the different Scandinavian languages. And his explanation was that a language is just a dialect with an army. If you have an army, then they'll consider it a language. And if you don't, then it's just a dialect of the mother tongue. And this language, I never fully understood that quote of his. Like I until today, it really made me think about it. It's like, oh yeah, like language really is, at least in terms of Europe, because of the way history has like twisted it in knots over the centuries. Like language is really sort of critical to maintaining those borders.
Okay. Well,
So-
thank you so much.
Sure.
I think it's really interesting, and I didn't think about it about maintaining board. It's really interesting. And quickly, if you have an article about like the Little Green Men, like actually, like doing the ethnic cleansing thing, like
Oh, yeah, sure,
moving
sure.
in, like I love to see that.
Yeah, I'll
Thank you
find
so much.
something. Yeah, I sent you something earlier about the example you gave about Trump this is on the other topic, about Trump like changing questions on the citizenship test to make it more conservative. Like that literally it did happen. So like I sent you a link on that, or I sent
Thank
the
you.
group their link.
And finally, we have our friend Straighterade. Straight, like seriously, thank you for coming on. Like I was excited when I saw you on the other panel. Like I thought, like, oh, this woman's fantastic, and I want to. Was hoping that you would say yes to come on, and you did. And you provide like really interesting takes, and that's what we want, right? Whether you agree or disagree, we want people with interesting takes and people who are ready to defend them. And you, I think, did a good job doing that, right? Like taking a stance and then defending that stance. So I appreciate you, seriously. And I'm going to send you more invites in the future. I hope you'll come back.
And thank you for having me on. I know like it's a huge thing that people think I'm avoidant or whatever with yes, no questions. And to them, I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not on Jesse Lee Peterson's show. Unless I'm on that show, I'm not I can't be cornered only into like yes, no answers. I will usually try to be like, yes, here's why, no's, here's why. But like so much stuff, like, especially with topics like this have like so much nuance or whatever that I would rather, I guess, come off as like unintentionally weaselly and like give the space and nuance to my answer as opposed to just try to be like yes, no, or whatever to avoid looking like weak or whatever, like if that's the case. I can't tell based off what Igo is saying if I like radicalized you to a certain position or not. I can't fucking tell.
Well, no, yeah, you know what? You were honest and you bit the bullet and you told me like what the end point of that philosophical like choice took it to. And
like-
I get the sense that you're more sort of ontological and that you're willing to go places because they're fundamentally right, even if it has like some negative consequences. And I'm kind of not that way. So if I think that if I think I'm doing the right thing, but all this terrible stuff happens as a result, like I can't help but consider the consequence.
Wallahi,
So,
he stands with the Slavs.
Yeah, that's why I went like the way that I did on it. But yeah, like
And Quebec was a part of
you
that
cleared things up
equation.
for me. I'll put it that way. Yeah, in Quebec, yeah, I just don't,
So no more Quebec, no more French.
Sure.
Well,
So
no,
that-
no, Quebec.
Oh my
for
god!
me-
Oh my god! We did it later. Straight.
So with that, I mean, as long as everyone's learning, I'm like completely fine
Yeah.
or whatever if I unintentionally radicalize someone. Maybe if, like to give some context to like where I'm coming from, I'm not a
Yeah.
statist, so if that makes sense
Right.
to me. But that being said, I'm not like I do recognize that like right now, yes, everybody has borders. We can't just do like fuck all borders like tomorrow or whatever. And like I don't know, I'm not interested in like leveraging the system that we currently have now against the most like vulnerable people under the pretense of abolishing it. Like I do have like some pragmatics or whatever when it comes to it. The other thing, one last thing with like the genocide discussion, I think what people don't realize is like in a lot of ways I find like cultural genocide to be like very unexceptional, or like when people think genocide, what they're thinking is like the Holocaust and like crimes against humanity that it like included like extermination and like lots of bloodshed or whatever. But if anybody wants to know like how cultural genocide can look just happen in our everyday lives or whatever, you should watch the video called Cultural Genocide by Jack Saint. And he really does like an excellent breakdown of the topic and goes into the thing with the languages or whatever. It's like where I based some of it. This is a starting point. It's not the start and end of my understanding of that topic.
I
But
agree
yeah,
with those concerns. I do agree with those concerns.
So, Straight Away, do you have anything you want to shout out, like a channel or anything?
I'm at Straighterade on everything, or at Straighterade_. So follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, and my Twitter has my link tree, and that has everything. So yeah, it's really fun talking to you guys.
Like even in your outro, like you said something super fascinating, and I really want to pick your brain. So,
Not a
so, like,
statist.
you'll come back
It's that
in the
border
future.
stuff.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, all right. So Lactoid, you failed again. You didn't manage to scare off another woman.
Mhm.
So we're gonna
Like,
continue.
Lactoid will never get me.
What are you talking about, Prime? I bring them. What are you talking about?
You bring them to the yard and then they exit immediately. But anyway, thank you all for being every single one of you. You guys are fantastic. This was really interesting. I thought my questions were going to be pretty like relatively weak. No offense, Aiko, but I thought my questions might be a little weak this week. But like you all knocked it out of the park. I thank every single one of you. All right. And if you want to join us for Open Walk-On panel, that'd be great. But if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion, my community. I know they appreciate just as I do. Have a good one.
Always a
Bye.
pleasure.
Bye.
Bye. Straighter. Oh no! Damn it! She left. I was gonna ask her the border line she just said, because she said something about open borders, and I was gonna ask if
She might still
oh,
be
yeah,
around.
she's in the
Anarchist.
She just
chat.
closed the video. Yeah.
Okay. Straighter. The open
No,
Oh
borders
yeah, I
thing
can
you
still hear you.
said.
I can still hear you. What's up?
Yeah, if we lived in a world with open borders and we had some like unified healthcare system, right? Like,
Mhm.
I mean, maybe we might have to set up the infrastructure, but would it not just be more efficient, even in that world, to have some unified, like, common language that we all go through, even if it's like a newly created language that we can just like let every
Well, like the
system
question of
deal in the most
efficiency
efficient
is
way?
like the question of efficiency is going to be completely separate to whether or not it's like ethical. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Like, and it's like when we were talking about the distinction between like expulsion versus deportation. Like, what is the most efficient? If you want somebody out of your country, it actually is expulsion, right? Like, if you're willing to like go that far and just violate fucking human rights or whatever to like achieve your ends, then sure. But like, that's why I think there is like a meaningful distinction between like expulsion and
It's
deportation.
interesting to me because I get it, right? Like, I think it's fucked. I think it's really hard to get into the position of like, when is it okay to violate human rights?
Yeah.
But like, I disagree on that aspect of like, because I find it hard to say it's like it is never okay, right? Because like then you go to the extreme situations where it's like if you know someone's about to like do something very horrible,
If we're
is it okay
talking
to
about the
violate
difference
their rights?
between something that's like understandable versus moral, do you know what I mean? Like people do things that are understandable to me and that I don't even like begrudge them for doing because like if you're in like a like a war-torn country or like a state of war, like yeah, those things are like again like you're only able to like uphold like ethics and morals in a society that actually has like the infrastructure to allow people to assert those. But like when you're in the state of war and there's like chaos or whatever, it's not that it goes out the window because I think like your moral duty is your moral duty regardless. But am I going to be like morally impugning individual people in the same way like I would if they had the infrastructure? No, because it's like again it's understandable and then it's different, but it's no less immoral to me. It just means it's
what's the Destiny
understandable.
take? It's like you don't blame Poland for siding with the Nazis because they're getting invaded in that moment. Like, but like the
Yeah, like
part that
it's understandable,
Or
right?
Finland or
the thing
Ukraine.
though that I
like,
find
yeah.
an issue and like comes down to I find or not an issue, it's more interesting that like even if we added the caveat that like you go through like some legal process of like, hey, listen, we have some proof that this person might have ties to these other countries and now we want to do like a bit more research, you still wouldn't be okay with that being used as like a method for these countries.
God, it's like it's so difficult because like what like when there's like the difference between like what is like moral like by my own like moral justifications and system, right, versus like what's ideal versus like what like sovereign nations are like legally entitled to do if they're truly sovereign, right? So like I don't know, like when we talk about do you have the right to do that, like that term, it's like who endows anybody or even like a state with
Yeah, I
rights,
think a
right?
better
Like
way to
is
ask
it
it would
God
be
or it's
like,
it's more
would
like
you
it's
blame
whoever
them?
can enforce.
I think that's a better way to ask it. Like, do you blame these countries for like enacting these types of rules?
No, because I say this like not really because I say this from my outside perspective of somebody like if I lived in the country, like maybe I would be saying these things, right? Like maybe it would be maybe it's like very easy for me in like my fucking like, you know, Western country or whatever to be saying like, wow, like how could they even like ever make such a moral transgression or whatever? But I would feel very differently if I was like a native person in that population or whatever who's like actively experiencing and like trying to resist like imperialism or like Russian imperialism or colonialism, then like obviously yeah I might have a different answer and probably like a more informed one.
Okay.
But just that it's hard because we'll end up talking like abstractions and then we're
Yeah.
trying to like apply it to like we'll go back and forth between like this moral vacuum or whatever where we can evaluate these things on their merits versus like going right back into like the real world and it's like, oh, okay, now we're
Oh, yeah,
trying
I mean,
to
I
like
agree. Like, you can look at anything through any lens, and there's like an infinite like series. But like,
Mhm.
I'm more interested in like.
Yeah, I think that what
I'm
makes
more
this
interested in
question,
the few. Oh, go ahead.
what makes this question interesting is that you don't have much time. You have to get from the moral abstraction to the application because it's happening in real time. And we have to figure out like what is our duty, like as a NATO member country, like how do we respond to the fact that this is happening? Do we help them do it? Do we dissuade them from doing it? Like what are the things that we need to do in response to what this policy is?
yeah. And
the
like
big question
in a
for me.
situation like that, there is no true neutrality, right? Like if it's not one geopolitical entity or whatever, like necessarily you're kind of like ceding that territory to like
Yeah.
other countries to come in and begin influencing it. And then at that point, you're just kind of like it's always back down to like lesser of two evils, you know?
Yes. And listen, I had there's an outcome that I would like to see come out of this war, and there are things that may have to happen in order for that outcome to happen that are not good things.
Mhm.
But that's war, right? We're just
Mhm.
preventing a worse thing from happening.
I guess to
in
me,
my
like the
opinion.
only difference is that like because I wouldn't like if I had to like guess, I don't actually think the outcomes that I'm looking at like that like the ideal outcome in a situation like a state of war or whatever, like one, there's not really like an ideal thing. It's like what's going to happen is what's going to happen. The only difference to me is that I don't think you need to go so far as to say it's like morally righteous or justified. It's one of those things that like is it ever righteous? No, but like the leeway comes by saying like, but I wouldn't expect somebody who's like in a developing country in a state of war or whatever to be like bound
Right.
to the system of ethics that they can't really uphold. So I don't begrudge them. Like it's always going to be proportional to like what
Yeah.
like how much power do you have to meaningfully enact that and prevent it? And I just think the like at that point the priority is just like make sure like everybody should try to the best of their ability is that like things are collateral damage rather than purposeful destruction. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they're very clear goals. Like we just want to prevent another Donbass. And along the way, we hope that the things that happen is the actions that we take to stop that are not worse than what Donbass was. Because you don't want the cure to be worse than the disease. And I think that's the big moral question: is how do we do it like with minimal?
It is also like
blowback.
it is also hard because then you go into like cases like the reality.
This
you're
is
kind
where
of just
Scott
pointing
would
out at
call
every
me like a
Russian-
consequentialist and say I should just do the right thing and whatever.
Like, here's
But-
what I would ask you, Aiko.
Yeah.
Should
And you
America
have-
just
and
start
you have no
looking at
logic or
white people as
morals.
possible like
Yeah.
ethno-terrorists based on like the rise of like this idea of like an ethno state or this idea of splitting off from like the United States of America? Should America start looking at groups of people as possible risks?
I mean, I think you always have to look at risks, but like when somebody asked Lactoid that question about Chinatowns, like my first thought was, okay, if we had a Quebec arise within the United States, it would be a challenge, just like it was a challenge for Canada. It doesn't mean that the country's going to fall apart and it's going to be like civil war, just like it wasn't that for Canada. But it does mean that there are like that would be a new situation that we would have to deal with.
Well, we have
And-
a situation kind of like that, right? We have, unironically, there's like white nationalists in America that have a
Yeah.
explicit goal to set up like white nationalist centers that follow like a Christian white nationalist like view, right?
Yeah, they do
separate
this
from the United States.
I've actually followed this for years because there are people that do start up these places. What ends up happening is these places like fail. There's one very comical one. Actually, this happens a lot. They'll go in, they'll say, "Okay, we're white nationalists now," and then let's say the standard is you got to be 75% white or whatever, but then somebody else is like 90% white because they use the stupid
Yeah.
23andMe shit, which doesn't mean anything, but they think it
Yep.
means something, and then they start fighting with each other over how white they are, and the thing it just falls apart. It just keeps falling. Every
they
one
can
of these
fall
communities
apart.
end up doing that. Yeah.
They can fall apart, but I'm asking, do you think that like if ever we start seeing like, oh, there's this one that's kind of like they're starting to do okay.
Yeah, we should keep an eye on them for sure.
Like, is it just keep an eye on it, or do we have some duty there to like break it apart? Like, no, you're
I mean,
not
look at
allowed
what
to create
happened
these
in
types of hubs.
look at what happened in Michigan, right? Like we uncovered that plot to assassinate the governor. Those were white nationalist militias, and they're in prison now. And
yeah, like are they attempting to form like autonomous zones and like are plotting to do like acts of domestic terrorism? Because like
Yeah,
at
but
that point
that's
it's
not
like they're
new,
going to
like-
be subject to like, you know, FBI surveillance or whatever. But if we're talking
lived
about
in
the
Waco
legality,
when that happened.
oh, and all of that with like the Branch Davidians and all that.
I
Oh my
saw the
god.
smoke go up and everything. And I remember Ruby Ridge, you know, because people would compare those all the time. And I don't know, I wouldn't exactly call them white nationalists, but these people that kind of do want to like separate from the country, yeah, they arise. I have personal experience with some of them here in Texas, but they've never really.
Are we all out here in Texas?
Wait.
it's
Are we
always been kind of a
concerned?
phantom.
Are we concerned with groups that want to form autonomous zones and they commit domestic terrorism and stuff?
The domestic terrorism, yeah, but just simply forming like basically cults or whatever. It's like there's already thousands of active cults in the United States, and like I can guarantee not all of them are being like monitored because like you do kind of have the right to do that. It's just
you have to
like
keep an eye on them. You know, like I think Lactoid's talking about like
Antifa and the Chaz, yeah.
Yeah. But that fell apart
Stop
too,
that.
right? And
It feels
just
so
like
weird,
Occupy
though.
Wall Street fell apart. Like these things fall apart because anytime you have someone who's extreme enough to want to take those kind of actions, their ability to organize something that's sustainable is generally not there. So
they do, but it feels so weird. I go to be like, you're
Yeah.
allowed to do it until you get like too big, and then we're actually punishing you for doing what you shouldn't have been doing in the first place.
yeah, that's right. You have
that's
to
the
be big enough to
practicality of
get
law.
noticed. You have to be big enough to get noticed. That's for sure.
What'd you
Pretty
say,
much.
Sir Nerd?
I know that's just like the practical reality of like law or whatever. It's like, is it ever like those people are doing something illegal, but then the question of whether or not the state is going to like intervene is a question of whether or not they want to commit resources to surveilling something that has like a marker for being a threat, but hasn't actually demonstrated it. Just has like a higher potential than average, you know?
Yeah.
It's weird. It's
I
it's
know,
almost
sure.
like it's like I mean like unless you want to like start like instituting like mass surveillance in the attempt to like prevent like a greater harm or whatever, it's like you do kind of have to like grant cults or like these people like the leeway to do their like weird shit until you actually catch on and like think that there's something worth like monitoring there, if that makes sense.
So how do you prove that in America?
Oh man, that is if I fucking knew the answer to the question, I would not just be on like Twitch panels.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. That's why I would
Hey,
ask
what are you
Ico.
trying to say?
Well, that's why I would ask Ico. Like, when it comes to the Russians in these countries, I'm playing devil's advocate for this. How do you prove that? Like,
What do you mean? How do you
without
prove
just
that?
going into that mass surveillance and just like violating all their rights. For Ico, I want him to answer that question now.
Oh, you're muted, Ico, I think.
Yeah, he's muted in the Discord.
Sorry, I sort of zoned out there. I was doing something else. What was the question?
Oh, it was just that whole discussion we had. I was just playing devil's advocate for like, you could say that about like people in America. Now, what about the Russian civilians that are kind of just like trying to escape Russia?
Yeah, I think the difference is like we do have a very strong national identity and we're a very large country and obviously we have a massive GDP and the biggest army in the world. Like it's really hard to see us kind of under the same kind of threat that the Baltic states are feeling, you know. Like they're just you got to keep in mind Soviet Union was 30 years ago. They were part of the Iron Curtain like in living memory. So they know it. This isn't like some historical like the
In
way
some
that
of
we
our
look at
living
the
memory.
Civil War and stuff. I'm sorry?
In some of our living memories.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, that's true. Yes, if you're but I'm saying the people who are in charge, right? So the people who run the military, the people who run the government, they all remember this stuff. And even the people who don't, like if your parents lived through something horrible, like in common with a bunch of other people that you grew up with, it's going to be part of your culture. It's going to be something you talk about. I don't think they get over this. I think, maybe 100 years after the
But I
fall
think
of the Berlin Wall.
you can't like this is where like listen, I'm really gung ho American. I've been heavily indoctrinated into American culture. I might even say I'm an imperialist, right? Joke, haha, funny, not really. But
Right. Well, the
when it
problem
comes
is
to like how these nations dictate what they're doing, I find it hard to allow them to dictate on their own because I know like I'm saying this and this is like heavily pushed by my experiences. I know a lot of it doesn't come from a place of wanting to be like understanding and wanting to be like, you know, we just want to
Yeah.
help the Russian refugees in the nicest way possible. It comes from a place of we do not trust Russians with any
Right.
ounce of our like being, right?
Right. So this is where I get called the liberal and progressives tell me to fuck off. But here's the thing. As bad as American imperialism is in terms of some of the things that it does and how it projects power abroad, if you look at the people who are like subject to like American projection of power,
One
you
might
have to
say
ask yourself
imperialism.
if you withdraw that power, which by the way has happened in parts of the world because the conservatives like got into this like mindset that we shouldn't do foreign aid. And so we started pulling foreign aid out. And so America's not projecting its power in those parts of the world now. And then China comes in and says, hey, you know, America abandoned you, we'll give you nice things. And living under Chinese imperialism or Russian imperialism is not the same as the sort of cultural imperialism or the corporate imperialism that you're getting from the United States. So you have to think about when the power vacuum is created by pulling back, what takes its place? And I don't know anything that could take its place that wouldn't be worse than what America does.
Canadian
I mean,
imperial.
Well, like the idea would be right. Like you got, I don't know. Like this is more going to you straight, right? Because like you're kind of the opposition on this. But the way I see it is like you got the option of like American imperialism steps in, and like you go through maybe like these countries have to go through like a legal process of proving that some of these citizens are like a threat to national security, and America like helps them and aids them and like vets these people, right? And the other option is like Aiko brought up, you let another like power vacuum take place, and like China steps in, and they'll fund these nations for whatever they need, right? Because they get
Yeah, because
benefits
you're
out of
saying
having
if,
these
if
routes.
I have like I'm over here talking about like like human rights violations, and you're basically trying to say like you're like trying to like polish the banisters on the fucking Titanic because you're like concerned with the wrong thing. Basically, it's like if you don't like
Well,
human
because,
rights
like,
violations,
if
like
these
wait, like coming from the U.S., wait till I tell you what would happen if like China was the one to actually like
Oh,
assert.
it's not China, because the idea isn't China's like making them do human rights violations. It's just that China like they'd be much more hesitant or much more less willing to like punish these countries for doing the types of violations they probably would do. Like if you look into the history of these countries and how they treated like separate groups of like just look at how they treat Romanis. Like Europe doesn't treat Romanis well. These like I know for a fact these countries like unironically had hunting parties where they would go into the streets and like shoot people out, right? To like just hunt groups of people. Like if you allowed if China was just funding these countries to do whatever they did, when it came to Russians, like China might even be fine, like look the other way at them just like shooting out Russian civilians on the streets because they just view them as opposition.
Well, look at what Wagner does, like in Africa specifically. Like they're going into places, they're propping up like violent regimes that are oppressing their people, and in exchange for those services, they get to extract resources and then send them to Russia and other customers of theirs, which is how they get rich. And this is what happens when America like pulls out of certain places and says, "Okay, we don't care about that part of the world anymore." Well, Russia cares about that part of the world. The Wagner Group cares about that part of the world. Other like China, other like places that want to project their power and need resources, especially now when everybody's hunting for lithium and cobalt and platinum and all the things that we need in order to keep like the future growing. It does matter, and I go frustrated when people assume that all forms of imperialism are equally harmful, and that we have to, prioritize what's worst and target that first.
Hey guys, I got to bounce. Good talking.
All right,
guys.
take care.
Lectoid, can you answer that question I sent you through? You don't have to do it like verbally because.
I think I responded. I'll have to research a little bit more.
Oh, you did have a response. Okay. Yeah.
But straight over, I have a question, a quick question for you. So.
All right. how do we do this? Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? All right, cool. All right, well, here we go. See my beautiful face. We blah 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 blah. Just give me it's been a day, so let me just give me a second to go a little bit on a spiel. The first thing I want to say, as usual, thank you guys so much for tuning in to today's show. I thought the panels were great. I thought there's plenty of contention, and I thought that although I thought the topics were actually going to be somewhat dry, they turned out not to be, just because of the way they went into voting requirements on the first one, and then the second one being basically the definition of genocide and how do we deal with that. So I'm happy with the way things went. You guys have been amazing in chat. You guys have been super active. Really, really appreciate that as well. Thank you to everybody who gave bits or subs, and a big thanks to shout out to everybody who followed. So if you like the kind of content we do here, please consider giving me a follow, and then you'll see more content like this in the future. I also want to quickly apologize for last week. I literally had what I thought to be the perfect setup, and it did not work because literally my laptop didn't have the CPU processing power. So we'll have that fixed for sure before the next travels occur, because rain or shine, we got to keep that content coming. But in the meantime, we are running out of steam today, so we're going to go ahead and raid on out into Prime Kai's, and his show continues, probably with similar topics. So, as usual, any questions whatsoever, join our Discord and shoot me a message. Have a good night, everybody. All right.